but there was a line item there for about $750 million that really helped bring down revenue, or not revenue, but earnings, Brendo. So they ended up having a negative print here after multiple positive ones.
And oh yeah, Tesla under investigation from the U.S. government now on fraud, wire fraud at that. So yeah, that's Tesla's chart so far this morning. We're already at 3.25% to the downside here for Tesla shares. Was just going to run through this real quick. The only thing of note, coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, wholesale inventories on the calendar. That's about it. We get energy. It's Wednesday, so we get energy at 10:30. And yeah, not much else. Initial jobless claims coming up tomorrow, and then Michigan sentiment on Friday. So kind of light on the economic calendar, but that's fine because everything's missing on the earnings side of things today, guys. So a lot to look at here, including this one.
Is everything missing, though? Reddit, Reddit's up.
Reddit. Oh, at least we got Reddit right.
Affirm's up, of all things. Like an Upstart's earnings last night, like Affirm just tanked. It was down like 8% or something, and that's gapped to the upside. So in some ways, you know, it's not all bad, although a lot of it looks really bad right now. Intel, for whatever reason, like a couple of weeks after they just reported, they decided to already reaffirm guidance, and nobody likes it. And then you have the Qualcomm news with the Huawei last night. Export license revoked for them and for Qualcomm and Intel, so they were already under pressure. That's going to be bad. You have this Tesla news coming through. So Rivian losing more money than expected, 37.5 per car. It's between 35 and 38 per vehicle. And there was somebody else who I'm forgetting.
$38,000 a vehicle. It's like, yay, we sold a car. What?
The math on that is kind of jokes. It's actually
minus $38,000.
Yeah.
And then of course, Mr. John Canella in the chat here has to say, "Let's go Phillies."
Oh, that's.
Last night, I knew Neil was asleep, but it was whatever time it was, 11 maybe or something. And I'm like, I looked down at the app because I was at baseball last night and driving home, and it was the 10th inning, or the 8th inning, 10-1. And I didn't know Vlad had an 8-game hit streak. That was pretty good. I know it got snapped, but I'm saying that was pretty good, though. I didn't realize that.
In order to get a hit streak, you only have to really get one hit a game.
Right, but still, one hit is fine.
No, he's turning it around. But we had our first baseball practice for my daughter last night.
Yeah.
And I saw some better hits than what the Blue Jays are putting up. And
I cannot believe
this is like an under 8, where like apparently I didn't even know this until I read the rules. But in the league she's in now, it's alternating. I thought it was just straight T-ball, but it's alternating one inning T, and then the other inning is coach's pitch.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's good. That's fun.
Which should be fun.
I think that is.
Sometimes they have the machines, but there's no machine in our league, so no pitching machine.
Nah, coach pitcher is better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Then your coach can throw their arm out like I do. All right, 176 Tesla. Yeah, I mean, boom. We had this short yesterday at 183. We had marked it down. We've been talking a little bit short this market now for a minute, but it did make a nice move back up. I still think the stock market's fine. We got to hold out for 18,000, but as we had indicated, man, Uber, Intel, Tesla, and unfortunately, are we going down the same road again? Where we get a major Canadian name that's doing some damage in the world a little bit, in the retail side of things, in technology, so on and so forth. Shopify has its heyday, and then now today, it's May Day, and we're all the way down 19%.
I will declare this, though. Shopify will not have the same fate. It's not Nortel or BlackBerry. Yeah. Like, obviously, this isn't good for them, and the trend isn't that great, but those are vastly different stories. Like, I think what both of those two companies got wrong is they had such a commanding position within their field, and they let everybody, they just stayed completely stagnant. And I'm hoping Shopify is not going to do that.
Someone wants to get on camera.
What's up, Ram Ram?
Oh, she's gone, see? Damn,
she's in the all black today.
For everybody.
All black.
Fabian's trying to get her. Where is she?
That's black. No, that's blue. Huh? It's not brown. Hold on a second. What color is Ram Ram wearing right now? That's black.
Black, yeah.
Black.
Red. I see red today. I'm seeing red today. We're seeing red today. So let's see what happens.
I'll die on that floor.
Oh yeah, Dutch Bros.
That reported too?
Bro, let me see what they did. Yeah, they reported. Yeah, we talked about.
See, up.
Yeah, up. Yeah.
Boom.
Starbucks. Yeah, there we go. We had this on yesterday's show. Portland, Oregon based. Dutch Bros Coffee. All right, I need a coffee. All right, back over to the desk.
Yeah, let's touch on Rivian here to kick things off. We'll get into a little bit of the details anyway. 6.5% right now, trying to bounce off 950. You got to go back a week or so since we've been down to these levels. But I mean, is there a positive here? I was trying to find at least one, but it was a wide miss to say the least for Rivian.
Look, Ben, I mean, the only thing I can really look at here and say they beat on was revenue. The street was looking for 1.16 billion. They printed 1.2, but their loss per share was wider than the street expected. $1.48 a share they lost. The street wanted $1.25. The other tough look here is the R2, which is supposed to be under construction at the newly upcoming Georgia plant, has also been delayed to late 2026. That's not where you want to see. Also, the starting price for that now set to be $45,000 from $42,000. So we'll have to keep eyes on this, but a bit of a tougher look.
Yeah, I mean, they did say they were going to increase production capacity at Illinois to 215,000 from 155,000. I mean, you can go back to the early days of Tesla and find the same headlines. Lots of delays, lots of dates being pushed back as far as production goes. But yeah, I mean, if you want to compare it to Lucid, what was Lucid the other day? It was 1,700, I think, they actually delivered. They made a bunch more than that, but it was 1,700 they actually delivered. So you can spin it, I guess, that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, it's production and costs that, oh my goodness. Like, yeah, somebody's going to survive other than Tesla. We've already said that. And it could be them. You got to get the costs down here. The other problem, actually, if you want to spin something that's good for Rivian, I think it's the simple fact that it might be a heck of a lot worse than this if not for the price action anyways. If it wasn't for that rumor gapping it up. Because really, it just closed at the exact, after that big rush to the downside, it ended up closing at the exact same price it was at on Monday. And like maybe if it had to withstand that kind of a free fall from a lower base, you'd be trading at like $9 already. But now it's not necessarily going to be a good thing for them at the end of the day until we actually see make some headways in terms of cutting costs, right? Like once that gets proven, I think the light at the tunnel can certainly be there. We talk about how much runway and cash you have out there. Obviously, Lucid's got a big-time lifeline. At the end of the day, Rivian, they're going to have some time to be able to figure this out, but quarter by quarter, it just gets uglier and uglier. And at the same time, we're now confident that we're getting some rate cuts this year, and you would have thought that could be a little bit of a turning point. But you still need to see progress as a business. The good thing about that double close at 10.25 is if it tries to go green, that's 2 days in a row, a 10.25 close. I'm shorting in front of 10, and I wouldn't necessarily think this is a long. If it can get green on the day, I think that would shock a lot of people, and if that were the case, I wouldn't be fighting it once it's past green, which is 10.25. And obviously, there was no announcement with regards to Apple. I think we all... Yeah, I don't know many people that were believing that was true.
I thought we got that announcement that Apple bought out Rivian. Oh no,
yeah.
We didn't.
Could you imagine
we didn't get it?
Imagine Rivian from here goes down 3 weeks in a row, is at $5, and then Apple buys them.
Apple ain't doing that. I don't think. I think they're going to be out of that.
That'd be pie in my face.
You know what? Maybe at some point they do that. I would maybe look at a Lucid. Lucid's actually working on a few new cars as well. But yeah, look. Yesterday morning we were up at 11.50. And it was just like, all right, we have to sell this thing because this is not true. Boom, boom. Randy was here saying no. I was like, we got to go long on this thing when it drops down to 10.50. Instead of going short up here, smart guy like me, I decide to wait for it to drop down and then catch a falling sword. And then that sword became today multiple swords into 9.50. So we got out yesterday in and around 10.50. Thankfully, we didn't lose more on Rivian yesterday. But we've been negative this name. The funny thing is I'm long. I think 11.25 as, like we were saying, kind of like fun money trying to catch some of these bottoms. But that might have been it yesterday. Maybe this is not the time to be holding on to Rivian. Losing money, like we said, reconfirming some of that 57,000 number there for deliveries. I think there's a chance, but the next buying spot isn't until down here, like 875, 850. Like, honestly, these bottoms for Rivian. Let me even see what the 52-week low is exactly on this. I think it's 840 something. All right, I see it here, 826. So it's 826 is the 52-week low. I don't think we see that today, but that would be a spot, 850, even if you want to buy some at 9 and then maybe dump it if it breaks through 8. I don't know. We'll see about Rivian here. I would like to see some upgrades on it, I think, before, like get some smarter people in the business here that actually think that there's
might not be an 8 today.
Right, that there's a runway. Maybe we buy Rivian on that first upgrade. Maybe we just wait for that. I don't know. But
Randy will give one in about 10 minutes if he's here.
well, if Randy doesn't come a little bit sooner than that, I need to get a coffee reload a lot faster than that. I'm going to hit up Randy as we speak. So, all right, back to the desk.
We're just looking at some of these Chinese EVs as well. I mean, across the board, Chinese stocks pretty much downside as a group this morning, but EVs specifically under a decent amount of pressure. Here's NIO. 520 coming into play right now, which is, you got to go back to last week, last time we were down here. I mean, they all kind of look like this. There's Li Auto, probably the worst off right now, under significant pressure. XPeng as well. It was a negative session, worth noting, overnight over in China, but I'm not seeing too much as far as headlines for these. There was a headline yesterday on NIO that they were going to team up with BYD on some battery supply issues as well for them.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, BYD is a vertically integrated company, very similar to Tesla. They make their own batteries, their own components, and so they're able to kind of homogenize everything there. So it makes sense that NIO would reach out to them for that. I was under the impression that things were going a little bit better in China with these Chinese EVs. I saw over the weekend the L6 was well received there as their cheaper car for Li Auto. The orders there were well above expectations, so interesting look. Also, President Xi went to France, I think last week or the week prior to that, to meet with President Macron. The idea there is to kind of remove the threat of the tariffs that the Europeans have been saying they're going to put on these Chinese EVs. Yeah. So we'll have to see how that works out. But yeah, not really understanding why this is down.
Yeah. I mean, as we were saying, like all the ADRs downside this morning. There's this one a couple people mentioning as well, REBN. You guys are mentioning Bros. Here's another one, Reborn Coffee. Expanding into China. It's not working out too well for Starbucks currently, but REBN, huge pop here, little one moving.
Did we just change the subject before we could pull up a Li Auto chart? Is that what just happened there?
Ouch,
No, to Reborn Coffee that I've never. What is Reborn Coffee and why have I never heard of it before?
I don't know.
You ever heard of Reborn Coffee?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea.
I mean, there's so many. Part of the problem with Starbucks, and I know Brendan just mentioned
there's
this.
A lot of.
Yeah, it's just that there's so many different coffee chains and local coffee shops that pop up everywhere, and then people get there's some people loyal to Starbucks, and then others will be loyal to their local shop. Some will be Dutch Bros. We've heard so much love for Dutch Bros.
Lots of young people apparently get.
Yeah, some people know about Dutch Reborn, Bros. Not us apparently, but
no idea.
Yeah. McDonald's coffee, there's so much. The space is so crazy saturated.
And maybe if we keep saying the word coffee.
Oh, it's already coming.
I know it's on the way.
It's on the way.
But look, Li Auto, why is it down? I mean, a few of the ADRs are all gapped to the downside together. It's again failing lower highs. So I think you could have a retest of the bottoms. Every EV name that's been on a downward trend has been on a fast course to the bottom. Right. 26 looks like it's not a huge flat bottom break, but a small one. The interesting one recently has been NIO, and this was really trying to break out NIO here. Come on, load it up. And this was just on the verge of, I thought, a break getting past this 635 level. I think you could retest the 50 period at $5 today, which sometimes you get a few million shares on that bid. So that would be the one that would be in play for me, the $5 level on NIO. I have marked off support at 460 and 480. 5 is kind of one of those things where if it's there and it's putting in a defense, it actually isn't going to be 10% down until it breaches $5. So that'd be at 496. It would be 10% down. So it'd almost have to break $5. It would be SSR. But then it's 5 cents worth of risk for an SSR bounce. It's halfway there already, so might as well be on guard for it. Li Auto is a good stock, usually around earnings or when it has a little bit more of a catalyst. But on a day-to-day basis, Neil's usually a little bit easier to actually engage with.
All right.
Top VoIP. There it is. I
I'm
already,
short
the question was, will you be buying BABA as it approaches the 200-day? I already bought BABA. I basically said if it closed above that 280 bucks on the weekly chart that I was going to pick it up. So I did that already. Thank you very much, Randy, and get rid of this one.
Randy, favorite. I was going to talk into it. Favorite coffee chain. Or favorite, if you could have a coffee right now from any certain, cheers. You know, like, you can say, Tim's, McDonald's, Starbucks, a little place in where you're from.
Paris, France, in
Here we go.
2018, I think.
Yep.
And Pret a Manger had some of the best Americano coffee.
Here we go.
That I've had anywhere. I've had coffee all over the planet, but it was
Or can you say that again? I want to write that place down.
Pret a Manger.
Or I'll do it later.
I don't know.
No, I
Coffee
know. But
all over the place, and
we've all been to Paris. The thing-
fantastic.
doesn't coffee taste so much better when you're sitting on the streets of a European country?
Yes.
You could have said any place. You could say any place in Paris.
This is
really.
what I'm saying.
Well, Starbucks. In
This is
Paris.
why I
It
said
was
Europe.
Like, meh.
Okay, not that.
Starbucks in Paris, okay. I actually have little Starbucks Paris things. We went into there and got a little souvenir thing because it was funny that there's a Starbucks in Paris.
Yeah, it's generic and.
And then you can get for €1, you get like an espresso shot or a little, depending if it's on the patio or in the bar.
Take it out, walk into the park.
Good one, Randy. Well, thanks. That was a good stroll down memory lane there. That's really nice. So I will get that. Well, I mean, we can't really, order in that coffee.
No, clearly you're looking for a chain because that was the tone of the question. But yeah.
No, well, that's okay. No, I mean, I even said even a local place.
Yeah, which is cool. Look, don't get me wrong. Like that was one of the coolest things about.
Starbucks has
Paris.
a location.
It's such a walking place. You just walk, stop somewhere, grab a drink, grab a snack, and continue walking.
Starbucks advantage is like they'll be in the airports. They'll be, all throughout the major
everywhere.
cities and all that kind of stuff. So, Paris have the fanciest Starbucks. Yeah, we might have been in the same one, Adam. So, all right, let's go back over to the. No. First of all, quickly. So I shorted Intel here. Probably a little bit early, but I wanted to try it at $30. It is on the sticky note here for Intel short. Again, this is what Intel looks like. This almost doesn't look real, to be honest with you, for such a major company that we all know the story. That's the funny thing. Like, we've all been talking about Intel and how they're not focused in the same areas as the other big names and that this was going to hurt them. They even said themselves that they've got the foundry, they've got all this that they're working on, and that they're more of a, 2028 or so story. And we've known that.
27.
But just look at, like, the market. It's almost like every day there's some, and it's not a Boeing thing. That's the funny thing about it. It's like they just keep on doing what they've been saying they're doing, and you've come all the way back in. So I don't own any Intel, but honestly, at some point, like this is from April 1st. There's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 up days, and you can barely see them. Like the up days are like blips that they're like, oops, we bought the wrong stock. Yeah, that's right. And then we sold it the next day. So anyways, I'm going to go short Intel on that news. But it was just a reaffirming of the guidance that, again, we already knew about. Like, it just sounds so crazy. And then I'm going to, just because we talked about China, we do like BABA. I know Neil talked about it. But this is another name that's going to be on and is on the sticky note to short it if we can get a bump into like 78, 50, 79. So if we can get anywhere back to yesterday, BABA down 2%. We saw yesterday FXI was horrible, down 1.3%. We saw that on the recap show. And then KWEB, which is a big Chinese internet ETF, that was also down 2.4% or something like that yesterday. So watch out for Chinese names, PDD, Bilibili, and then the EV names that Neil highlighted there as well. So, okay, my earpiece is charging. I think it's almost charged. But if we are ready, let's go over to the screen with Adara.
Yes, we can.
Quite a few earnings names to kick off the upgrade side of things. Reddit getting upgraded here by Needham following its standout report yesterday and that nice gap to the upside. Crocs here as well getting upgraded by Moness, Crespi and Hart. They reported pre-market yesterday, along with Datadog, which got an upgrade here from Baird. Redfin ending the upgrade side of things here with this upgrade from Stevens Realty-related name here. For downgrades, Lululemon's had a pretty rough year so far for the stock, and now getting a downgrade here for BTIG Research, trading slightly higher right now, though. NASDAQ here getting a downgrade from Rosenblatt. Zoom Info getting downgraded by Mizuho and a couple other analysts I saw this morning as well. And Victoria's Secret ending the list today, getting a downgrade by Barclays, guys.
I got the, so Randy just sent it here. It's this, Pret a Manger. So there it is. But this is the one that's, so I was like, oh, let me see what it looks like there in Paris. Yeah, he sent the one in Toronto.
Yeah, like that's here.
So here we go. This is Sheridan Center. Oh, Cactus Club. We've been there. We've been there. All right, I see you, Cactus Club. I see you, Cactus Club. Oh, that means we're right inside the TSX.
The streets of Paris.
Yeah, so the TSX is over here as well. But there we go. Where's the CN Tower at? Where's the CN Tower at? Over here. I can't see it. But anyways, all right, that's a nice little view of Toronto for a minute right there. But anyways, that was the coffee shop. So. What was that? Datadog?
Well,
they reported yesterday, no?
They were a yesterday report, and it's going to be, there's a few of these today where, don't sleep on them. They're short sell restricted after a big dump to the downside. And we always talk about things settling down after earnings, and it bottomed exactly, close enough to $110. I don't know if it was $110 on the line. Looks like $110.35. So if it can hold above that a second day, you get a nice little SSR bounce, and sometimes it's a little more gentle the second time through. I'd feel the same way about Disney at $100 if it got there today. Some of those secondary plays. I think if they get to a key level, you just allow it to make that move. Disney's at 105. It broke that already. It'll be continuation play, continuation SSR, and the $100 level. It was pretty significant as a breakout trade. If we do test that today, I think that'd be a place to look for a little bitty dip buy on Disney. So do not ignore them. I know Palantir was rough, but it's probably going to do some volume again today. And if it catches any kind of a bid, maybe down at that 20, it could be nice as well. No, Datadog was the one that was on the upgrade downgrade list. It's just the day two place. I didn't see Palantir there, but
because I was going to say I want to buy it once we get that upgrade. But
don't forget about those day two plays.
Yeah. We hey Randy, I got that and showed the Pret a Manger. Yeah, we should get takeout.
Or we could just drink free coffee.
Yeah, it's not about free. I mean, a couple bucks here and there. I saw where it was, right by Cactus Club you sent. Yeah, it's not too
they
far
sell
away.
oatmeal raisin cookies? That's what I want to know.
Probably. They definitely sell some pastries there.
Then I'm in.
Yeah, so we just mentioned a little bit about Palantir yesterday. We wrote down yesterday 21.50 was the price that we should be waiting for. And then we got too excited and we showed you what we did yesterday in the morning where we lost it all by buying it, getting too excited, thinking that we missed this bottom, and then using 22 as the bottom. And then that just didn't work. So we started buying the shares. And then when we just started to go down, we eventually had to get out at 21.50 because I wasn't sure where that bottom was going to be. But I was sure, and it was 21.50. So yeah, it's funny to laugh about it now. At the end of the day, though, we had that huge move right into the close where we did close at its lows. So yesterday, Palantir closes, I mean, that's the very close right here, closes 21.40. We're still above there. I was waiting to see some analyst action on this. Maybe I'll check the Benzinga Pro for that. But for right now, it's pretty quiet here in the pre-market. Let's see if it does anything down here near 21. I would say a second day sell-off. Not sell-off, but I could see it being a little weak. Even despite it being strong into this market, people that want to pick on a name again, they got hit yesterday, only down about 8 or 9%, was it at the end of the day? Oh no, it made the move, so probably 10%. Oh wait, even here. Yeah, SSR, okay, so yeah. So it was down that level. Let's see what Palantir can do here at $21. Let's go back over to the desk.
The banks here, the past couple of days have been pretty good for banks across the board. I mean, we had, 4 days in a row here downside for treasury yields. But I mean, typically that means maybe some more activity going to be coming back into the banks if yields are coming off a little bit. That's XLF you were just seeing. There is the US dollar. If you zoom out a little bit, you'll get a better idea of what's happening. 2 days back upside right now for the DXY, 3 in a row. Downside to end last week. So back and forth we go, kind of stuck in this range. But again, if you zoom out on some of these banks, nice look here at trying to take out 41.25 here on the XLF.
Yeah, I didn't have a look at banks today, Brendo, but yeah, that's going to be in focus, obviously, as we're now talking less about interest rate hikes and more about interest rate cuts. We'll have to see when that materializes, whether it's in September or the December meeting. But yeah, I feel like the last FOMC meeting wasn't all that hawkish. Didn't really get too much in terms of anything threatening basically staying higher for longer or cutting by the end of the year.
I mean, he was, yeah, I was saying to Frank yesterday, it seems like they all have kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out right now, and just maintaining this, you know, we'll do whatever the data tells us at this point. So we get that NFP print, huge to the downside. But Frank made a good point yesterday. If you missed him, I would go back and watch that. Talking about, he was on at 2:45 as always on Tuesday afternoon, talking a little bit about the simple fact that yes, it was a huge missed downside, but 175,000 jobs is still, you know, over historic times, normal for the job market in the U.S. So we have to kind of take it with perspective.
Yeah, and it's not bad. You don't want to see too much slack in the American economy either. I mean, we start talking about recessions here if we lose too many jobs. So it's not a bad look. And we've been talking about this, I think, for the past 2 years, this soft landing, whether we get it or not, and what does it look like. I mean, we had one maybe in the past in 1994, and not even everybody agrees about that. So we'll have to see. Yeah,
the frustrating thing, I think, for market participants in general is that there's no timeline.
No.
There's no guidance as to how long it's going to take. Here's Morgan Stanley. We're just looking at XLF, just about to take out these highs. Morgan Stanley already through them. Some of the other ones pretty strong as well. Wells Fargo, nice daily chart as well. These all pointing to the upside here, guys, for banks.
And thanks a lot, Brendan. Like the second you said banks, it was like, oh, Morgan Stanley 96 break. And I had the chart up. I was like locked and loaded, ready to go. And then right before he throws back to us, it's like, oh, Morgan Stanley. So, look, there was actually, I read a couple of analysts, or at least a couple of articles on the speculation of what Warren Buffett has been buying in finance that he's hiding from everybody. Some of the speculation was actually Morgan Stanley. Don't know if that's true. Maybe Berkshire is, maybe they aren't. But this gets through $96, and you can see it's got some runway to go. Obviously, the banks, and you can look at an ETF, and they're doing great. But hugging the 200 period, now hugging the 50 period after the last bounce, it looks like a pretty solid breakout. Once it can get above 96, I think it's got some room to rally. That's the one I'd be watching. And shout out to Goldcrest. We appreciate you. Goldcrest Financial. Let me get it right. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for the Qualcomm call out yesterday. Qualcomm and Intel, they're both down. Held a part position overnight and now have cashed out. So, of course, that's referring to the export license issue being revoked for Qualcomm and Intel. Obviously, Intel, like when I sat down this morning, I kind of liked short in both of them the same. But, I mean, Intel had then more bad news. I still like Qualcomm short. It's just, 81 was the level where you're able to get it breaking down yesterday, and that was resistance. Going to have to find something else on a pop. Like maybe it's that 78 that was the support level from before, but Intel clearly has two pieces of bad news, not just one.
Yeah, no, yeah, and thanks for the super chat. Like yesterday afternoon, we were short Intel. As soon as that news came out, basically, I think it must have been, oh yeah, it was right here. Yeah, 3090. Yeah, 3090. So we were short here yesterday. So great call. Thank you so much, Goldcrest, for the super chat. You know, to be able to hold it overnight would have been nice, and you're able to do that as well. So good little call out there for that play. But yep, so we're going to go through the rundown now. So I'm going to save Intel. It's a name that I'm short, looking to get more short, but it's just a pre-market. So we'll wait for a couple more minutes. Market moving around, lots to cover right now. So we've hit some big names. Let's go over in some more detail and give some trade ideas.
Let's get into a look at the overall market here to kick things off at 9 o'clock. A lot to talk about outside of that.
Down 1/3% right now, Brendo, on the ES June contract. Yesterday's closing print, 52.13. So we did reclaim 5,200 overnight or yesterday, but we're down below it right now, printing 51.94. So let's say 51.75 if we don't reclaim that 5,200 as that key area of support. If we do reclaim 5,200, look for that 52.25, the previous day's high, as that level of resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. It's super easy. Just go to the website, tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then you get the absolutely free from us to you watch list every single day. Has everything you need to know on it in the pre-market before we come on at 8:30. Here's Reddit. 12.8% right now, beating expectations across the board, sales, revenue, guidance, all three to the upside here.
There's a whole bunch of good metrics that we can talk about here, but what really is standing out and staring at me in the face is daily active users. Look at this. The street was looking for 76.6 billion. They had 82.7, almost 83 million daily active users. You gotta love that. And their ad revenue. Now we were talking about monetizing this beast because relative to its competitors, it's doing quite poorly. Revenue growth, 48% year over year on the back of more advertising sales. And we still haven't even realized the AI training aspect of the information that they have on their site, Brendo. So good luck here.
Yeah, Sean, you were pointing at that 50 area yesterday to get back above that since that IPO and debut for Reddit. Here we go.
Yeah, it was just one of those names that came with a lot of hype, right, Reddit? And we knew that there was going to be some support for the name. And then now the numbers come out and they're pretty good. It just reminded me of ARM a little bit, where we got going like crazy early and then came in, hit lower, and then kind of started basing out. Now the base wasn't that major between 40 and 45, but that's only 10%. So for an IPO in its first couple months, a 10% back and forth isn't really that much. And then boom, you get, I guess, a decent number now, record user traffic. And remember, the reason why I liked all of this was because we had super strong numbers from Meta. We know why Meta went down, because of the spend, not because of users. They had higher daily active users than they ever had. Same thing with Snapchat, adding more users, adding more users, right? Pinterest, the exact same thing. So we had all of these kind of social media type, internet, different ways of navigating. So I thought Reddit had a chance. And there it is. I mean, strong start to the year, future growth, revenue higher than expected, projections. And again, they're not a huge company, and they're not going to get that huge market cap. But for now, I think Reddit works. Now, whether or not you want to go long off this, I think this is close to the implied move. I'll have to look back to see. Hold on a second. I probably have it right here. The implied move for Reddit last night was 14%. So right there, bang. So we had this on the recap show. We had Brian Shannon. I didn't ask him about it. We talked about a few other names like Rivian and so on and so forth. But look what just happened. We bounced off 60. We didn't even get to 60 like we did, but this morning, 57, 56. I feel like that 60 right there could be a level. I'm going to stay away. It could be pretty violent here, especially off the open. But again, play back to VWAP. So let it settle down, pick a direction, and then see what happens around VWAP. That to me is the best play here today for Reddit. Or dip buys into 50, but then it has to basically go flat on the day.
I want to cut that in half. 52.
52.50?
51.50 and 52. Just because, like, when it did it had a decent run a couple of days after it got to market, and then there was, call it a dump, bouncing off 44, and then it spent a couple of days resisting 51.5, 52. So, you break back to the downside. I just think with the level of volatility or a lack of liquidity that this has, you might have to expect a little bit more of a gap fill if it takes out the low, and I'd look for that 51.5, 52 area in there on Reddit. Like, that'd be the spot. Previous resistance into support, it was the most simplistic strategy that there is, and I'd rather be looking for a buy here. There's enough names with bad news in the market down that I feel if some things are going to catch a bid, like, you'd rather they be on the right side of it to begin with, at least for myself. So Reddit I put in that category today.
All right, let's talk about Uber here. A number of things to note. You were just going through some of the headlines here on the cost side of things for Uber, but yeah, a bit of a problem here. Just double bottomed here potentially on the 15-minute chart, so just a heads up on that. But yeah, not much to say as far as positivity here for Uber.
Yeah, you'll recall that this company actually finally turned a profit and had done so for 3 quarters in a row. Now we're back into negative earnings territory again. They lost about $654 million on the quarter. That's the net loss. And they're trying to blame it on $721 million headwind, basically saying unrealized equity losses that they had to actually realize in this quarter. So not a good look here, but when you look at some of the other data points, revenue up 15% year over year, monthly active users, Brenda, almost 150 million people are using this every month, 15% year over year increase. Yeah, it's funny stuff, but I mean, strong demand for
No, I just laugh because I'm one of those.
Same.
And I still use the app and watch cabs drive by as I'm waiting for my Uber to come. So.
You know what? I don't use them as much as I used to, but I feel like I have not really had terrible experiences recently. I understand like there have been people complaining about wait times and all that stuff, but I think I've had some pretty decent success with it, and I pretty much only use them, I think, now for food delivery. You know, like we're not using DoorDash or anything like that. But if you look at this one on the daily chart, let's just pop up the daily chart. You were all, and again, you know, levels, blah, blah, blah. You're not going to always get a chance to trade off of them. I thought this was a short off of the 50 period. It didn't really get there the last couple of days, but you're already starting to base down, and you have an obvious level at 66 bucks. It's not really a flat bottom break. You're gapping through that and was only there for a couple of days. On the way up, it was a support level with some consolidation. So we get back into that level. I'm looking for the short. You've already tested it once in the pre-market on very light volume. I think there's a good chance you could test it again today. It won't be SSR or anything like that. So we get into that range. It's about 66 to 66 and a half. You can see in here at 8 o'clock. It was at that range. We get up $1 and change, and I'm looking to fade Uber. You know, Lyft, for its money, did a little bit better, but part of the reason why I think Lyft is so strong, if we're going to talk about both of them, is, you know, Lyft was lagging behind in terms of catching strength. So the fact that it's up 4% in some ways does speak to it hadn't had that fantastic run. Uber had already had the big wave of being added to the S&P 500 that it had to deal with. That brought it into some fresh highs. Lyft just didn't have as far that it had to come back to. But same thing, it's under the 50 period as well. Like I'm not a huge Lyft fan. If I had to own one, it's easy. Like I own Uber. And thankfully, yesterday I'm like, oh, you know what? I don't know if I like that Uber. And I was joking. I'm like, yeah, but if I sell some Uber, I'm supposed to put that money into Tesla because that's kind of how I do. And didn't put it into Tesla, and I'll be able to get a better price. Who knew? Didn't know about that lawsuit news coming out this morning, though.
Yeah, so for Uber, look, shout out to my friend Nelson there. If you're in the chat, shout out to you because you nailed this one. I can go back and look at the DM, and you had said, hey, look, Tesla's releasing these robo-taxis. This is not good for Uber for sure. And whether or not that has nothing to do with this current move, because we're talking current quarter or past quarter, and then look at the guide. But yeah, cannot. I mean, sloping down 50 period, heading right here to the 200. We're now looking smarter of getting out of that. We talked about this potential bump up that happened there for the S&P 500. And then for me, getting out in and around this area, it's like just like where it is now. So I missed this whole ride up to 80 bucks. But I don't really want to buy this name back. I'd rather see it at least come back into the 200 period. What we need to find are positive catalysts. So everything we're talking about are negative. And for right now, let's let Uber settle down. I mean, it's nice to see, is Lyft on? Okay, well, yeah, I mean, Lyft reported as well, but we're gonna wait to see here what happens with this name. Nice move early and then came right back in. So again, bumped up from 16.50 to 19 yesterday. And me and Adara were like, wow, that's a nice number. And Adara was saying stuff like, oh, those earnings lifted the name. Things like that. But yeah, no, so now we'll have to wait to see what happens here because this name is sleeping and Uber is going downside. So I'm negative on both of these names for now. staying away. Neither one made the sticky note, but for me on Uber, patience until 60.
Collection right now. All right, we'll talk about Shop here. First off, we are brought to you by our friends at Blue Chew. Guys, remember the good old days when you were always ready to go? Well, those days don't have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in convenient, chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. Sign up at bluechew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers and you'll receive your prescription discreetly delivered to your door within days. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and shipped directly to you. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code TraderTV at checkout. Pay $5 shipping. BlueChew.com. Remember, TraderTV. Try it for free. $5 shipping. Let's talk about Shopify. Wow, what a move here. Downside across the board. I mean, there's a lot to understand as far as the numbers are concerned specifically. Guidance, kind of in line with expectations. The one note that was maybe positive was the sales growth aspect, but market clearly not liking this one today.
Yeah, clearly not. I mean, look, they beat on the top and bottom line. Revenue, $1.9 billion instead of $1.84 the street was looking for. They also printed about 20 cents a share EPS loss. The street was looking for 17 cents, so that was a bit of a miss there. So they didn't beat on the bottom line, excuse me. But here's what really got things sent down. 50 basis point reduction in Q2 margin. The street was not looking for that as well, so that sent a big move down here, Bruno.
Yeah, it was when I first read that this morning, I thought it was 50%. I did a double take quickly and realized it was 50 basis points. This note kind of interesting as well. Gross process sales was higher than expected, 60 billion. I just lost it there, but 60 billion in process sales versus 58 expected there. So that was another positive, but ouch, 20% here.
Yeah. Someone in the chat was just like, when can you buy Shopify? I mean, anybody can do whatever they want. I mean, you just gotta, if you bought it today, you're obviously better off than if you bought it yesterday. That said, the only level on the daily chart that even remotely stands out at this point is just underneath 60 bucks. I don't have to tell you that it's gonna open up short sell restricted. My first thought usually when you gap down is short back into previous support levels. That is now $5.50 away. The 200 period and $68. So you are a ways away from like an obvious level that's like, okay, that's kind of like an Alamo area that I would short back into. I mean, it's just what it has to do to get there is pretty spectacular. So you might be testing that 60 bucks before long. And if you do, it could still break 60 and be holding this gap area. When the nice run started on earnings last year in November, mid-November it was. So I think you have a decent chance to test that at $60. I'll look for it. It'd have to be like a false break because really that level's 59.60, but not a great look for Shopify. The guide, like you can't be missing the guidance by that much in this environment and expect not to do well. Although 19%, didn't see that coming. Like I wasn't sitting here thinking Shopify was going to do fantastic or blow things out of the water. I didn't have a strong opinion about it, but yeah, if you told me like what could be down 20% yesterday, I might have said, oh, I could see Rivian down 20%. I could see that. I just didn't really think Shop would do this.
Shout out here in the chat one more time to Ben A. You're welcome for the Intel short. I mean, so far it's so good. Again, the sticky note is now out. You guys can go find that. And it is, again, as it was written right here, as we talked about it early. We actually wrote this down before here. We'll try shorting ahead of 30. We wrote this down before we were even in the position. And then as we wrote this part, we were already in. So here in the pre-market, we like to short to this one. It's up 8 days, the last 25. My target out is $30.25 if this thing gets nasty. So, good look in there for you, Ben. And again, you have to hit the key, right? I can give the trade, but you guys have to put it on. So, congratulations so far. Congratulations. I mean, you're in the game now. The stock's not moving. I am bidding for a dime down here if we can get to that low, and then hopefully break lower. So the thing about Intel, Okay, it's not on the board, but again, Neil just talked about Shopify. I have the same feelings of that one. Let that one settle down. At least a 3-day play for that. Could be heading lower. But Intel, again, with a red market, I feel like the claws can come out because NVIDIA yesterday, you know, we had a down day. We've had a couple down days now. Let's see, well, into today. Let's see if this will continue to bounce in and around these highs and then back down into 800. So I'm looking for an NVIDIA short as well. That's another sticky note name, but I got to go get a water. So let's go back over to the desk and see what's up next with Tesla. We like that name.
Yeah, not today. Unfortunately, downside 2 days in a row. Yeah, pretty ugly yesterday. We actually closed right at day lows, just noting. Here we go again. This was yesterday, if you remember, a brief shutdown here, a couple of days for Giga Berlin for some upgrades. So that kind of kicked off a bit of the selling that came in early on yesterday. And then we get this pre-market this morning. U.S. prosecutors looking into the possibility of wire fraud when it comes to FSD. So big move down here so far.
Another day, another investigation into Tesla, so we'll have to see what pans out from there. Also coming out from the other side there in China, looks like as if, you know, what was made about full self-drive being a thing there may not come to fruition as quickly as once anticipated. It looks as if the Chinese government wants to get Tesla to get approval first before collecting and transferring all that FSD data into its system. So down about 1.5% right now, Brenda.
Yeah, it's been a while here for Tesla to the downside. I was just going to zoom out a little bit, but just quickly on this one as well, I saw a couple people mention Boot, B-O-O-T. There was a, who was it? Spruce Point Capital, short note on B-O-O-T. So not a lot of volume, but this one down, what is it? Better part of $10 here, pre-market for B-O-O-T.
Oof. Yeah, I don't know what that's all about, but Tesla, we do know what's going on here, and not all of this is going to be new. Like these were concerns that have already been there. So in some ways, there's a degree that this could be priced in. That said, like I was looking short for this name anyways in the first place. Like I put it in the same bucket as Intel. Like I was already looking short Intel. It had bad news last night, just liked it even more. Then it gapped down, so I liked it again. It retook a 30 level. We'll probably get into it in a second. Like I didn't like shorting it because it was underneath 30, but once it goes through 30, confirming down, I'm going to get into that trade. I think Tesla, I feel the same way. I sat down thinking 178. You know, it's support at 178, close 178. It was chilling out in the 75, 76 range. I'm shorting it into that price. Now you just got to make a bit of an adjustment. It's got a gap fill that you can kind of see in here that it just put in. If it can't get back above $173, just go from level to level. If it can't get back above $173, then I'd be looking short. Rivian's going to be on radar, obviously, today, but Tesla, 73. If it breaks out from there, yeah, I'd let it get back into the previous close. If it goes green today, I'd be a little bit surprised about that for Tesla. So down 3.5%. Investigation not necessarily good, but remember, it was kind of trend down. Well, I'd almost say 2 days in a row because unless you were, look, the long on Monday at 9:30 was spectacular, but by the time you got to 10 o'clock, it was lower highs, gap down, fade on a pop. And even the day before, like they really are fading every single buy event at the open on this stock. And when you see that happen every single day, where you get a big push up at 9:30, some kind of push up at 9:30, and then it just kind of sells off for the rest of the day, well, you know what you'd like to be doing in that first 15 to 20 minutes. You can win on that long, but if you get the short, then you can be in it all day. And yeah, if you can be in a winning trade and then get to hold it all day for a winner, that's obviously much better than just getting a quick 5-minute, 10-minute runner. So I'm going to be shorting pops in Tesla.
All right, Rivian along the same lines here to the downside as well. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 negative notes here on Rivian coming off their earnings as well. On a miss. Just before we get into that, wanted to mention this one as well. Snapchat down here significantly to 1630 right now. There was an offering, $650 million in convertible senior notes announced for Snapchat. So anyone looking at that one this morning, again, 650 million in convertible senior notes announced for SNAP under some pressure, as is Rivian.
All right, we talked about the top and bottom line, how they did with earnings, Rivian, and their planned delay for their Georgia plant for the R2. So we already discussed that. The other thing that we didn't discuss is they're actually lowering their capital expenditures about $500 million to about $1.2 billion total for 2024. Initially, they had looked to spend a lot more than that on their plants and as well as revamping some of their production lines for the newer models, but that we'll have to wait. So kind of a tougher look here.
Yeah, quick reversal yesterday off that Apple question mark headline. Comes all the way back to where it was the prior day, and now we've got to give back most of last week, guys, on this earnings move.
Yikes. Yeah, for Rivian, like I said, it's actually down that 6%. It might have been fortunate that there was a lot to chew through because it had gapped up yesterday. So that's a good,
There's a lot to blue chew through.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's not a good thing. It's just it could be a much lower price if not for all of that overnight buy action the other day. You're back underneath the 50 period. The trend is unbroken here. You're so far away from $10.50 that the only thing to work for, you got 10 on any pop. I just want to be looking short pops. It closed twice at about $10.25. This close might be closer to 30. So if it were to break 10 even, it still has to get through. I like double closes. Closing price is significant. If it closes at the same price twice in a row, if I'm looking in one direction, then I want to trade off of that in that direction. So I'm not really thinking the long here, unless Rivian's down in the 8s. I mean, if it gets down into the $8 range, that's where the support was for a while, down about $8.25, $8.30. So unless you're down there, I'm not really thinking about the buy. I think you could get a nice relief rally once it's at about $8.50 into the 8.25, but that's $1 away here. That'll stock could be way more than 10% down, which is part of the reason I thought it could have been down more. It would have seemed so natural that if it's bad, you just retest the prior support, which it sat at for half a month, and I think it's going to get there again.
All right, just setting up some orders right now. And you know what? I don't have any orders to go on Rivian, but we'll talk about it. We traded this yesterday, and we've been negative on the EV space for a minute, right? I mean, we haven't really traded Lucid in a long time, I feel like, over here on the show. But we do look at Rivian, good volume, 1.57 million. Again, even more than Ford or GM or anything like that. I indicated that 52-week low was $8.26. We're not going to get anywhere near there. But it was just more the loss, right? I mean, the loss was $1.48 when they were expecting $1.25. So again, just blowing through cash despite strong production figures. So at some point, I guess we just wait for that 57,000 number to grow to 87, to grow to 97, and then they'll start to hopefully be able to get that EPS into the green. I don't know how long that's going to take, but again, good guidance, 57,000 total units of production. We know that if they can get that done and they keep reaffirming that, then that's the right step. They have more demand than they can produce. That's generally a good sign for a business. Smarter people than I are hopefully running this thing, and they can get it all figured out. So as long as demand stays there, I know for firsthand that they're a pretty hot car. People like them. Let's see what winds up happening here with Rivian. They are a potential buyout target because they also have the van business as well. So don't forget about Amazon and some of the tie-ups. Not that they're going to get bought out by Amazon, but that they have the contracts to produce these electric vehicles, vans on the road for the behemoth that is Amazon.
They need those municipal, Randy was talking about this. You get those municipal contracts, like all those trucks running around, utilities, parks, in basically every city. And a lot of them are going electric. Trust me, they're all going electric in the next however many years. But Rivian just starts to need to land some of those. But then they got to still produce and make money.
So the problem is that the minute that they figure it out, what if Tesla just says, "Oh, we're going to do a little pickup van"?
Exactly.
And then all these companies just buy Teslas because they can get 100,000 of them delivered tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but back to this. Imbalance is out.
All right, guys, we are talking about trading IPO flips. Today, we're talking about SPACs, IPOs, and direct listings all week. In case you're wondering what a flip is, we're talking about taking the IPO long and short based on technical levels. Check that out with Adara and I today on How to Trade at 11.
I don't think I've heard the IPO flip. I like that.
Yeah, the flip up.
Speaking of IPOs, Reddit,
The
recent
flipping it.
IPO, that's a big one for sure. There's some imbalances that just dropped. I mean, it's 925, so you're going to get a few out there. Palantir, nothing over $1 million. Palantir, 770,000 to buy. That's a day 2 play. Uber, 700,000 to sell. It's obviously not that great. iSun's a penny stock, so who cares? NIO's only 460,000. I just saw Intel, and now it's gone. But I mean, either way, it was
up.
No, it was.
Oh, there it is. It's a bid. It's 87,000.
Yeah, it was a second ago. It was 300 and something thousand. Now it's 87. So the only ones that stand out, Uber 700,000 to the sell side, and we know they're under a little bit of pressure here after a miss on top and bottom. So what do we got going here? Look, Tom Canty. No, I didn't say all new vehicles would be EV. I'm just saying eventually. I'm talking about municipalities, and especially in North America. Eventually, you're going to have a lot of the cities. I think most of them, just the way things are going, they're probably going to have electric vehicles. When you think about like those types of utilities, they're not driving very far. Usually, it's like a Parks and Rec thing. They service like whoever's right around. So some of the concerns about range and all that aren't a big deal for some of those municipal vehicles. I know for sure they're already talking about it here in some local municipalities. Shop is trying to go. Go Shopify. It's up $1, which. It's got a ways to go, but the Shopify down 18%. It's going to open up SSR. So if you could get a spike to the upside almost immediately, I was saying 68.5, 68.5 is the area that I'm looking for a fade in Shopify. Just want to also mention, I know we're in Intel, but Qualcomm was the other one that got that Huawei news back into previous lows. And this is just at when the news came out, it got to 179. So that's all you have to work off of. If that were to pop into 179, I also like that one for the fade. Still have some time in here. Tesla, it's trying to get to the upside, down 3.5%. Looking at 73. If it breaks this, I'd probably fade that one in front of yesterday's close as well.
All right, so here's 18,000 on the market. I mean, I feel like we have to get down to there and just test it. It's such a psychological thing. I like 18,000 there. Intel's starting to go upside a little bit on that buy imbalance. What's up, Brendan?
Heads up on Boeing here. It looks like a cargo plane has crashed upon landing in Turkey this morning. Just reading a note here. It was a FedEx cargo plane, so not much on this yet, but it was took off from Charles de Gaulle in Paris. So just a heads up on Boeing.
Nothing happening, which seems to be good. Hopefully there's no,
Hopefully,
hopefully it's on land. What do you say, on landing? So that's probably okay. So let's hope for the best on that one. Boeing's
Boeing.
Like you mentioned, it seems like every day, man. All right, so there it is. We did reload this name at $30.10. Not reloaded it, but just got more shares as we wait to see what's going to happen here with Intel. Now you can see my average price really isn't changing that much. We're taking smaller shares, so just trying to figure it all out as we go here. So Intel, still like the short. We're now double the shares that we had initially, and that's why we have this price. So let's not wait to see. We've doubled our position on Intel, but if we break above like 30, now I see this is at 30.30, maybe 30.30. I wrote down 30.25. I don't want to be Intel for very long. If it breaks, I don't want to be in Intel, okay, for very long.
I've done that one.
Yeah, if it breaks, like 30.30, 30.40, something like that, we're going to get out of this name.
I have 25 as my resistance
Yeah,
level.
25 is what I wrote down.
Because that was after the if you look at it 8 o'clock, that was like the first bump up. It got to 25. I wanted to just quickly before we open up here, GameStop still has that triple top at $17.50. It's not that close to it, but I mean, GameStop has done this before. So we mentioned this in the afternoon show. And in the last couple of days, it's the same triple top now 3 days in a row for GME. And if you want to squeeze, you have to break out resistance like that. So 17.5 going to be in play for me today on GameStop. Doesn't mean it happens today. Could happen tomorrow. You never know. But what is about to happen is the bell's going to get rung for this Wednesday in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. I feel like that was a little anticlimactic.
Well, we're open. Okay, so here we go. A little uneventful, but it's all good,
Boom.
baby. Here we go. It is Intel starting to go back up into $30 and 15 cents goes Intel off that open imbalance buy. So now we'll wait. We were waiting at 30.20. We just talked about some key levels that we like there as well. Doesn't get that high, but almost does. Gets to $30.15. Let's see if some Intel runoff will happen right now. In the next name is NVIDIA. I like this name. I'm sitting in and around 907 to see if we can get a bump up for NVIDIA. We just cracked up to 900, but did not break. So watch out for that one. Other than that, man, Tesla's down about 4% and still going lower, it looks like, trying to break through 171. So watch out for that one. It's 170.60 is the local bottom there for Tesla, but I'm not in anything other than that Intel that we had talked about there. So.
Shop's still trying to get to the upside. It's nowhere near that 66 just yet. And Rivian, yeah, you can forget maybe the short the pop, at least for now. I'm going to cancel. If you break the low of the day and I cancel my short that needs it to break up toward $10, just going to have to reassess and play it by ear. Pre-market highs are sitting at $9.70
Okay, come on, Intel.
On Shopify. Sorry, not Shopify. I mean Rivian. So Rivian already headed to the downside. I'm bidding pre-market lows because it makes sense, but I'm going to get something in the 90s. The low 90s as well on Intel. I'd mentioned GameStop breaking higher if it took out 17.5. No move to the upside there. So we're going to have to play the patience game. As what is moving big? NVIDIA 900, apparently. Right back to the 900 level. All roads lead to testing this 900, it seems, on a daily basis. It's so far away from afternoon resistance. That's another $8 from here. Bless.
Yeah, I'm still, Palantir is going all the way up. Thanks for that, Palantir. Yesterday couldn't do this. Well, it did do this yesterday, which was the problem. It went up and then it came back and I was like, all right, let's wait to see. But for right now, I'm going to be hands off of Palantir, waiting for that dip into 21-ish. Maybe we can use 21.50, but I just want to keep that on everybody's mind. Intel's still not doing anything. I put an order to break Tesla low through 170 if that happens. So we'll take a small position here on a break through 170. I just like the momentum here in the name, obviously down 4%. I said we're short Tesla until we get a 180. And until that, I feel like this momentum, here we go. It looks like we're going to get short. Looks like the momentum will continue in Tesla. But as we wrote down on the sticky note, everything can change if the market changes, right? Like if we get down to 18,000 and actually bounce, that's something. All right, here we go. I'm bidding 90s. Oh, I got it to
fill 90.
Yeah, I got it to fill 92 or 93. 93 there. Now 90s. So again, we doubled. This is what we're talking about. We doubled up our position there on Intel pre-market. Sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. But so far, so good there as we like that name. And I apologize. I mean, I don't apologize, but I'm not into anything yet. The other name that I want to look at quickly, and I'll throw it back over to you, is going to be Alibaba. I like the 79 short. Almost got there, got to 78.50 on Baba, now just hovering around. So,
and nothing
Amazon, yeah, what is the market?
We got one fill in Intel. It still could take the lows, which I think, that's going to have to be down at the 80s. But Uber in here, it tried to get to that 66, 66.5 area and immediately reversing. I don't want to chase bottoms here. Rivian, I'm now looking to short off the pre-market highs. It broke down. This is not the pre-market highs, the lower highs right here, about 967. That'll be about 10 cents, 15 cents worth of risk on Rivian because I like the $10 level just a little bit better. It was so close to getting QCOM on a pop, and it's still kind of trending back up here, but I was sitting just in front of 179. It got to 178.5, so got to be patient. There is some strength. The market's trying to make a little bit of a bid, and shout out to everyone in the chat that pointed out the runner yesterday in the morning was actually Amazon, and Amazon making a bit of a run to the upside.
That's hilarious.
But I'm watching Tesla for that was not one of the things I wanted to short. Tesla was, and that just came to pre-market highs. Your eggs smell delicious there, Sharif, as usual.
Yeah, man. All right, so it's funny that you mentioned Amazon. We just got into Amazon. We had Amazon long the last couple days. I'm playing the short now on Amazon. So let's just see what winds up happening here against that high of 188 and change. I mean, just a nice little bounce off right off of there. We do have that high of 189. look, we had a nice little candle to the downside there. Let's see if Amazon wants to sing. And right now, oh baby, she's singing quite loud and quite nicely as there goes Amazon to the downside. Looks like we'll see a little bit here. We don't want to stack too much cash early in case we're right and this thing really cracks. But there it is right there. We'll start the day off with a nice 2-for-2 little shout out for my Amazonian friends over there, because now we'll wait to see what happens. We're short Amazon 187.90 back there, Obi. I hope Obi approves of that one. Right now it is 50 cents. How could he not approve of a 50-cent winner? So there it is right there. Starting it off here today. Let's see what happens. 2 outs there. Again, a little early to be celebrating too much. It's 9:35, but take some off and reward yourself.
Too early.
Yeah, no, it's never too early to take profit, but I mean, I don't know if Amazon's actually going to tank here.
A little birdie told me that if you don't take profit, you don't win in the markets. And that birdie was reality and facts. I mean, whatever. It's an obvious thing to say, but you still have to do it. So I wanted Tesla for a fade, and obviously things changed when that lawsuit came. So lower high here, 172. I grabbed on the way back down, ended up 66s. I scalped a 50-cent move, and it's catching a bit of a bid. Sorry, it caught a bid at 9:30 at $170. So I'm going to get this out at 170 because that's like a flat level break at 170. And if it bounces a second time, I do want to get out of that one. We'll go over to, I mentioned Uber was making a little bit of a move to the upside. Still not really breaking into the resistance that I'd like to see. So let's be patient here. Uber down 7%, but catching another bid.
All right, we put another bid on Amazon at 50. Hopefully it gets down into there. Or did I put it at 50 or 40? Maybe it was 30 something. Anyways, we're going to wait for that one. Intel, a couple good fills down there again. We already talked about that one. Let's go over and have a quick look at Palantir. Oops, PLTR. I should definitely know that symbol. There it is. It was so funny. Like, I can't even learn from yesterday. That's the craziest part. That we said, oh my God, here goes Palantir. It's ripping up. Oh, but wait a minute. That's exactly what it did yesterday.
What?
And then it did this yesterday. And now today is today. So there goes Palantir all the way back down into 21.20 again.
Note to self, do not buy until it makes a low.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Let stock make low.
Daryl, what's up, Daryl? 164 average on Shopify. Good little play there on this beleaguered Canadian, I guess, commerce play at some point. Again, help you build your websites. Was that a call for Brendo, by the way?
I think so.
All right, let's go.
You have Teva Pharmaceutical popping up here. TEVA, nice move off the open on an earnings. Sales beat, but EPS miss here for TEVA, up about 11%, guys.
Teva, huh? So Rivian just made, oh, no, it's still going to the downside. It's Tesla that made the up move. We did scalp out halfway. It holds a higher low.
Look at Amazon,
Adhere to the stop as it goes up, so make sure you stay green. Make sure you adhere to your stop every single time. I got to get some Rivian. It's going to have to be VWAP in here. 950 as Rivian continues to fall to the downside. I have another bid in front of the low on Intel. I wasn't going to take more out in front of 90s, but there's a buyer at 90s. 91, 92. Can't seem to get past there. I'll take another leg out there. But Rivian, which we did want short, I don't want to chase it too far, but we're going to have to get something in front of that 950 level, it looks like.
I mean, what are we even talking about here? Look at Amazon as well. I mean, it's so far so good. Again, we only have 2 plays on board right now. I'm just logging in here I forgot to pay for some shorts or get logged in case I need some. All right, so good fill. I mean, for now, we take a 50 period there. That was out at, I remember I told you 50, but it was 34s, so we got a 36 fill, sorry there. Now here's a bump back up to the upside now for Amazon again. Another fill down there on Intel. I'm not sure this one's going to work, actually. I thought this would be, and I say that, and then you watch, probably going to tank, but I feel like it should have gone down already a little bit more there. But with this moving up, this just makes me think about what NVIDIA could possibly be doing. And here we go. We are at 907, and I'm just going to put out a stop now. If we break through 910, I just don't want to be stubborn about the stop, because that's where I get carried away. It's like, I like the trade, but then maybe it's going to work, maybe it's not. Let me get back in, let me not. And then next thing you know, I'm more confused than I even am right now. So that's something that I'm going to wait. Look at that move down there for NVIDIA. Good one there. Hopefully that can print us on Amazon, which right now is a nice one. Good little trade there, 50 cents in the money. We'll see if we can get even lower than that. I liked Apple short, but the thing, and I said this to Sharif actually today, I said I think Apple trades lower, sideways to lower from now until the developers conference. That was such a great move up to 185. Yeah, Sharif, I'd rather it go higher though, as I think we both would. But everybody in the world would, I think, if you're invested. But 185. I mean, a lot of people are short Apple actually. So 185 right there, including my guy Obi in the back. You can't even say Apple without this guy hitting the sell sign. But right there, 185. We got to get above there to change, right? And so that's something there for Apple. We had that bet today, Neil. What do you think? Apple 200 first or Tesla 200 first? What would you say?
Apple.
Apple, that's what I said as well. So we had a couple Tesla.
Who said Tesla?
Adara said Tesla, and Obi said Tesla.
Okay.
And Ramin is now on the clock for a guess as well. I want to hear Ramin's guess. Apple, which right now is at 182. And we got to get back to trading, so I don't know. And Tesla's at 172. Ramin, let me know in my ear what your pick is, and then we're going to put it as a poll. So, and then I want to know Bears versus Bulls as well. So I want to know Bears versus Bulls answer and Ramin's answer, and then we'll put it as a poll. But for right now, poll be damned. What is sliding down a poll? And no, it's not your favorite Friday night. It is Amazon making a move down to the downside right now. So here we go for Amazon, taking a little dip, and let's see if we can get a little lower. We're bidding 187.
Oh, that's an ominous number, that's for sure. But guess what bounced pretty much exactly off that 51.5 and is right there again? It's going to be Reddit. Reddit calming down. Actually, the spread's not bad on the stock. Liquidity's, I say it's really not that bad on Reddit here. It's just back above the 52. I wanted to look for a dip buy in here. So we've got it now off a higher low. Now, because I missed this little move right in the first time, clearly we're trading a couple of other things at that moment. I'm going to give it to the higher low. That's 51.70s or so on RDDT. Reddit, nice mover. One of the few names that was actually up on earnings, so that I would look to buy the dip. It bounced pretty much in exactly the zone I wanted. So I'm going to give it just underneath that 51.70. Shopify, if you're looking for a bounce, here it goes. So Shopify was born SSR this morning and continues to be. If it makes a run at that pre-market high, still want to fade Shopify, but we have to let it get up there. And I don't know what we're doing with Rivian. At some point, maybe I just have to short the low of the day, because Rivian is at the low of the day. The stock is terrible. You can't even get a pop. You can't even get a pop to go short. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that stock is very, very terrible. So, oops, I just canceled my NVIDIA offer by accident. Did I? Yes, I did. Okay, I got to put that back. It was at 9. Okay, new position. Right now we are short. Tesla is in the building right now again. So we'll see what happens here with Tesla. Good little short up here. Well, I don't know if it's good or not. We're short at 15s here for Tesla as it's trying to pull back down a little bit. Just a couple hundred shares. We'll see if it goes to the downside now or not. We'll take a little bit out here on Tesla. There we go. We're out of about half of that position. Again, when we're trading, in this share size, I mean, we could trade higher, but at this point, if we could just start to add in a little bit into our net, we'll do that right now for Tesla. So let's start bidding a little bit. We got that against the high right there of 50. My stop is already in. So let's see if Tesla can go to the downside a little. I'm taking a little bit more right now. I was bidding 70s there. I'm going to take something out at 80 on that level as it just bumps right back up. So let's be careful. Like I said, out of half, this probably goes the market. If we turn, we know we like Tesla short. So this is worth, in my opinion, throwing a little bit of money at it. Amazon still 50 cents in the money and already taken some profit here on Tesla. But a break above that high and we fly high, no lie. We out of here. It's Tesla. And by the way, also, Ramin goes Apple. So we got, well, there it is. Are we out? Nope, we're almost out. It was a little bit, a couple more pennies break higher, and we will be out. There it is, out of that Tesla. So we'll slap a fail on it. We did get out of half. We wind up losing net on everything 15 cents. So still an L on Tesla there, but we did lose 15 cents on that play. Net. So because I can see my net, and we don't tell you the P&L, but I've got that math figured out. So that was that there on Tesla.
Yeah, that was that 8 o'clock high. I shorted that same level as well, just to just be clear. Like, I still like the short in Tesla, but might have to wait for 178 or one of those levels. There was a quick question about a firm. A firm tried to break out. It is reversing in here, and I just wanted to very, very quickly. A firm underneath 36.70 is a problem because it's 3 days in a row that it has failed that price. If it can't punch through there, this looks like a short to me. If it gets through 36.70, it's probably even a breakout. I'd be willing to go long a firm through 36.70, but until it breaks that price, I think it's a short. Dara.
Another earnings name to keep an eye on. This one here, a small cap, Innodata, INOD, short float of just over 10% here. Did report an earnings beat, including unexpected profit this morning. So nice move here for INOD, trying to make new day's highs and strong volume, guys.
All right. Another shot if we can get to 174. So I'm going to wait for that to happen now. So in and out of Tesla, they're not great. All right, so we'll wait. But what has been good is right now we have our first dollar club. So here goes Tesla. Here goes Amazon making that move back down in there. So for some reason, this name today wants to get hit. And hey, wait a second, I'm not bidding down there? Oh, I thought I was bidding 187. All right, I think I was. I canceled some of my orders, but it doesn't matter. Here we go. Here comes Amazon. This is, I mean, come on. Once, twice, thrice. I mean, we hit this name short side, Amazon. We talk about that. When you believe something, trade something. I believed Tesla was a short. I hit it. Same way, we believe this is a short. We hit it. There goes Amazon to the downside. Remember what I said? A 15-cent hit on Tesla net. Right? Honest, that's what it was. Now, when you're taking $1, something like that on Amazon, it puts the risk to reward a little bit more into perspective. So, so far so good. It's a green day here, and we are having the time of our life.
Watch out for Intel. It's coming right back into those 10s. So I still like it underneath that pre-market highs, no matter what. And if it breaks that pre-market high, we get out. I should have just got into a firm when we mentioned that one.
Told you about Meta.
It just flushed through that VWAP. So I'm going to short the first available pop in a firm. It was looking like a breakout earlier, as you can see, but underneath that triple top, going to be nasty and nice. I can get mine, my vote in there. Most people are saying Apple.
People are getting to the voting very fast.
They're all over it. But there's two of the options are Tesla or Apple. So really, it's like mostly
There's two Apple options?
Yes, it's Tesla, Apple. I didn't read it. It says something else.
Okay, well now it's pretty much Ramin's an insider. Come on, at least capitalize her name. You know, put some respect. Oh, she wrote it. Okay. My bad. See how I had her back there though? You know, I was trying to be like, yo, put some respect on her name, but she put it on her own name. All right, so I selected Apple Clean, but if I saw this, I would have selected that. But Apple Clean there.
I had already.
So we'll select Apple, but the best part about Tesla is the activity and the volatility behind Tesla. There's a lot of stories that could come out basically at any time, including like, oh, my bad. Yeah, China, we cool. Then you get back to $200 almost immediately. I don't think that's how China operates, like that kind of terminology, but we'll wait to see.
Well, if anything, they said pump the brakes on the automated driving.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if they come back and are like, yeah, all good.
They said the other way.
Yeah, then we could have a problem. But there's Tesla. We said about shorting the 174. It almost got to us right there, to be honest with you. 170, 173.57. I'm at the 75 level. So I'm at 3/4, 173.75 against this level. We're dollar. I mean, this is a big trade right here. So, Jerome's phoning because we just got NVIDIA. Okay, Jerome, I see. I got to be worried about this position. All right, so right there, he just wanted to remind me. Of course, he watches the show. Shout out to you, Jerome. Thank you for letting me know that we just got NVIDIA flying in right there. He's like, look, man, I told you we may potentially be cutting rates soon. Do not short the market. Okay, well, we have an offer to get out if this trade is wrong up at 9.10. So we already talked about not being so foolish about said position. We'll average in a little bit there, maybe at 909 and change, but watch out now. Do not stand in the way, says Mr. Powell, of this behemoth. So let's wait to see here. I'm here for this. 908 right now, a nice little level here. Tesla also could be getting short soon. Here it comes back to the downside. The thing is, my P&L shows negative, but we could have got out there because the spread right now is a juicy one at 80 cents. Right there, it's a face slapper. Now let's get down to the downside here if we can go a little bit lower. I told you, Jerome, we all good. There's another fill for $1. So right now, there it is, man. Hit the reload on that one, and let's get down right now. Hey, Miss Adara, sorry for leaving you hanging, but it's a $2 winner on NVIDIA.
Microsoft here, watch out for this. This is circulating right now, though it was released via the White House earlier today, but now Microsoft announcing a $3.3 billion investment in Wisconsin. Up into 2026, they're going to be investing that $3.3 billion over the course of the years ending in 2026, but basically saying that it's going to be spurring AI innovation and economic growth. White House initially announcing this, but now Microsoft has officially announced this as well. MSFT investment in Wisconsin, guys.
Okay, I thought I heard that overnight, but
Green Bay.
Go Green Bay, go Brewers and trade us Christian Yelich. Thank you very much. That'd be really nice. The Jays need something. I'm a fan. I got Qualcomm. We said we'd be on the offer of this in front of that news price, the Huawei news. It was 181 was the absolute top. You had a 180 close price, so we're short in front of that 180 level at 79.56. Intel came back to that 3010 level as well. But the big flyer, just to update, I know a lot of people are yelling and screaming about Meta. Meta's doing it again. Meta was like the only long yesterday in the afternoon that was any good for me that wasn't GameStop. And it feels like it wants to make a run breaking out yesterday's highs, which is 471. It's got to get back above that price, or I'd be looking at something like a VWAP. But at this point, with the market almost green, still going back to what we wanted to do. We're sitting in Intel, which is back underneath 30. That's good, but just got into Qualcomm. I'm going to get some out once it breaks 179. VWAP's down at $178 as well. So watch out. I just keep hearing Shopify in my ear every 2 seconds.
I know their call. The call's on.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so the conference call is on for Shopify. Maybe that's why Shopify is not doing anything. Shopify back and forth here, hasn't broken highs, hasn't made a run at the lows. I still think it's going to be a good move. I wanted to short off the pre-market highs, but I'm glad I'm not in it because I don't like being in things when the call's on, so good luck.
All right, we have a huge trade again, man. This time we got reloaded on NVIDIA. Look at that trade. We just got short at 909.30s. So here we go, $2. Let's see if it wants to drop from here. Let's wait to see what's going on here. We just took a couple more outs. Again, this probably, I mean, with the market doing what the market's doing, we have to take profit. All right, it's going to break higher. I was hoping the market would bounce off of this. Watch out now for this trade. We are short at 908.70, so we're another $2 in. $1 in right now. The net is going crazy here. All right, Palantir. We talked about waiting for this one, so let's go, man. All right. We're $1. We're huge. Look at this Amazon trade. I don't know where to go right now for you guys. We have Amazon's $1. We have Intel's pretty nice. We have Nvidia's $1.34. We have Palantir. We're going 4 for 4 right now, and they're all kicking. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, despite losing on Tesla. So far, so good here. It's a monster day. I hope you guys are having a good one. We battled back, man. Yesterday we got kicked in the face. Today we're sort of starting to do well. It's only 9.53. We need a little bit more. Let's see what happens now. It's trading, and this is what it's all about.
Yeah, just need some follow through on some of these moves. The market's still pressing to go green. When it's pressing to go green, I'm still working some shorts. Just 2 quick updates. Come to the chart quick, Ram. Oh, sorry, it's Fabian. Rivian came out. It broke that pre-market high, just wicked it. I'm going to go for the short again off of that pre-market top. It's the opening range high that it just took out. And looking for the reload in Qualcomm. It's not really giving it to me at the same price. So if it makes lower highs, that's good for a short. If it makes lower highs, that's good for a short, but it also means you might not be able to get the same print that you did before. Intel is holding $30. It's battling this $30 level. Cannot get filled at the top at 30.15. 30.10 is basically the best price you can get, and then bids in the low 29s is going to be the play. The other thing that's day two that is SSR going is Disney. Disney's on a relief rally. It was this, Datadog, Palantir, and a couple of other ones putting in some nice higher lows. I think if it tests VWAP, I think you want to grab that one on some kind of a dip, because if the market keeps going, I like those plays. I got to cancel this Affirm short. Affirm just already dropped $2, so if Affirm gets back to VWAP, it has to move $2 to get there. I'd make a judgment call whether I still like it if it goes $2 from these lows. I'll look for some other kind of a short there in Affirm. Did miss the opportunity back through VWAP here.
All right.
Oh, GameStop.
Yeah. We're back. I mean, honestly, we just got out at 905.50 on that NVIDIA trade. That's a $4 winner. Just very, very silently putting these numbers up right here. Amazon, $1. Intel, we took a little bit of, oh no, we did not. I thought we took more bids right here. I'm getting tired of Intel, to be honest with you. Palantir, there we go. Sorry about that. I just got to fill out O's. I was telling you that I was trying to do that. We'll wait for NVIDIA. Now if it breaks above, we should be fine. I mean, with the slippage, I don't know, but a couple outs there as we still hold half of our reloaded position there for NVIDIA, just in case we're right and the market does finally go to the downside. But as we had mentioned, it's not looking like a downside push for the market right now, which has been pretty amazing that we've had Amazon all the way down there today. So that's going to be a big trade for me. And then Palantir, we were very, very patient with this. So we've got to 21. We're making some money back, but not like yesterday. If it goes, it goes. We still need a little lower to get too excited about Palantir. So that's why I wound up getting out. When the market is on a beeline like this, straight to the upside, and Palantir can't even get going off of a bottom that I like, then I'm going to be hard pass for now on PLTR. So that's what I'm doing. Hopefully we'll be able to do a little bit more damage on that name, but for now we're out of more than half of Palantir, as I'm not in love with this play. I mean, this NVIDIA play to me is going to be hot fire. I don't have any more bids. Let's see how far this name can go down. Can we not get back to where we were at the open, 900, if not even lower than that? That would be a monster for me, and we're going to hold out to see if we can do that. So down there for NVIDIA, wholesale inventory is coming up. So far, so good. What's going on over there?
Yeah, a couple minutes until we get wholesale inventory. Had a cough there. Wholesale inventory is a couple of minutes. It's not a gigantic number, but we should have it on the radar. The next time Intel gets under 30, I'm going to take a couple more legs out. It's putting in very subtle higher lows. Uber turning right around. My screen's doing it again.
Yep.
Can someone check the connection to my screen?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Okay, fine.
Well, yeah, they could check it.
Yeah, it's just it keeps blacking out, and it's like my trading screen.
Blackout.
But 67 on Uber does end up holding. You got a nice upward trend, but this is pretty much where we wanted to be playing it. If I'm not getting any more Qualcomm up here, can't seem to get through 179.5. I do like Uber at this price. The high is 67.22, so I would give any short into that level, but it's got to be above 66.5 for the risk to reward to work. So I need something in here that's going to give me less than 50 cents worth of risk. You got VWAP, 50 cents lower from there on Uber. I already mentioned what we got to do with Intel, and that's the next time it's under 29, get more than one fill. If it drops under, I take one fill and then just holding, like somehow I should be holding 80% of the position when it's not really moving. But we'll take a little bit more out next time. And Affirm, yeah, so if you want to short the next pop or the next consolidation, it's still just dropping. Not much to sink your teeth into unless you're willing to take out those lows. I do want this one to the south side after it failed 36.70, but VWAP is $1.70 away on Affirm. It was up, but not so much anymore.
Okay. Yeah, we'll wait for these numbers. I mean, these numbers are going to be coming out right now if we go over and have a quick look to see what exactly we're waiting for. It is, wholesale sales for March, wholesale inventories for March. Expected minus 0.4 on the inventory and the sales 2.3 prior. So we'll wait to see if we can get a report on that so far. As we had mentioned, Shopify in play today, down 20% off earnings. Oh, I got a water. I got to drink more water. I have a splitting headache again here today. I don't know why. All right, let's. Maybe it's a low ceiling. No, it was raining last night. Maybe.
Weather is going to be changing.
Meta to 180. I mean, Meta to 180. Meta
180?
No. Meta to 480. Yeah, 480. Remember last week when I was like, oh, Meta's going to be at 470? All right, what's up, Adara, for numbers?
Just waiting for these numbers here at 10 a.m. Expecting the wholesale inventories month over month. Consensus, and so we got it exactly in line here. Negative 0.4%, exactly in line with the consensus and the forecast. So this is a bit of a drop from the previous month of positive 0.5. SPY not reacting too much here. Both the SPY and the NASDAQ slightly down on the day. So a bit of a move down and then trying to move back up here in the first half hour of open. A lot of today, though, is going to be the market reacting to earnings, including those from Upstart. Initially falling to the downside here on weaker than expected Q2 revenue forecast, but they did beat across the board. So trying to crawl back to the upside here, still down about 7% for UPST. We also have Reddit initially performed very well here on stronger than expected numbers and a stronger than expected Q2 2024 revenue outlook. Right now, though, just topping and turning in this range around this 52 area, up about 5% still. So earnings absolutely on watch here, guys.
I forgot about Upstart. I mean, obviously, Affirm is adjacent to it. Affirm was only down in the aftermarket because of the Upstart number, and I think that might have trapped some people. So you got to watch out for that. I just reloaded on QCOM, and then AMD got right to the afternoon resistance at 155 and wicked it. So I'm into that one at the 155 level, or just underneath the 155 level. So we're all chips short. Still like some. I mean, Disney's continuing to go. I like that for a day two SSR play. But yeah, but it's not. If you're looking for an SSR bounce, the idea is not really to be buying highs. It's generally to be buying off of a support level and getting a bounce. So it's going to have to move down to like 105 or something to get me into that one. And Affirm, maybe we get a firm short, but that's going to have to do some heroic move to the upside on AFRM, I think, to get me in. VWAP sits at 154 on AMD. That's a reasonable first target for that name. And I said if we got underneath 30s again, let's get a couple of fills. This time on Intel, I got two, so I don't know why I had a third there. Now low of the day sits at 29.85 or so. Gonna get one more out in front. If this holds underneath VWAP, then you can accelerate. The other thing Intel's doing is a double bottom break post earnings. That's the other thing about that 30 level. So it makes some sense that you're getting a battle or a war here at that $30 level.
Yeah, I mean, we're ready. I mean, I told you we're seeing red today. Yeah, all the damage being done short, right? Amazon damage done, man. Intel damage done. NVIDIA damage still continuing to be done, I'm hoping, for a downside move here for NVIDIA. My bid is at 901. So, yeah. Although VWAP now is, I mean, it's changing pretty dramatically here. Now it's at 902.50. I mean, I could get that. What is that? That's 9. It doesn't matter. We're a minute away from that happening anyways. So let's wait. I mean, honestly, NVIDIA is actually hanging out really well upside. I think it's like to me, so this is the thing. This is what I always have to battle with, of course, is that I'm always thinking about everything, as we should be, I feel like. And the thing is like, now I'm looking at this and just saying, we've been bouncing off of this 906 and then bouncing off of 909.50 or 909. There's a $3 range right here that you could probably scalp back and forth until the market figures out a direction. And then just make sure you have enough left on. Like, that's what scalping is. You don't want to get out of everything. You want to keep a little bit on in case you're right, you know, or whatever direction breaks on that scalp. Because, like, if you just go short only and then it rips and your plan is to scalp it, then you either got to take a long when it breaks or, right, decide to yourself, there is a range, I'm going short, and I'm just going to give it up and get out and only hold that, you know, 30% or whatever percent works for you, because right now it's doing the same thing again. I could have just shorted 909 and then just got out at even 906.50. Like, make $1.50, $2 twice, that's the same as a $4 move. You know, as long as you have, see, here we go. As long as you have that piece on again. So now we make that, okay, here, and now it's going to break. So here it goes all the way back up. We've entered into, okay, maybe not. Wait a second. I thought I had another. I thought I had another offer up there. Okay, we should have got short again. So that would have been another short. I thought we had that. I don't know why we're not. I'll put it back in there. That's hilarious. So there it goes. Talking too much and ignoring my... I feel like my NVIDIA, that's twice I've canceled offers on this. All right, now we're back there. So we'll get this fill at 50 if it comes through again, and then just get out if it breaks 10. What I was going to do if I got that fill was scalp it out. And we did have a good opportunity to do that, but we didn't catch the fill. So for right now, we're in these shorts, but the market's at highs. So it's a little bit of a dilemma, but the other thing that's happening for us is we have one short, 4 shorts, but one long, and that one long is Palantir. Let's take a piece out for 10 cents. There it is. We take it out at, take it out at 19s there. Now let's see what happens.
Yeah, the long theme I feel like today is day 2 earnings SSR bounces, because I waited for a dip in the VWAP on Disney here. Don't want to be buying highs. If the thesis is it's a relief rally, then I want to be buying dips or buying support levels. It didn't quite get to VWAP. It bounced at 70 first, and then I got it back through 80 and paid 82s. It got above 6. I'm going to take some out into the high of the day. If as long as this holds VWAP, I'll like the long. But if it gives up VWAP, I'm done with it. You could easily retest the lows. Disney was at least more disciplined for me than Palantir was. Like I tried 5 SSR, like 5 bounce plays on Palantir. And one of the, well, 2 of them worked. One of them was for too few shares because I couldn't get a full position off the open. And at least Disney, I only did it 1 time. But if it's going to trend up, VWAP is a good start. This market continues to go higher, and maybe just, okay, I was about to say maybe that meant that a firm was going to pop back into VWAP. The firm has since dropped another $1. Like, are you kidding me? Wow, a firm. No, it's like,
no, it's a dangerous name that way.
No, but I was like, if it's going to break VWAP, let's try to get it.
There
it'll
goes
consolidate,
NVIDIA.
it'll do something. And unfortunately, a firm is just way too weak. Oh, that's going to be the miss of the day. Like back through, yeah, oh, it is what it is, guys. But that is really, really reversing. I'm going to check Upstart in a quick little second, but I got to get over to Advanced Micro Devices. Upstart was already down, 35% short float. So that should be moving around a little bit. I don't wonder if that's going to be a fade the way a firm is going. They're adjacent, they're not the same thing, but AMD is going to retest these highs. So I want some money fills over 155, not just under.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so we did break on NVIDIA, but now the tank happens, so let's bid out some more, spin it upside again as we did that play. The break out, the fade. It can easily go against you when you do that. And then we said that you can add more and more pain to your day. So let's take a piece out and at least get something on that break back to the downside there. So here it comes, starting to fade back in for NVIDIA. I mean, now we have even more shares now than we did before, but we did get stopped out. We are well up. NVIDIA is my #1 stock right now as we come back in for that level. Let's put a bid at 907 if we're lucky enough to get that. We'll take $3. Okay. Okay, Neil. Yes, sir. That's NVIDIA right there. Nice move to the downside, putting that back in where it deserves. A short for now on NVIDIA.
Going NVIDIA.
Exactly.
I just feel like I'm only chip short right now.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, exactly. Good call. We're short NVIDIA and Intel for 25 minutes now. Good call.
Oh, no, Intel low of the day, by the way.
Intel low.
Yeah, it's at well, 1 penny away.
Let's go.
1 penny away from the low of the day. I just got a bid at 83s, but I want Upstart. If you're going to tell me Upstart is only down 10% and a firm just died like a horrible death, so if this gets underneath VWAP and just anything underneath like 2180, I think I want to go for the short. Like when I see what happened to the firm, what an unbelievable miss that was not getting it short. But AMD was the 3rd name that we got. Come on, Upstart, break VWAP. All right, I'm not going to sit there and stare. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go. I'm sitting in front of the bid at VWAP. I haven't gotten any yet, so I'm just going to quickly scalp out the 50-cent move. And if it breaks VWAP, we're going to hold for lower down at 153. But this could be the chance on UPST. Just looking for this nice little consolidation at some point underneath VWAP to join this short. It's SSR. You're not going to be able to hit the bid to go short. You're going to have to get it on an uptick because it was down 35%. And Uber just came in to our, well, we're short off the highs, 66.88. Always pick those double numbers. The local high is 67.20. So I said I wanted to short at the top end of this range. Uber is upward trending. The reason I liked it was just fill the gap, show a level, short that level if it shows any resistance there. So we're into Uber for the first time.
Yeah, it's now $5 in the money with NVIDIA, so that's going to be a good one. Plus, we have sticky note idea number 1 and 2. I mean, Tesla didn't work, but Intel, I mean, as we wrote it down here, the short, almost exactly to our price, $30.25. Right there, short Intel, $30.08 right now, as that just continues to go lower. And again, the news just for Intel, I mean, we posted it out there, eight green days in the last month and a half or more, or less actually, I think. So we'll have to wait out for that one. More outs on Palantir as we go out there at 20s and then again at 15s for this name. Not super in love with the the long right now in the market. We've already made this move up. Like I said, this is a nice move, man. We were down 0.6. Now we're only down 0.2. And Palantir is basically at the lows. So not in love with that one. In love with Intel, in love with Amazon, and looking for some more. The other name that we had on here was NVIDIA. 908 short to 910. We have that. We have 910 right now, $4. The other name was Alibaba. That was the one that we didn't look at yet. So let's have a quick, okay. This is acting exactly the way you think it would. A name that's been strong. We've really liked the long on this name. I preferred the short today if we got up to 79. So we're still sitting there. This order's still there at 78.75. So let's still take that fill, not changing it. 78.75 for Alibaba. Let's see what winds up happening.
78.75. You know what? That's the exact reason why sometimes in your long term, you just set the order and you forget it. Because, I just recently bought that one at, I'll have to double check, it was north of $80, but I said I would wait for strength, and it's right back unrated.
Yeah,
you know what?
Be good.
I told myself I was going to get into that position and not care for at least half a year to a year. Like, I'm not thinking about that till 2025. That's the plan of action for me. It would have to tank like 30% or something. I got halfway to VWAP on Uber. We'll zoom it in because you have a pretty sizable gap. Oh, I got these dark pool wicks as well. So we got 66.88, just got some out right in front of the mid-dollar, and then VWAP is sitting at 66, so we got a bid down there as well. Intel keeps bouncing off the low, but I feel as if the market's gonna do what we're seeing here, which is reverse off of overnight support. So we get to overnight support and we're dumping. Also late afternoon support yesterday, and we're dumping. I'm going to favor the shorts. The one long I have is an SSR bounce play off of VWAP on Disney. It would be a heck of a lot better at the open, but we were trying to get into some shorts at the open, so we missed it. As long as it holds VWAP, I'm okay with it, but with the market at a high and breaking down, I don't know if this is the timing to reload. I feel like this is not the exact moment that I want to reload on Disney longs. If it breaks VWAP, we'll just get out of it. It's the only thing that I'm long at this point and looking for other opportunities. D. Westermeyer, shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. Neil, the answer, stop asking and short Intel is on the current 8-ball. I feel like that is a timeless answer and should probably be on the new one. Yeah, I'm cool with that, but at some point I hope that's not going to be true. I've been waiting patiently to get some shares in on Intel. I said either next year or $25. So at this point, I think the answer to that's going to be $25 and not next year, the way that it's going, especially if it fails 30 today. You're then one stone's throw away. That's a week for Intel the way it's been trading. So let's flush it to the downside. Uber had to wait for it to show you the high because it was so strong, but that's a short back into VWAP. We just got VWAP. It's a 90-cent win. We were risking 30 cents. We scalped some 1-to-1, and now we're getting out. Probably going to have to stick a fork in the idea of Upstart. That's not setting up at all. AMD's trying to bust through VWAP, so we reloaded at 155. This was the last name on my note, but the reason why I had this on the morning mix is because out of nowhere, shorting AMD was my number one stock yesterday, and I thought that I was going to do the most trading in Palantir, and ended up second most trading was in AMD, and it should have been the most because I had a better read on it. And it came right into that 155. It's at VWAP. I want to look for a break of VWAP, and then we'll trail that one out. Disney could be in trouble here, like everything else that's long.
Yeah, great trading all around today. Look what NVIDIA is doing right now. We're up we're up amazing right now on NVIDIA, but still bidding that 901 in case the market falls. I mean, this is a $6 winner on numerous shares up here to the downside. We took $10 on this yesterday. Not that we're going for 10 even again. I just thought we could get back into here. I mean, we almost hit 902. I mean, these tops at 9. I mean, you know what? Honestly, the difference between 901.20 and 902 is $1. But yeah, we'll just ring the register if it comes into 902 again. Look, you know, take the profit here if you want it. It's a good trade. Right back into VWAP. I mean, if the market makes a move, then we'll have a much bigger play than we can even imagine. So let's wait to see what's happening now with NVIDIA. I'm bidding 902. And shout out to Mr. Westermeyer as well. He just mentioned there, I said, all you really need on there is ask the sticky note. And that's already on the new one as well. So you don't have to ask Intel. You don't have to do anything. The Intel's already written down there on the note today. And there it is. It's a nice move down. We both like that name. Thanks, Mr. Westermeyer, for your continued support here on the show. And here's our other 8-ball that was custom made for us.
We love it.
Will NVIDIA hit?
We should have asked Apple.
Yeah, 902.01.
902.10. No, 10. 902.10 you wanted to say.
Oh, only if Neil raps. So this is an old one.
Gonna have.
Right there.
Why'd you say that? 902.10?
Hey, did you switch? Dude, what are you even doing? Here's your white thing right here.
I'm getting old, man.
So we have, yeah, I told that a long time. Your hearing is going.
Okay, no, the reason for that is I'm like, you know, we have black ones and white ones. I'm like, I'm wearing a light shirt. I might as well just.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm wearing a light shirt.
No, but I couldn't find it. I'm doing all this. I'm looking around, and I see Sean's. I'm like, hey, you're not using it. I just could have grabbed his, but you know what? It was behind the shades, and these things are you can't see. They're so dark.
The future's so bright in here. I have to keep these around. That's the thing. Every time, well, then I can't see anything. These were from the infamous eclipse that changed everybody's life.
That was the greatest experience of, not really around here, but I think for a lot of people. Maybe we'll get another shot at it. Market's trying to make a little bit of a bounce. Oh, maybe I should have reloaded Disney, but I didn't. At that moment, the market was looking like it was making a pullback, and if it was going to break VWAP, I was just going to let it go. We did scalp more shares out, but I'm just going to get over to one more leg on Intel. There we go. It doesn't trade in New Zealand. They'll need to add that market. It still looks okay, but I'll get something else out in front of the 80s. It's not falling apart, and I think part of the reason why Intel's not completely falling apart here is, well, A, it's down so much, but it had already done a consolidation bounce. Like $1.50 is 5% on this stock, so it had already gone, you know, it already done 15%. It's already a decent move back in, and now it's just a battle happening at an optionable level at that $30 level. So it's not running away from it yet. The longer it stays under, I think the better it is going to be. And just because I hate your guts, Affirm. Yeah, the move is now complete on Affirm. Affirm is at the aftermarket lows. So that was a one swing, and it wasn't even close to getting this one short. Sometimes the only trade you can make is to take the breakdown. And that was a clear breakdown through 36. I kind of wanted it in here hanging around VWAP, which sometimes happens and sometimes work. Other times you don't get a green candle on the stock for an hour. Or, well, technically it's like 40 minutes. Affirm gives it all up from green to red. I think this is going to be a multi-day event here for Affirm because it's just reaffirming the downward trend despite, I didn't even think it was that good of a quarter, but I mean, somebody liked it.
I'm just going to bid 903.55. Yeah,
902.10.
NVIDIA, yeah, I mean, if I can get 902, we'll do that. But we've just bounced off a couple times off VWAP. I mean, I tell Adara VWAP, and then all of a sudden it comes down to VWAP, and I'm just like, yo, what's going on, VWAP? So yeah, we're gonna have to watch out for that. Palantir to the upside says, my guy Jarhead, what's up, Jarhead? Spin that with me, buddy. I mean, I could write this. I mean, look, I know Jarhead's a sticky note guy. Wait a second. But no, yeah, just right here. This is what we had. We had this written down as we talked about it right there. Tesla 176 short. That didn't hit yet. Our only red name today is Tesla, and it's a level that we didn't We tried it. I'm still happy with that. There's the Intel short. That's a banger. Here's the Palantir long. That's a banger. There's the NVIDIA short. $7. That's a banger. So yeah, so far the stuff that we've talked about on here, BABA, Intel, Tesla, NVIDIA, Palantir, and bearish. The bearish on the market hasn't been right, but all my ideas are bear on here right now. So we went bearish, except of course for Palantir. 21, use 2075 as a bottom. I wanted to mark that down because like yesterday, it's hard to sit somewhere and then, you know, watch. Oh, first of all, this is for me on Palantir. This is a good one right now. Right back up to VWAP. Maybe we just take this out and call it a trade right now. Let's see the action here on this VWAP play for Palantir as we're going, Jarhead. Nice day for you, I hope, and a nice trade there put on by all of us or anybody that went long on Palantir down there. Always a risk, but again, when you come into levels that like a 21, it makes it a little bit easier because your out is so much more obvious. So I like that trade there. Looks like Intel's trying to get back up to the, or sorry, Intel, I don't even have that many shares left of Intel. NVIDIA trying to get back up to the upside as there's the NASDAQ taking out pre-market highs, these are intraday highs right now as it's 1020. So yeah, starting to go higher and higher and higher right now. Careful with the shorts. The market is trying to get green. And over there, in not a green blazer, is Adara.
Now it's this one.
Max site looking pretty green right now. MXCT having this nice move to the upside and pretty sustained volume after an earnings beat across the board. Another small cap earnings name here in Cricket. CRCT, this one reporting a sales miss but an EPS beat, falling back a little bit but still up about 30%. Last but not least, we do have Reborn Coffee, as mentioned earlier on the big desk, REBN. This one closing a master license agreement in China. So RBEN, or REBN, sorry, still really strong, breaking new high of day, guys.
Yeah, and speaking of things breaking the high of the day, the NASDAQ is breaking the high of the day. Oh, thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Let me turn my heater back on. We got a coffee refill, as long as it's before 10:30. I always make sure I get that one in. But QCOM, like AMD got to VWAP, Intel still looking a little bit heavy. QCOM, we had to wait for it to get back into the afternoon levels. We shorted the same price. We've scalped into the 79, but it cannot seem to get into VWAP. At the time I put this order, it was VWAP, but now 178.5 would be about $1 is going to be VWAP. So I'm not going to go short again at that top because the market's breaking out highs and it's a trend up. So when that's the case, I back away. There was no break of VWAP on AMD, so I'm going to actually throw that one in there. I feel like if you hold on to something, Intel has a better chance of staying red than these others, so I don't want to be reloading in here off those highs aggressively while the market's continuing to go. I only have Disney long, and it's trying to go off of VWAP itself. That's a day 2 short sell restricted play. Disney was down over 10%. This can take out the top. It looks nice. And then we're not into this, but GameStop 17.5 is a long ways away. It did this yesterday at the open where it dumped and then tried to break out at a false break and then consolidated underneath VWAP and eventually ran. So if it does exactly the same thing, I'm either going to look for that lower high, which would be somewhere around like 15.5, 15.6, or like a late reclaim of VWAP, and then every time it claims VWAP, I just want to try and give it and go. Because if this does another late afternoon run, I don't care the reason why. It's been so spectacular when it gets going in the afternoon that I want to respect it if it can hold VWAP.
All right, there it is, man. Thank you so much to Rivian Millionaire. Thank you so much to Jarhead. These guys are done for the day. Good trade there. And what's up to Oscar? Yeah, Alibaba is at our level. So guess what? Trade alert. We're short Alibaba right there. So there's the trade. We just went over it. I even said we were waiting at 78.75. I said I wasn't going to change it despite what this market was doing right now. And yeah, the market's going upside and big time right now. Oh, I thought am I not sitting here to get a fill? Oh no, 61s. Why am I at 61s? All right, normally I take a dime, but we'll wait. Hopefully a little bit of a move down. All right, and in the bonehead, so speaking about Jarhead, in the bonehead play of the day right now, we had watched NVIDIA go all the way down there into VWAP, and then we started talking about 90210 and all these random things, and then now we are getting hit and not hit too
I
badly.
was obviously joking about that. Obviously.
Oh, no. I mean, I'm the one that was I put it at 901. So, but there it is now. Coming back in for the play is NVIDIA. So all the way back in, as in into the upside here for me. We're short this name. I'm like going to wait for, I mean, if I'm going to short anything, it's going to be 910, like not 909, not 909.50. Like this has already shown that it wants to be up here. And unless this market really does fall down, I feel like NVIDIA, obviously it's up 0.5%. The market is down still. So to talk about relative strength or weakness, definitely here for NVIDIA is relatively strong. Thank you so much for that, Rob. But
NASDAQ's so close to green.
the NASDAQ, yeah, that's the problem. So remember, we've made money. Like, we're up today. We said we were bearish. We've made money bearish. But at some point, we also identified the market can change our mind ASAP. But right there, we'll go alarms for that one. We will get that 61 fill. We told you we were sitting there. So a quick 14 cents on Alibaba. But ultimately, I'm just excited to see if NVIDIA wants to do anything at these levels. I kind of laugh just because it's been so fun to trade over the last couple days. And for the last 6-8 months, it seems like, for NVIDIA.
6 months, 20 years.
Yeah, 20 years. I wish I could have those back because then I'd be long NVIDIA at like $2. Here we go right now, down to the downside for NVIDIA. Let's see what happens. Tesla is coming in the building here at 174 again as well. So there was that short that I didn't mind, but it's NVIDIA that I got my mind on. But Tesla is breaking higher, out at 174 break. This kind of came at I put this in a long time ago, so let's get out if this breaks above 174, and there it goes.
Yeah, the Frank Jones, there is a level 2 war happening on Intel, but it's at the lows when the market's at the highs. That's the distinct difference. Apologies for not talking about this one. We mentioned the nice bounce on the imbalances on Mara. It got added to the S&P 600. That's why you had that big liquidity event. I actually like what it did here, which is liquidity grab big time at the open, and now they're stepping up. This is doing what?
Mara?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Gets added, gaps down, flushes everybody out, higher lows in front of VWAP. That's squeeze potential. So the first available dip would be like 1940. I have 1925 marked up, so I'm going to trust myself. I usually put those for a reason on the higher time frame chart. But yeah, the first available dip, I want to grab this one. Here. Did I just hear Disney?
I just heard uh-oh from myself because NVIDIA just uh-oh'd to the upside right there. Yeah. We took some out there quickly. There's another out for us. There's another. Money. Let's go. All right, we just shorted 9. I told you what we were doing. We're shorting 910 even. So there's the 910 even out, and I just hit the out as fast as I possibly could there because we had 50 cents twice, then we just had $1, and now we can go downside on a reloaded position for NVIDIA. This is going to stop working at one point here, so I'm going to stop the madness almost immediately and just hold on to the rest of this and wait, because the scalping out has worked for us, but there it goes. See, like, feel like this is super strong. 9/11 break, we're gone. See you later on NVIDIA. But that was good. That was good. We slapped that money on there because we made it. Now we can lose that $1, which there it goes. We just did. So we'll slap a fail on the last piece of NVIDIA as it goes back up over 9/11 right now. And it's stronger than everything. So here we go again. What is going on with SMH? Hopefully an upside move as well. Yeah, as they're all going. The SMH is right at this level as well. 221 and change. There goes NVIDIA. It's now on one. This can happen. We said get out of the way when it does. We got out of the way the first time at 910. Reloaded it. Now it seems like it's going as the market, of course, just turned Greensville there. So we'll still be short Tesla. NVIDIA did come out. I kind of want to get back in because we're coming up to some of these levels, but now you see on the 20-minute chart, we had 917 yesterday. So that could come into play again, 917, 918. Probably better to let it settle down and get up to those levels before we get too carried away right now.
Yeah, and actually, Fabian was just in my ear saying it was CleanSpark moving the same way Mara is. The only reason I'm favoring Mara is because it had the inclusion to the S&P 600 yesterday. It just gives it a little extra oomph. We always talk about a catalyst, right? Like price action is price action, but if you can add something to it, then it just gives you more confidence and reason to like to trade. I just jumped out of QCOM. The market keeps on going higher, lower high here, but showing some signs of strength. And obviously, this is the other difference that we noted yesterday between Qualcomm and Intel was that their daily charts are exactly the opposite, not kind of the opposite. I'm talking about precisely the opposite. So while I did think that was bad news for a fade, when this is trend up, holding the highs, and I like the short up here, it's very different from hanging on to a stock that is trend down and holding the bottom end of the range. Same news, same negative story, so I did like the short in both, and I'll be up on Qualcomm, but if there's one that's probably an all-day hold, it does feel like that's going to be Intel, and I think that should be obvious why, right? If the market continues higher, Qualcomm's been a very quality stock, so at some point you get out of the way of it. AMD did, again, it wicks the 155, so it breaks 55, doesn't take out the high of the day. When it gets back under, I jump back. I jump back into a reload. I got 96s this time. I think I got like 97s the last time. And Disney bounced off VWAP. So I got Disney. It bounced off VWAP. I reloaded it. Still feeling like it could be in a little bit of trouble. If it can't hold VWAP, I'll just get out. And good timing because we're just talking tomorrow. I'm not in it yet, but we're going to get the crypto update with ADRs so I can know where Bitcoin is.
Nice.
Got an update this morning from FTX. Sam Bankman-Fried's bankrupt and defunct crypto exchange, apparently saying that they will be able to pay back most of their customers. Apparently, they estimated owing creditors around $11.2 billion and says that it has between $14.5 billion and $16.3 billion to distribute to creditors. So just a bit of an update there from FTX, also saying that customers whose claims amount to $50,000 or less will receive about 118% of the amount of their allowed claims. So interesting update there for repaying creditors and customers hurt by FTX there. Bitcoin itself continuing to hang out around that 62,000 level. Initially, this served as support going back a while, going back to about March 2024. Now we fell back a little bit, holding this level pretty well, not too much going. And a lot of these crypto names feeling the heat to the downside here. Bitcoin, Ethereum, both down. Ethereum barely holding on to that 3,000 level as of right now. And some minor losses here in BNB, larger losses in Solana, down about 3%. Dogecoin down almost 4%. Ripple down about 2% here. So bit of a weak day for crypto across the board, guys.
You know what? How about, because it's that week of a day, and thank you for the update, I don't have to sit on the bid of Mara. Oh. I can allow it to get down, show me the bounce off of VWAP and 19.25, and then try to get in. You don't always have to have the order out there. You can allow it to trade down into that price if you want to buy the dip. That said, Mara has had some counter trend moves in the past. With regards to crypto, so I don't necessarily, Bitcoin, don't necessarily mind. I saw a number that was like 98% of people at FTX are going to get their money back, which I think is fantastic. The only downside is Bitcoin and everything else has ran so much that getting your money back, considering you've had to wait a couple of years, you don't get the appreciation. But I think that's a great story for everybody involved. Always happy to see it. Like there are people that actually do some work to ensure that people get their money back. All you hear is about the bad for lawyers and regulators, but I saw that story and it put a smile on my face because, knowing I knew a few people that maybe not a ton of money, but had money at FTX, and you're always happy to see it. So Disney bouncing off VWAP here just like last time, gonna take the scalp trade 25 cents in. Can't seem to break 106 yet, but I think that's a yet story. So Disney still holding good off VWAP. I'd like this to get to the high of the day where we should respect it. Enlightened Bear says, geez, SMCI. It must be going,
NVIDIA.
If you're saying that, it must be going up because usually it goes down.
It's probably going down.
No, why is this up so much?
Oh, it's still hanging out? Because NVIDIA just dropped down $3. So we almost made the high there. We got out at 9.11. The high turned out to be 9.12. But how am I ever going to put a stop? I can't, That's tough, but guess what we did?
Reloaded.
We did not reload this one. No, my friend. We reloaded the other one. We got SMH. Yes, sir. Get down right now. So honestly, almost going into PL1 is going to be SMH now. I was just like, look, I'm honestly had enough because NVIDIA gives me those feels of $10, $5. $7 winners, stuff like that, and then I get greed. And it's not even greedy. It's just like I look down here, I'm like, there's potential to get down here, and then we ignore that. So I was just like, you know what? Let's just go over to something here, SMH, where it can have everything involved. We can get some Intel action, although we're already, and by the way, how good is Intel right now?
Still down.
Still making moves lower right here. I'm actually going to put a bid at 86 because why? There we go. We got filled.
80,
We actually just got filled immediately there. There must have been a cross down dark pool. That was good. All right, so we'll take an 86, Phil. I mean, you take it in if you want right now, 86, 87, no difference there. So that's a good fill. And then, yeah, SMH. I just was trying to give this until the high. Hold on. There's a report out. Microsoft is turning on Intel and AMD.
Like turning on them as in like we're hating them, we like them, or turning on no, that sounds bad to me. Like they're turning away from AMD and Intel.
It's again, so we get in our ear, like first of all, we're using Benzinga Pro platform. So this is what we deal with right here. And until it's really pointed out on here, like we have a trading halt on NNE, they just report random stuff. So like sometimes they'll be, and they said it, it's like it's a report from the, for example, the Athletic or wherever that blah, blah, blah is happening. And so a lot of the time,
Shout out to the Athletic.
yeah, exactly, that's why I did that. A lot of the time, you know, they're just early reports, but there is a report there, apparently something about Intel, Microsoft, and AMD, but I don't hear anything right now. So, that's what's happening there. We did take that opportunity, not that opportunity, we took the opportunity of the downside move to get out again of Intel. My best out was 85, so we just took another 85, or 86 there. So we got what we needed there, good trade for that. Palantir, a great one. Shout out to Jarhead and everybody that at least followed Palantir today at 21. It's all the way up. If we break VWAP, we're out of that one. And there's only a little bit of time left, which puts us in a perfect opportunity to go over what's for lunch. Yeah, it came in a little bit early today, which is always a good thing. And today it's close, Neil, depending on how this gets served. It's close to your Taco Tuesday. Today is Fajita Chicken Wednesday. So we'll get some fajitas. That should be good, I feel like, with Santa Fe rice and black beans and corn. So a little bit of a black bean sort of, see, that's the thing. I don't know if, assuming the fajitas are going to come, they come pre-made, the fajitas.
Yeah, they do.
Which is what I'm saying, opposite of the taco. The taco, you can sort of throw whatever you want in there, but this one looks like it's going to be fajitas, chicken fajita, which is nice, with rice, corn, and black beans.
I just thought of something.
That's what's for lunch.
We haven't had tacos, and we used to do tacos in my house like at least twice a month, and usually on Tuesdays, and we haven't had it in a while. So I am going
like
to.
a suggestion.
It sounds like a suggestion.
Put it in the suggestion
I might
box.
have to make a stop at the Who Am I Kidding? I'm going to probably have stuff delivered to the house when I'm on the train and get some taco stuff, because I don't think we have it. I just need ground beef. Because I think we have some shells. I like the soft shells. We'll have to pick up some soft shells. I love tacos, and I want tacos now. And I also want AMD to break VWAP. I want Intel to break the low of the day. I want AMD to stop writing VWAP. I'd like Disney to break to the high of the day. JMuck, I have no idea what Upstart is doing, and I'm going to get to that in a quick second. I'll look back at the firm. But AMD just keeps on bouncing off of VWAP here. It's a good reload at the 55, but I want this breaking VWAP to trace back into the bottom. And then we can go to the, okay, you know what? AMD doesn't belong in the gates of hell. Intel belongs in the gates of hell. AMD's not a bad stock. I said I would double check Upstart. It's finally consolidating underneath VWAP, so this is definitely what you're getting at. I want to make sure that a firm is still, look at that. If you short the first available pop on a firm, it doesn't have a green candle until 10:18. You short that move, and you have 80 cents already. That's after a $5 drop. You know a stock is bad. I was going to say something else when that happens. But Upstart now finally underneath VWAP. The difference here is Upstart is SSR. So tighter stops on any short when a stock is short sell restricted. A firm was actually up and trapped some people long after the earnings move, which is wild because now
It's a drop.
no, but you look at that daily chart. It is the most. It's not hammer down like Intel's has been, but it's like gliding down for months upon months. So if you're trapping any longs is not a good sign on a firm, which I think they did last night. Well, sorry, this morning.
I mean, everything popping up on my stupid scanner. NVIDIA, Micron, Intel days low. You already talked about Mara
Hey, do we not,
moving around a little bit there.
Oh, we have to pay.
Square is not doing anything. I'm just trying to go over some names here. I still have SMH on. We just absolutely nailed that one, man. Face slapper on SMH, the semiconductors. We could have also taken SOX L as well right now. But look at NVIDIA. So we got stopped out there on the high side. So we'll slap a fail on us getting out, but we did get back into the same spot with SMH. So again, a little bit of a better take on NVIDIA, maybe not percentage-wise, but I'm just trying to figure out the right share size and everything with SMH. So again, instead of having like 100 shares of NVIDIA or something, it's like how much of SMH for that same kind of a feel, but I'm not trading it the same. Like we just got out at the 50 period. We got a couple of trades out at the 50 period. You know, this name has 15 names in it. You know, it's heavily weighted to NVIDIA, but we could see a move up in AMD or a move down or whatever and still catch some of that. All right, so man, my headache is getting worse and worse. All right, we're drinking the water, we're having some coffee, we're having a good time. Do we ever use ADR? No, I'm going to say, because I don't hear Neil use it too much, but the one who does, Obi uses ADR a lot, and that is, wait, ADR, average daily range. Yeah, okay.
No, it's ATR. I think
That's what I was thinking.
No, but ADR, because Alibaba's in ADR.
Oh, is that what was
No,
meant?
Baba-
That's when I said ADR, I was like, wait a minute, ADR?
Yeah, Alibaba is an ADR.
Who asked that question?
Most of the big Chinese equity names that we trade.
No, but
if you're,
means.
Oh, you do mean average? Okay, never.
Yeah, so that's
ADR is also American
Kanye.
Depository Receipt. That's what I know it as. That's my bad. I'm sorry, my bad.
Kanye, say what's up to Bianca for me. And let's go say what's up right now over to, are we ready? I think my ear might have died. So over to Adara. Oh, nope, it's still alive. Over to Adara.
Oh.
Both the major indices today, S&P 500 and NASDAQ, pretty muted to start the day, and we're certainly feeling that in this sector map. Pretty much everything here is more or less flat. Electronic technology, with the exception of this nice move here from Broadcom to the upside, pretty flat here. We have health technology, finance, producer manufacturing, energy minerals, health services, process industries, commercial services, consumer non-durables, all of these more or less flat today. Retail trade a little bit weaker as a group. Keep an eye out for Home Depot and Walmart earnings, both coming next week. We also have a little bit of weakness in transportation as well. Uber leading this group to the downside after earnings, but UPS feeling that move downwards as well. Technology services, another one that has a lot of positivity here. Meta, pretty strong, announcing some new AI-related features after the close yesterday. We also have Netflix, CRM, pretty strong here, despite some weakness in Oracle and Google. So generally, theme of the day, a little bit more mixed, unless you are consumer services here. Nice strength in Comcast and Disney here, guys.
Good for Comcast. I mean, Disney might be up, but it can't break away from VWAP. But still nice little upward pattern. We're gonna hang on to. We've already scalped some out. It's the afternoon high that it's struggling at 106.25. I think if it can start holding that, you have potential for a breakout play. Upstart, I had to pay for locates on Upstart, but we have them now. Doesn't mean I'm just gonna automatically hit the short when we got it. It's got to hold under VWAP. So there's a bounce. Here's the test. If it can hold underneath VWAP, I'll try to get a consolidation short on Upstart. I just heard that you have some actual big moves happening on the way back because the NASDAQ's taking out the highs. It got to go back to AMD here. There's the bounce off VWAP. If it can put in a lower high, great. I think that turns it into a hold past VWAP. But eventually, if it just keeps on doing this, the dream of it falling further is going to fall to the wayside. ARM 112 target, top VoIP just said. Oh, yeah, ARM reports tonight.
They do?
Well, yeah, I'm 99% sure. But up 1.6%. It's not at fresh. Yeah, it hasn't broken yesterday's high, I don't think. But a double top. Oh, no, it just did. Just broke yesterday's high, it looks like, on ARM and continuing to go. Yes, so much for Neil buying the dip in ARM. We talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
You know,
I meant to buy the dip in. I didn't buy the dip in Meta.
I say this every single day
sold
because
it,
it's
didn't buy
important
it
when
back.
you're looking at your long term. If your hold is to your kids have it, then you shouldn't care about, like I shouldn't care whether I bought ARM at $82.40 whatever cents I put it at. I should have been willing to just see the dip. It bounced off 85, buy 86s the next morning or whatever, buy 80s. Technically, it would have been like 87s or something like that. What difference does it make? I was waiting until the flush, after, you know, and then it got the flush, and then we don't get into it. And, you know, it is what it is. And then you're just chasing it forever and waiting for the next available dip. What's the point?
Yeah.
You know, buy and hold is going to win every single time. Reporting after hours tonight. That'll be a wild one. Their value, what? After they report, it's still going to be 100.
Well, I mean, I'll give you an example of where buy and hold doesn't win every time if you
not
can
every
execute
time.
properly. Because I'd sold Meta at 985, and then it went down to 915 or whatever on earnings. I thought there was a chance for it to go a little bit lower. Didn't buy it back, so I could have made. It's like you with Intel. If you sell the whole thing at the top and you buy it back, but then again, you have to have that horse sense that you can't get all the time on all these different stocks. So
The funny thing is, I got the first quarter of Intel I got
hard.
out was lucky.
Amazon long.
Because
Amazon's
I
all
bought
the way
covered
back
calls
up.
that got called away. It was kind of like I wanted to sell it, but then, you know, when that happens, like ultimately it hits the price, hey, you make some money on it. But at the end of the day, it wasn't like when it got to 50 and I'm like, oh, we're just hitting the sell key on it. But market at those highs, could be some reload spots up here, although it's Upstart that I want to get to the first time. And Mara, you know, it's good to be patient. There's no question about it. But in that move and a pullback, I was patiently looking for VWAP. And Morris said, no, we're not going to VWAP. We're just going to bounce 40 cents away from it and make a fresh high. This is looking pretty strong. In the face of crypto doing nothing, Bitcoin doing nothing, I don't want to speak for other coins, Morris stepping to the upside. And remember, got added to the S&P 600, probably going to have some eyeballs on it, and it's got a decent short float.
All right, another shout out here. It's Sticky No Nation time, and I just want to say a big shout out to everybody that's here because we have another one right now, and it is JMO. What's up, JMO947? He says, Palantir, baby, done for the day. That is exactly
Another one.
you and Jarhead done for the day off of that, and I hope many more of you are also done for the day on Palantir, because yesterday Palantir had me done for the day real early, and of course we weren't done for the day, but okay, I put a stop out on this one. Oh, we did reload SMH. I'll get to that in a minute. We are about to unload the clip. If we had put our stop at 30, now we're above the 200 on Palantir. Our stop is right here at 39. If we break below, then I too, JMO and Jar Jar Binks, I will also be done for the day. So go to the beach. I will not be seeing you there because if I jump into Lake Ontario right now, although you know what?
What's so bad about?
No, I think it's no. I was talking about the weather. I was thinking about the temperature. But I don't think
Today's
it's
still nice. It's getting cold tomorrow.
Yeah. So the lake. I wonder what Lake Ontario's temperature is right
Oh,
now.
no, it's
Probably
not.
like 5 degrees Celsius.
It's
maybe.
too early in the season for it to get warm.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's like not polar bear plungy time, but
I'm born in Canada. I love Canada, but we don't have real beaches here. Like basically, like we've got what you would call quote unquote beaches, but they're not. It's just not the same thing. You know, we've been to the West Indies, you've been to places in Europe, you've been to like Florida. You know, it's just you got some rocks and you got some water, and it's fun to play every now and then. when the sun's
I love the beaches.
but it's not. You don't get like real sand here though. Sharif knows what's up. Like
I mean, anybody that's traveled knows what's up.
Yeah, I'm just
I
saying,
mean, we
like-
can't compare lakes of Ontario with the ocean. I mean, let's.
But you know what we do
But
get?
beautiful beaches across Canada.
Yeah, there are there are places you can go. And the other thing about Canada, you got great people, and you get the opportunity to be an absolute diehard fan. Because not anybody can be a fair weather fan of a team, but in Toronto specifically, you get to prove that you're a true fan, good or bad, whatever it might be, because being a Leafs, Raptors,
Is a
Blue Jays
problem.
fan is a bit of a problem. Although, you know what? We've got the best women's hockey team in the league. So
Yeah,
there's that.
for now. Yeah, they're playing tonight.
For now.
Yeah, well, yeah. I hope that league can
Go
really
to the
survive.
optimism.
We're having a good time with that, man.
You said they're doing great.
They are. I think they're. I mean, they're selling out. Tonight they play where the Marlies play. Another 8,000 sellout immediately.
You know what?
All right, so just quickly here, I just want to go over something because the market's ripping. We tried Amazon again up top. There it goes. Amazon busted out. The market is now taking out highs and going green. So like we said, have the ability to flip it up. We tried Amazon one more time. This was not on the sticky note, but I didn't mind it. We tried that there. NVIDIA's still not going, but it's almost gone if we could take out that 912. So again, why even bother? Look at the 50 period. 50 period, 50 period, 50 period. All you had to do was look long instead of short, and this trade is easier. But the short is also paid. You just had to have been patient and grab these tops. All right, we're getting pretty patient now as well with SMH. If we take out these highs right here, 222, we've already made that right there. That's going to be a problem for me. So that's going to be an out. And instead of being a problem, we're just going to deal with our problems and get out if it does become a problem. A lot of names there are becoming problems.
What a run on Tesla. Just very quickly, there's only 10 minutes to go before we get to money talks. Sometimes the best you can do is get out of the way. I said I would short Tesla into the pre-market levels, so it shorts underneath those resistance spots, and then after that, 178. The previous close. So I'm sitting this out until it gets up there. Wasn't looking for a long in Tesla, but at least, remain disciplined, adhere to your stops. I got one profitable trade in there, which allows it not to be that bad. But let's get to the desk. We've got money talks.
DXY coming into an interesting place in this chart. I was speaking a lot last week about that range we had with that top of 106.40 coming to that base of 105.60. Now we're kind of seeing that form as a bit of resistance. This is also previous support. If we go back here to October 2023, of course, DXY doesn't always have to form these support and resistance levels, but it is interesting that we are coming into that previous support we saw hold pretty much the entire back half of April. We did get some economic data today. Wholesale inventories for March coming in exactly as expected. Wholesale trade for March, though, month over month, coming in a little bit lower than expected, negative 1.3% versus 2% prior. So a bit of a drop there for wholesale trade month over month for March. We have not one, but three Fed speakers coming up in the next few hours. Right at 11 in 10 minutes, we'll get comments from Fed's Jefferson, followed closely by comments from Fed's Cullen at 11:45. Then we'll get Fed's Cook coming in at 1:30. So three Feds in rapid succession coming in these during the midday session. Stay tuned for that Fed speak. That could be moving the dollar here, guys.
Get down, SMH. Thank you, Adara, for that. I mean, money talks, but bullshit walks. And right now, some of these stocks right now are,
That's the thing.
Nearing the ladder. Like, come on, NVIDIA. Like, now I'm in SMH because I'm fed up with NVIDIA, and then we just talked about NVIDIA right here. Right there at 9.10, 9.11. We just said, they're about to go for a run, and then it drops $3. And that's okay because we cashed out a little bit right here. We're just trying to stack it on SMH. Another short, another outs at 50s. Our average price 68. Let's take some more profit on this if it drops down a little bit, but let's still hold something for some kind of a dream that's become a nightmare shorting. And it hasn't become a nightmare. I'm having nightmares by not being in this right now. So let's just stay true to what we're doing here and then continue to look for better opportunities, and we will find them. So that's that. SMH right now, nice pullback. Intel, Baba. We missed the reload on Baba. I was at 79. Once I saw that wick, I was actually higher than this for Alibaba, trying to give this a 79.20. So I was waiting like 79.10. So we did not get a reload, but this is come right back in now for Alibaba. If the market's going to go south, I'm fine holding everything that we have. And then you just mentioned Tesla on the run. No, up to 176.
It might get to that 78 level.
That's the level we wrote down.
Look, I like it at that price. It's within spitting distance now. If the market can continue to go, I think it's got a good shot. I did not get a reload on AMD because every single time it was like break 155 and shorted on the way back through 155. So I thought that would be the case again in a strong market. It turned at 154.98. So it didn't do the same pattern. I'll hold through VWAP if it can go. Disney's the only long I have. There's this Kazoo, which is halted. First things first, be careful. It might not be as fun trading this thing as it is to watch Kazoo from the Flintstones. But yeah, the tap on this, I'm not making this number up, is $3.85. So suffice to say, nastiness is going on here. and it's only 100,000 on volume. 100,000 shares, it is 10:50 in the morning, and the stock has done 100,000 shares with a tap of $4. So if you think that it's not gonna halt multiple times today or a few more times, you're probably making the wrong bet. If you have strategies around halt trades, good for you. This is on an absolute no-fly list when it has that little volume. It just opened back up. The spread is already 25 cents, and it did like 20,000 shares on open. That is not something that I would ever want to trade. It's going to go right into a halt again after that move down. So if you ever want to trade it, good luck, but it's not for me. Just going to halt at 451. It couldn't even stay open for 15 seconds. What I was looking for on GameStop is trying to happen, but hasn't happened yet. Higher low, no break of VWAP on GameStop. With only 5 minutes to go, if it gets above 16 and holds, I'm going to go long with a 1580 stop on GME here. Just want this back above VWAP. And holding, if we can come to the chart, Fabian, although we verbally described it. So there it is, 15.8. If we can break back and hold above VWAP, look for a consolidation long that we give to this 15.8 level. And then we get out in front of what's been happening pretty much every single day, which is a late day rally in GME after psyching everybody out to the downside early. Well, I mean, it's dumped at the open and then just basically slowly ground up. And when it holds VWAP, you get that acceleration at some point in the day.
Yeah, we grind high. That's no doubt about that one as this market just continues to get higher and higher. And they're so resilient, this market. We actually broke it down for you guys earlier as we're still making money on the short. We're back short Amazon, and that's starting to print now. We talked about 18,000 coming into play. The lowest we got was 18.1. I mean, we got to 18.0750, 075, but I was still looking for this move. So that's why we were trying to stay short. We're short now, but this is the main reason why we were looking short. But now you're coming right up to another top. So if in the midday, we're going to go there in 4 minutes, 118,270, they're going to be talking about IPOs. We're not even that far away right now, like 30 or 40 handles from what was the top yesterday, now coming back into play here off of off of a strong play there, as my charts just did something funky there. There's Amazon, nice call for the short. Got stopped out when we broke 188.25, got back in now, but look what's printing for us right now. This is what's printing right now. But it's NVIDIA that should be a $5 winner. We were just at 911 and talking about it, but we did good to do this. We did really well reloading SMH up there. So I cannot complain. A good take on SMH downside, a good take there for Amazon. Let me put another bid, as it's not necessarily tank city here by any stretch of the imagination. So let's see if we can get something out at 11. There it is. Okay, we're also bidding 02. The market's starting to come back in what will be a green morning for us. Just could have been a lot better if we had been a little more patient, a little more disciplined with NVIDIA.
Yeah, it was one of those mornings, like for myself, it started out like 50-50, like a win-loss, but then once we got patient, like pretty much everything's worked. I'm now out of the only long position that we have, and that was Disney. Disney just can't punch, sorry, let me zoom in for you guys. Disney can't punch through that top. Every time it's gotten through 106.30, it's wicked that high, and the market starts pulling back, I'll take it. The NASDAQ was already making a dip as it made that last little push. So VWAP hold on a higher low, short sell restricted name, so it was a little bit more, I don't know, like relative strength to it in some points. Toast is apparently having a great day, but that's
they earned earnings.
Yeah, Toast there were so many earnings names today, and I know you can't get, there's no chance you can get to all of the earnings names when this happens, but Toast is still going 15% to the upside. Good for them. We still have only chip short. Now VWAP is broken on AMD, so I think we can get that low of the day. I missed the last reload by a hair there at 155, but if it hangs under VWAP, I think we get down to that 153. We're gonna hold on for dear life. Intel still hasn't broken the low, but I feel like that's just a matter of time. And we just got out of the long on Disney saying, why not take it? It's rejected that price 3 times, the market's pulled back. Already Disney's pulling back in. So timing, big assist to the NASDAQ and the ES, which were already pulling back, 5 and 10 handles respectively when we got to resistance on Disney.
Yeah, I don't have really anything to hit right now. Who likes fruit salad? Yeah, a lot of people like fruit salad. I saw my guy in the back there today. He's crushing the fruit salad. No, on the other side. I won't say his name.
I think I know who you're talking about. Maybe.
All right.
Maybe.
So here we go. SMH. I mean, we just got 221.15s, 221.16s on this play. So it's really starting to happen here for us. Hopefully the downside will come into play again. Intel still here. Remember where we came from the NASDAQ? This is what the day looks like. To make a hell of a lot of money, all we need is like even just a retracement, like get to 18.2. You know, I feel like that'd be good enough for us. We didn't short the TQs. We picked on a sector that I think is vulnerable right now, the semis. I feel like you're just hovering right now. It's had a huge move back. Let's just watch out. I mean, this is what we're doing. I'm only bidding 221 flat right there because that's almost, I mean, the best we've gotten out is like teens. So I think we got a 10 there, but if we could break below and then VWAP is the next play, then man, I am all for that. Like, let's just stay net short. I'm feeling shorts. Alibaba, we're in already to the short side, but not much happening there. Intel's been singing for us all day. Amazon's a very positive stock. We'll have one red name today, Tesla. And that's because, honestly, it's been very good to hear that I've been able to keep my composure because 176 is the level that we wrote down for Tesla. So I'm at 175.75, and we just missed that. Like, we missed it by 7 cents, which would now be 70 cents in the money. Let's see if Tesla can get back up there. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Westermeyer, about the fruit salad emoji. We like that one. All right, good day so far, about to get better. Anything you want to wrap up with here?
Well, let's wrap it up with a good day for profitability on shorts. I just heard something about China and Taiwan, which would put more pressure on semis. And I think that's the right spot because the NASDAQ's at those highs, and you've been able to find the right levels to short these chip names.
I have the story just before we go.
Okay, I didn't hear it very well.
It's not that bad. It just says Commerce Secretary says invasion of Taiwan by China and seizure of TSMC would be absolutely devastating.
Oh, well, obviously.
So
no, that's going to be a good thing.
Thanks for stating the obvious there.
Why do you bother reporting something like that as a story?
If your name is Taiwan Semi and you are getting invaded, it might not be a great
obviously
look.
not. Yeah, so thank you for clarifying
For
that.
that.
I just heard something about that in semiconductors.
But anyways, maybe go short TSM.
Yeah, I mean, the chips are working to the downside, even with the market going up. But let's get on to the midday, talking some IPOs. And one of them reported today, that's Reddit. I don't think there's any big ones on tap for the last little bit, but you'll be prepared for the next one if you listen to Learn to Trade with the professor and Adara.
All right, thank you very much, Big Kahunas. What's up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we already have Kevin Mendoza, numero dos. Yes, after Bears versus Bulls. I see you, sir. And Darwin, winner. He just put chicken. But it's chicken dinner, my man. Shout out to the OG there in the chat. Darwin, JC Finance, what's up to you as well, sir? Let's wait for everyone to migrate on over. From the other stream, we have a great show for you guys today. We're talking about IPO trading all week. All right, there we go. We got Mateus Lane, Drago. We got Draco in the house. Naps, Disciplined Trades. I do like that name. Stupid Bitcoin, Saul G. We got Mac Trades and Investing. Good afternoon to you too, sir. We got JF Trader, Gorev. We got Luke Parrott, Kitchen Police. That's a great name. D. Westermeyer, what's up, man? It's been a minute since I've seen you. Big Adam Deluce in the house as well. 4 Lats. We got the Piper. We got Aldrich B. Zorro. Okay, that's cool. Francis as well, Joe Finero, Matthew Booth, and Robert Dixon. Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you're at, to everybody. Great day today. Lots moving in these here markets. Let's get to basically what's moving at the moment. Actually, let's introduce our host, Adara.
I'm Adara.
Hello.
I'm Adara. Right now, I'm not in any trades. That's the most self-explanatory statement that's ever been made. I think this sock sell is just like socks. I can't even think of a pun. Yeah, we're taking sock sells here, but okay, this is just a mess. I want to explain my whole thought process.
Go.
That was not even the word thought. I said the word thought wrong. That's where we're at right now. I got involved long here. Now my mic is falling. We're just living our best lives. We got long here. I liked that area. We were initially resting here on that previous resistance around that 40.10. I said, sweet, I want all the smoke. I get long. Then we bounce back, and I'm like, oh, we'll reject. I'll go short. Cool, great, right? Great times. No, it's just not working. Every direction I go, sock sell goes the other way. If we break below 40s here, I'll be out. If not, I'll be okay. I want us to see to get to 40.25s. It's just like, sock sell, if you're going to form a range, let a girl know. And just let me know where it starts and ends. Because right now, we're being deeply confusing. Sock sell has me, dazed and confused, in a stupor. I think we're going to have to let her go for now because I have already had too many questionable trades for having traded only since I sat down here. So yeah, sorry for that rant there, but I am Adara. That was the whole point of this, is to introduce myself, so hi.
Sock sell sucks.
Suck sell.
Suck sell. There you go, baby.
There you go, I'm back.
All right, let's get to what is moving quickly here. I'm just going to show you my trade that I had on the dead one, aka Apple. Very simple trade. It was a VWAP retracement trade. This one has been dancing below the volume weighted average price essentially since around 6:30 this morning. We had a bit of a double top at 6:30 that broke through VWAP, but that was really it. Every other print south of the volume weighted average price has come up to it and rejected. So when I sat down, it wasn't that hard of a pattern to see, and then so we shorted at 182.20, and then we wet our beak all the way down into 181.95. 3 outs. Happy with this trade. What's the next trade, though? We'll be keeping eyes on that. Seeing a lot of strength in Meta. You heard the big kahunas talk about that this morning. Also seeing a bit of a recovery now in Softy as it clears away from 400, now breaking above 410. Dealing with that 412 area. So some strength in the soft one today. We'll be talking a whole lot about that. But before we do any of that, we got to get the lesson du jour, baby, because we're talking about IPOs all weekend. Today specifically, we're going to be talking about flipping long and short on day 1 or 2 of an IPO. And so we're going to talk about what to look for and exactly kind of how to execute these trades using a decent plan. So let's get right to it. So day trading flips involves buying and selling the same stock specifically during IPOs, SPACs, and direct listings multiple times within a single trading day. The goal here is essentially to capture small profits from short-term price fluctuations. This lesson dives deeper into entry points, technical signals, and crafting a trading plan. So let's get right to it. So why would you want to flip or take flip trades with new listings? Really, what is the purpose of that? Why can't you do it with something else? Well, there's high volatility, right? These events often experience significant price swings due to the hype, the news, the market sentiment shifts, which creates multiple entry and exit points. So you've got high volatility, which means intraday movement, which means opportunities. Okay, that's all you really need to know. And then there's the intraday momentum, right? Because we're intraday traders, we don't really care as much about what happens overnight. So we're looking at these newer listings to develop strong momentum throughout the day, which offer opportunities for quick trades, both in uptrends and downtrends. So that's why we're looking at the flip trade specifically through the lens of IPO, or you can call them new listing trades, okay? Because we're not going to say IPO, SPACs, and DLs every time. New listing trades, that's what we'll call it. All right, so the art of the flip. I don't know how much art there is here, but we'll talk about what we can. Technical analysis toolbox. So at your disposal here is charting, right? You're going to utilize the price charts and things on the price charts like moving averages, like specifically the ones I'm talking about are the 50 and the 200. I use more, but those are the two main ones, as well as your relative strength index to identify potential entry and exit points. So entry on the uptrend. How is the move done here? So you're looking for price breakout above a short-term moving average. So you're looking to see where is the stock trading relative to the 50, the 20, the 10. You're looking for something specifically a bit more short-term. So maybe remove the 50 from that equation, look maybe at the 10 or 20. So you're looking for a price breakout above a short-term moving average, like the 20, with increasing trading volume. So you're looking for that break on good volume. This suggests bullish momentum. A lot easier to do, a lot easier to say than to actually do live and living color when the actual Everything's tanking, says the Katina man. Say it again. The Katina man wants me to let you guys know that NVIDIA is back into that 902 area. You could see 900, not that far away from it. So keep your eye on these chips if you're trading them. Keep your eye on NVIDIA and obviously AMD and the dead one today, Intel. So that's how I would suggest you look to get in on an uptrend entry. Look for something to take a short-term exponential moving average from the sell side to the long side and look for above average volume. Again, you're probably going to ask me what's above average volume. Have a look at the lower volume bar and try to make comparisons to previous volume bars to see whether this one qualifies as above average or not. Same thing with the exit on the uptrend. So how are you getting out? You've weaseled your way in when there's a moving average cross or a price breaking above a short-term moving average. How are you getting out? So consider taking profits when the RSI reaches overbought territory, for example, like a 70 print, or if the price stalls at a resistance level, like a previous high. Now that takes into consideration that it's been trading for a while so that you have previous highs off which to base it. But if you don't, look to the RSI, perhaps look to take profits once it takes that 70 level on the relative strength index. And how would you get in on the downtrend? So your entry on the downtrend here, if something's moving down. Look for a price break below a short-term moving average with increasing volume, again, like the 10 or the 20. You're looking for something like that, again, with above average volume. And then your exiting strategy, similar to your entering strategy, consider taking profits once the RSI comes into oversold territory, which is typically a print below that 30. Or if it finds a key area of support on the price chart. Again, that really, presupposes that you had enough price action off which to base key areas of support and resistance. Your support and resistance also really important here. We kind of alluded to it on your entries and exits. Look for price levels where the stock constantly finds support, which is a potential buying zone, or resistance, which is your potential selling zone. But you have to engage in a fair degree of active monitoring with these particular names, with these IPOs, right? You're not going to be able to, just chart some levels in the pre-market and then come in at 10:30 and then look to take a trade. Oftentimes, these levels are blown through, they're short-lived, and so you really need to be staring at the monitor for the good majority of the time while this is trading on the first and second day. So constant vigilance is key. Goes without saying. Track the live price action, the news flows, keep your eye on the order book to actively gauge the market sentiment and identify potential trading opportunities. The order book's really important here too because you don't have as much price action on the chart off which to base trades. So if you see big size either on the ask or the bid, that could be a good helper for you as well, especially on IPO days. Discipline and risk management, awfully important when it comes to trading these new listing stocks just because of the sheer volatility and madness that is essentially takes place on the first and second day. So make sure you're trading with smaller position size. That's going to be different for everybody. So start with a small percentage of your capital per trade. Make, for example, 1 to 2% of the risk of your overall account. You can manage, risk that, especially during these volatile periods. You even want to reduce that a little bit more. Your stop loss orders have to be very important as well. Always have stop loss orders in place. Set specific percentages below your entry price. For example, you could have a 3 to 5%, price level below your entry that you could place your stop. You could base it on average true range. It could be based on key areas of support or resistance. So make sure whatever you're employing as your stop, percentage or your stop plan, that it's consistent. And your profit targets. Make sure you're setting realistic profit targets based on your analysis and market conditions. Don't get greedy and miss out on potential gains. Aim for like a 3-5% move per trade. And some trading strategies. Let's get to these, right? So you always hear me talk about trend following systems like using moving average crossovers and crash downs. This is also a very employable strategy during these new listing trades. So if a clear uptrend or downtrend emerges, trade in the direction of the momentum, buying on dips and uptrends and selling rallies in a downtrend. Keep that in mind. And your mean reversion strategy as well. could absolutely come into play on an IPO or SPAC. So if the price deviates significantly from its recent average or away from a support or resistance level that's identified itself on the chart, you can anticipate a potential reversal and trade accordingly, but buy dips and sell rallies, essentially. And then ADR's favorite trade here, scalping. Execute multiple small trades throughout the day based on very short-term price movements identified by indicators like your Bollinger Bands or your moving average convergence divergence, MACD for short. And then support and resistance as well. We just mentioned this in the first slide, but it features here as well. If a certain level continues to appear on the chart throughout the day, and then again, that presupposes that it's traded enough to be able to develop support and resistance levels, consider taking trades off of it. Look long at your support and short at resistance, obviously, and keep that in mind. So here's how to craft your trading plan. First, a well-defined trading plan is your roadmap to success. So here's what it should include. First, your target asset. So specify the type of IPO, the type of SPAC or direct listing that you want to target. Make sure that if you're a momentum trader, you want a lot of eyes on this. If it's not a well-received IPO, there may not be as many eyes on it. So make sure you're targeting the right asset here. And then your technical analysis features heavily here. So outline the specific indicators that you're going to use for your entry and exit signals. Like, are you going to use moving averages tied in with RSI, or what's exactly your plan here? Have those ready if you have different indicators, technical indicators that you use for IPOs than you do for your regular day trades. And your risk management. You really need to be able to define this quite clearly right from the get-go. Define your stop loss, define your profit target, and your percentage gainers and losers per trade. How much you're willing to lose per trade and how much you anticipate, or where you're going to wet your beak on some profits for your profit takers. And trading size here equally as important, especially with these new listing trades. Determine the percentage of your capital you're willing to allocate to any one trade. I would suggest for newer traders especially 1 to 2% maximum. It's right here, Remram. All right? And then monitoring tools. Specify the resources you'll use to track price action, the news, and the market sentiment. Are you going to be using a scanner? Exactly how are you going to keep eyes on some of this stuff? So keep your monitoring tools close. And your trading schedule. Set a specific time of day that you want to trade this. Are you going to trade this right at the open? Well, it may not open till later in the day. So if it's a second day play, are you looking to trade it right at 9:30, or are you waiting for that more slower time of day, like when Adara and I come on during the midday, 11 o'clock? So you got to make sure you have all of these 6 at minimum here, different components of your trading plan done before you jump in. All right, and for some extra credit, explore advanced technical indicators like Bollinger Bands to help identify potential price reversals based on volatility, and your moving average convergence divergence as well. I don't use that often, but I should. This helps you identify strength and potential turning points in the trade, Adara.
Yeah, thank you for going over that, Sharif. And I think too, one thing that is super important is that you always want to have a plan. You want to have an ironclad plan. You want to have a Vatican bulletproof Pope car type plan for your IPOs and for these stocks that will move with a bit more ferocity, a bit more viciousness and swiftness.
Yes.
So weird analogy there, but I just wanted to add that. And thank you, Sharif, for going over that right now. So I don't want to call it a revenge trade. I want to call it I drank some caffeine and got my head on straight trade here on SOXL. So we were punching in and out. It was getting to be a moment. We took some SOXLs, but we just made just had a SOX W in that. So pretty happy with this. Initially, I was trying to go long at this support, then it failed. Then I was going to take my eyes off this forever. I said, you know what, Adara? This is not your moment in the sun. You have to bid this one adieu. Then I said, look at that fall in NVIDIA. I want to try taking the SOXL one more time if we fail that support. Took it for 20 pennies, pleased as punch. I was going to risk basically up into this, where did I get? I was going to risk into like this 90. Sure, so risk 10 pennies, made 20. Say it with me, pleased as dang punch. Really happy with how that turned out. Still down on the day, but I made up like about more than half the losses in that one trade. And I know there's that trading book, One Good Trade. I would not call this one good trade. I would call it one better thought out trade, but it was a trade nonetheless that I'm happy with. Tesla now I'm also happy with. I wanted to wrestle with Tesla when I noticed that Tesla, as the rest of the market had a little bit of a quadunk, a baby quadunk, we did have Tesla continuing to kind of make these higher highs, higher lows, at least for my money and the way that I trade, right? So I said, you know what? Let's try it. Let's dabble. If we fall below this area, if we fall into 174 on Tesla, which is going to be, for context in Tesla, if we fall below that, for what is this, 744? Yes, we're risking a couple pennies here. I wanted to add to the position because I want to have enough shares that I can, like, you know, drive around, do a couple drop-offs along the way in my, not my Cybertruck, my Model 2, the discount model here on my TSLA. We'll have to see how this trade goes, but happy with it so far, and I think it is better planned than pretty much all of the stock sell trades except for that one that did work out. So we're going to have to see how Tesla goes, starting to distribute or take some profit, wet that beak, if you will, at 755. Let's see if there is any smoke. I would like some smoke, but we're going to have to wait and see if the smoke is located. How are you doing?
Good. Nicely in the money here on the soft one. Got long 53s, printing 73s now. Looking for a move back into that 412 area. This was a 10 EMA dip trade. It wasn't planned, but I want to put a sticky note on my monitor here, I guess. Dip trades only, because it's by far my outperforming stock. When I try to take a trend trade, something that's doing well momentum-wise on the day, and I chase it at random levels, it's my worst trade. When I dip trade those strong names off key areas of technical support, I do the best. So I'm going to try to set up something off an exponential moving average, off a key area of support and resistance, or off VWAP. So looking for a move up here on the soft. We put a bit of a hammer candle, already wet my beak there on some profits, looking for continuation. So we'll continue to watch that. Apple is going here. So I did have that initial short on Apple, but I set that there. I'm like, look at this 182 level. I'm like, so I shorted it at 182.20 and we wet our beak into 190, 180, 195. But it reclaimed 182 awfully quickly. And then it started using it as an area of support, defending that 182 every time it coming back down to it. So Apple now incrementally higher highs, higher lows. It's above the volume weighted average price on a closing basis for the first time today. So the winds of change are coming here on the dead one Apple. Just how much? How much change are we going to get? We're still negative on the day. To go green, we got to break above that 182.40 general area, about 6 pennies below that right now. I'm going to pack my patience here, look for something a bit more concrete to see whether or not, number one, we break above yesterday's closing print at that 182.40, and number two, if we do we hold it as that level of support? So I'll keep Vadzim. Oh, thank you very much, Vadzim. Wow, 20 euros. That's a lot, my friend. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate the comment and the nice gesture on your part. Shout out to Vadzim dropping 20 euros. 20 euros. That's not bad. I'll take that. Not a bad look there. So that is a good look. Also, looking at Tesla. So Tesla had I know, call me crazy, but this one had a nice big move up through that 175.66 area, and then coming right back down now into the 50, as well as support level 1 on pivots. We had a bit of a double top here in that 945, 950 time slot where we rejected off 173 generally here, 173.60. It was the 50 period. So if we do come back into the 50, does it now act as support? That's what I'll be watching. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, so the reason for that chortle, I was not going to call you crazy to use your words. I actually am in a Tesla long. Okay. So I was just making that little sound because I was like, oh, me too. We're below the 90 MA, so je ne sais pas, but I'm way too reliant on that level anyway, so I'm going to try to chill with that. We have had that bounce I was looking for at that 744. Pleased as punch. Shout out, though, as well to Jay Lee. I know Jay Lee said that he's short the Tesla. I do think there's probably plays in either direction. I think for me, though, for right now, for my purposes, I want to try to take some scalp moves here. Happy with my entry. With the average, we are 2 pennies out of the money. But yeah, started the position 747 or 749, 747, got a couple shares at both prices. So not a massive position, but enough for me to feel comfortable driving that Model 2 down the highway, you know what I mean? So there we go on my Tesla. What else am I looking at? I'm actually looking at Celsius again. I was looking at Celsius yesterday. This could be a day 2 earnings play, but I would see it as a short, honestly. We had that pop back above VWAP, then we slooped to the downside. We fell below that support. If we test this again, we're trying to peek our head up here at 73. If we fail 73, I think someone might be going short 73, and that person would be yours truly. Also, I want to take a look at Monster because I know I've been doing all the energy drink plays lately. I don't know. But Monster, I know, had a catalyst earlier today. I initially was trading higher, but we kind of gave up a lot of the move there. Right now, this was actually a flat bottom break earlier that I missed, unfortunately, at that 54.65 area. So they commenced a modified Dutch auction tender offer to purchase up to $3 billion of its outstanding common stock. So some kind of stock purchase deal in the Netherlands going on there for Monster. But right now, as I've said, Monster is a little bit of a slower mover. There's not a lot of energy in this stock, and it was one of my most boring trades to be in last week, to the point that I remember Sharif was like, I didn't even know you were in that trade because I just didn't talk about it because it was doing nothing. But, just because the stock moves one way one day does not mean it'll always move that way, save for Apple, which will always be the dead one in our hearts.
Oh, yeah.
But no, all jokes aside, I do like Monster here, potentially as a short. I think there's going to be more heat, though, in Celsius. And we know I want the smoke, so we're going to hopefully get that heat in Celsius turned up a couple degrees. Keep the energy going in that name. Tesla popping up a little bit here. Please just punch. I'm going to have to probably start scalping out a little bit earlier. Initially, I wanted to start getting profits out at 7.55. I think right now that could be a bit rambunctious, a bit ambitious of me. Or are these wicks kind of into? Let's do 7.52s to start leaving this position. I have enough, we can recharge that EV a couple times here, so I'm okay getting some out a little bit earlier. Please just punch with this trade. We'll have to see if it comes to fruition. I see you and the soft one are no longer buddies.
No, I got out.
Oh, okay.
I got out. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, it's all good. I was gonna tell everybody anyway. Yeah, I did get out.
Yeah.
It didn't break down. I just,
okay.
it's. I thought it was a little stagnant there, so
Should have worded it better.
we ended it there. But yeah, it's continuing to go up. I think the trade is still valid on the soft one. It's actually headed up here higher than where I got out my last little portion. So that 10 period does hold. And you got to keep in mind, guys, with Microsoft. So it's not going to totally respect the 10 period. It's going to dance around it. What I really look for, does it close above the whatever indicator? If you're looking at the 20, the 50, the 200, does it close above it? Sometimes you'll get really lucky and it'll just bounce right off your level, but that doesn't happen to me all that often. So it looks like I took Softy a little bit out too early as it's going up here into 412. The other one I'm looking at, I agree with this Tesla long here with the ADR. This is a good look. It's clearly bouncing off the 50 after rejecting off the 50. So here comes that curl. Now, do we get a 175 break here? Right? We definitely got one earlier, so we'll see if we get one again. TSLA looks good at these levels. We didn't cover any small caps, so let's cover the small caps today. The best one, and this is not the best percentage gainer, but the best looking small capper on the day is not even really a small capper. It goes by the ticker MULN, and it is a small capper. It's a $47 million, $48 million now after the big move up here, market cap. So technically qualifies as small cap, and the float is also very small, 6.4 million shares, not minuscule, but it's been a really good look. Look, the deeper retracements have not existed. It's only been shallow retracements, so you've only been able to get something off the 10, at least with the moving averages that I have on my chart. The smallest is the 10. And the deepest it's gone on the retracement happened here at 11:10 p.m. It came down off that 7:15 and it went to the low there at 675, and that's where it touched the 10 period. That's where you could have gotten filled. So looks good. There is a topping tail candle that just reared its ugly head here at 757, but I wouldn't put too much stock into one candle, especially with this name. I've seen this before where they, you have outlying candles over here that make it look like it's going to turn around and come down, and it ends up moving up. So look for confirmation. By confirmation, I'm saying maybe look for a 7 break or a break of the 10 period moving average on a closing basis, really before you start staring at that topping tail candle right there. But it, on its own, doesn't look very good. Mullen, awfully nice on the day. I'll be looking for something again off the 10 EMA. That's how I'm going to play that. MXCT, also a really good one. This one started getting going right there at the bell, 9:30. We didn't have any pre-market action on this one, so we can't utilize is it above pre-market high rule that I typically utilize for these small cap gappers. So we're going to have to take it basically on its merits. Right now, it looks like there is some resistance at this 510-ish area technically. The high of the day is 514 coming back now. The initial bounce off VWAP got bought up nicely at that 490 area, and then you had a move above 5. This time, you're not quite making it down to VWAP, but we'll keep eyes on MXCT. Give you the deets on this one, $522 million market cap, so much larger than Mullen, and the float is also larger, 98 million shares there for trade in the public market, so that's a good look. NIVF has now broken below the volume weighted average price, no longer tradable for me. Look at that ugly topping tail candle. That foreshadowed a whole bunch of stuff there. Oof. Yeah, but look at how you can get bamboozled if you rely on too much on one candle. Look at this topping tail candle over here, and we end up staying above VWAP on DTCK. So this one's doing things as well, up 27.87%. $38 million market cap. The float, sub 1 million. This one can really go here, guys. Watch out for this one. 572,000 shares is the float. It's only done, though, 2.25 million shares on the day. It's a dollar stock, so the liquidity just is not there on DTCK. So those are the 4 that I've covered. CRCT is okay. This one is not respecting VWAP, though, so don't try to base something off VWAP. To me, this really looks like it's hugging the 10-period moving average. Again, unsure as to why, but really it doesn't matter, I guess, at this point, right? Just the fact is it's gotta respect something. So CRCT, I'll give you the details on that one quickly before we send it back to Adara. This one is 1.64 billion market cap, so it's a larger company, and the float is around 46 million shares. It does have a headline from today. Keep your eye on it. This one could come into play, though. But small caps, I got to tell you, I'm not really too pleased with them. Mullen is the best looking out of all of them, I'd say.
I like that you're telling them how you feel. Like you're not super pleased.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't that good today. I've always said, you can kind of get a sense depending on what's happening when I'm doing the small cap recap. And I initially did like that CRCT.
Okay.
But then
it told me about it.
just wasn't meant to be there. I thought it was kind of coily in a way that could have looked interesting. But je ne sais pas. Also, shout out to the Microsoft trade. That is awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, that CELH right now, I did take a short on Celsius. Initially, we were rejecting that 73 beautifully. Now we are kind of not doing that. However, I'm going to give this 25 pennies. I'm giving it to this, what is this? This 73.25-ish area. Okay, okay. Thanks, Celsius. Dude, I just say it, and then it's like, okay, cool. You want to see that level? Cool. I was like, I don't need to see it, Celsius. I just need to, not break above it. But okay, to each their own. But no, I like that because A, that would be a lower high. B, that was an area we had a little bit of resistance and then support earlier, so I think this could get a little bit spicy. But either way, I am down in this name right now, but I'm happy I took the trade because I liked it. Did it work out? Probably not. But
what is happening?
But I tried. It was my I'm not sure voice. I'm like, but yeah, so Celsius, you're gonna be on my radar. TQs are doing something. I think they're trying to bounce off VWAP, but I'm not 100% convinced of said bounce. I'm going to switch to the Qs to show what I mean. Yeah, so we're rejecting off that 90 MA pretty viciously, but we are above VWAP with a little bit of a bounce. So I don't really know what we're going to be getting here in the Qs. I think we might have to do a Q&A sesh right now, though. I'm going to have to dip out of my Celsius because that's getting a little too hot in that name. Did take an L there. Not massive, still not proud of it, but the TSLA is continuing to take that drive to the upside. So happy with that right now. Have one beak wetter out, two beak wetters out. Nice, thank you. So right now we're going to be waiting as well for that 58s area. Then I'll have a scintilla of shares left to do what I want to with. But yeah, proud I stuck with this trade. Definitely needed this trade amidst the questionable moves that I made in CELH and more specifically in SOXL. We also got a super chat here from NZ. SGD $5. I don't know what that is. I know it's in Sweden. Is it Switzerland? No, that would be Europe. I don't know because I know Sweden is kroner.
New Zealand?
Maybe.
No, I have no idea.
SGD,
SGD. Let me find out. Sorry, I saw NZ. That's why I said.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, that makes sense.
SGD currency. There we go. Find out the Singapore dollar.
Okay, sweet. Shout out to you. Thank you so much, NZ, for the super chat. Could you take a look at Uber and Starbucks? Yeah, totally. Let's look at Uber, as our pal Opie sometimes says. And yeah, Uber was Uber weak. Now Uber's Uber rangy. But I think if we break below this level, this could get a little bit fierce, which is why I'm a skosh hesitant to go long. But look at this. We have that rejection out of 67. We come to bounce here a little bit and make that base around 64s. I don't hate this look. We also did make a slightly higher low from that previous 64 bounce. Now the bottom is around the 64.30. That being said, we've been decisively below the 9 EMA, topic and trading in pretty low volume for a while. I think either we break above or we break below with the viciousness, or we continue in this range. I don't have a huge read on this right now, though, beyond the fact that if you zoom out, this is a bit of a bear flag. I think we could break to the downside here on Uber. Honestly, Celsius be gone. I think Uber gets a roll on my side chart for that alone, because this is spicy to me, that VWAP projection.
All right, I don't know what's going on, but we didn't know what was happening last time with it either. GameStop is moving again. Neil put that in the chat. I see it. And here it is, guys, breaking through the pre-market high there, through the pre-market high as well as the earlier high, which was around 1640. So we got into 1670 there. I don't see any news to support the move, but Benzinga basically saying it came on their scanners as a result of the volume. So a good volume spike there to support GameStop and the move up. Do we know when these guys report? Did they report already? Like what? June 5th, Katina, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. So, yeah, but, almost still a month left to go between now and earnings. So we'll keep an eye on GameStop. Again, no reason on my blotter to justify the move, but it's meme magic, says Aaron Scott Matthews. And then, was that you, Neil? That wasn't, is that the Chilean Nightmare? Who was that? It's a trap. Yeah. Well, I mean, Neil says it might be, right? So it trap. So be careful with this one. There it is. He's in it right now. He's already printing on it. Can we go back to this screen? There we go. Nice break through the top. As you guys can see, he took the previous high. Neil, can you show the previous high? Right there. There you go. So you see that. Takes it right there, and he's wetting his beak. 2 outs already. Shout out to Neil. Great trade there on GameStop as it moves up there on no news. So we'll keep an out for that. Yeah, so that's the look there. All right, so I have a couple of trades set up here. They may or may not come to fruition. I'm looking at getting Meta long at VWAP. So Meta's been strong. It's about 1% on the day. Tapped at 475. I had my levels charted on Meta today as likely to have trouble at 470. And I was not more than wrong on that. I was very wrong. The 50 EMA was 471.25 and it definitely had issues breaking through the 50 EMA on the daily. So I charted where that was. It blew through it. It didn't care. It had some support at 466 and 468. It didn't even make it down there. At least not, on the pop, obviously. At 930 it did. But it wasn't retracing back down into those levels. So Meta, I am I'm very bullish on, I should say. So I'm looking at anything long on Meta. If it makes its way down into volume weighted average price, I'll get long. It looks like it's holding up here at the 20, so it may not make it into the VWAP. It's holding up at around 472.5, which is where the bottom end of the 5-minute, the previous 5-minute candle is, but the close is above the 20-period moving average. So that is a trade I'm setting up there. The other trade that I want to set up is Mullen at the 10-period. Now, call me crazy on this. I mean, how many times? Katina Man called me crazy, so I've been called crazy now. I call crazy. I love it. I'm looking at setting up something maybe at 710, 711. We'll put 711 just for what and giggles.
I like that.
Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of losing its luster a little bit. We already mentioned this topping tail candle, which could be foreshadowing a bit of a deeper retracement. The 20's at 680. And the VWAP is at 675. So deeper retracements, I've noticed anyway, come into the 20. So if the 10-period retracement doesn't work, I'll be looking again on Mullen for the 20 Adair.
7-Eleven is like the convenience store of my people in Winnipeg.
Ah, you did tell me that.
Yeah.
It's the #1.
Oh, we are like the Slurpee capital of Canada. And we also have so when I first moved to Ontario, I was so shocked because there are not 7-Elevens every 2 seconds. I'm very lucky. I happen to live in a weird 7-Eleven epicenter where I have like legitimately at least 4 walking distance from my house. So I feel very blessed. I was literally there yesterday. But yeah, so you said 7-Eleven. I'm like, that to me, what's life without whimsy? I'm not going to go back to Sev. But yeah, so I just wanted to shout that out there. TSLL. Oh, pardon.
Do you get nostalgic when you see 7-Elevens in Toronto?
I do. Oh my gosh. So I remember the first time I saw one in the wild, and it's actually oddly enough one of the ones I live near now. And I say what because I say I live near quite a few. Remember the Uber pulls up here. We're trying to go somewhere else, and I said, wait, that's a 7-Eleven. I run out of the Uber. I'm like, I gotta go to 7-Eleven. Everyone else is like, what did this girl do? But yeah, I had to go get my 7.
I love it.
You know what
I
I
love
mean?
it.
So
I love
I had to shout that out. If there's any Winnipeggers here in the chat, shout out to you. Shout out to Sev. Also, shout out to Adam DeLuz. Thank you so much for the £5 super chat. Blessed to be able to do this for a living, but more importantly, and I said that word wrong, more importantly, be a part of an amazing community. Thank you, Trader TV team. Honestly, same. I'm always so happy to be here, and thank you so much to Adam DeLuz, great participant in the chat. Also for NZ, I know the other one you asked about for your super chat, just go back to that briefly as well. Starbucks, this is a nice look on Starbucks, actually, NZ. Look at this. We had a little bit of a flat top break just to skosh here at the 78.30. And we keep grinding to the upside. Starbucks has been decisively weak. Not a lot of caffeine in that name. In fact, it's been on kind of a decaf diet like this is. This daily chart, the only word I can think of to describe it is sad. This is just really bad. We had that big move to the downside here on what I can only describe as like kind of an epic earnings miss. They missed across the board. China sales very weak. And also this is really interesting too. Right before that earnings drop, we have this support that we had coming back early October 2023, resistance at that 90 area into earnings. Then we fall with a viciousness right now trading around 74. On the daily though, this is a nice, or on the intraday, sorry, this is a nice look here in the 5-minute, having that nice bounce off 73, or that nice move above 73.80. I would say if we come and bounce, what should we do at 73.80? If we break below this level, things could get a skosh dicey, spicy, and not very nicey.
I like it. All right, guys. We are brought to you by Blue Chew. Guys, do you remember the good old days when you were always ready to go? Well, those days don't have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as, yes, Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, but in convenient chewable tablets, and it's a fraction of the cost. Sign up at bluechew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you'll receive your prescription discreetly delivered to your door within days. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Who wants to do that? Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and shipped directly to you, and we've got a special deal for you. Try Blue Chew free when you use the promo code TRADERTV at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. Visit bluechew.com, promo code TRADERTV. Shout out to the folks there at Blue Chew. So that's the look there. What I've been looking at here is Meta, and it's not giving me that VWAP retracement that I kind of hoped would come in. It's too strong looks like at these levels. 20 period is the best it's going to give me at the moment. So I'm going to keep eyes on Meta, and I'll keep my order there just about in front of 472 or so. VWAP on my chart is at around 471.80. So if I can front run it by a couple of shekels, that'll be fine. I'll keep eyes on that. But I got to tell you, some of these names, they look like they're curling down just a little bit here, right? You got the goggles with that essentially 170 top. Sure, it's getting into 170.15, but it's having a lot of trouble staying above 170. So that's got my attention. Apple curling back down now off, yeah, you guessed it, that 182.40. That's yesterday's closing print. It doesn't quite make its way up there. The highest this candle went into was 38, so you had to front run that by a couple of pennies. I think that's standard procedure. So Apple coming back down now. Now, does it reject 182 or does it hold on to 182 here? That'll be the look. I just finished telling Adara that I saw some support initially at 182. That is until we break down again below it. So keeping eyes there, and we're right at 182 right now. So we'll have to see exactly how that all pans out. If it breaks and holds below 182, I could definitely be persuaded to get into the Apple short. I don't really mind. Softy right back into the 10 period, but Google's at VWAP. So I'm going to send it to you here because I like the look on Google.
Yeah, go search for that Google level right now, post haste. Yeah, nice look there for Sharif on Google, goggles, whatever OB name for that stock you like to choose. Yeah, he weirdly, I think, has like christened all the names for that stock.
Yeah.
I just realized, which is really
fine.
funny. TQQs, please this punch. This was a choice. I know as well, you and I don't have the experience. You've talked about it, and I've listened with regards to how the Qs and all of these Mag 7s used to move in tandem, in lockstep, as pals, as buddies, as besties. That's not really the case anymore, which is how I can be long Tesla or via TSLL and short the Qs via TQQs and feel okay with both those positions. I like this because this was essentially a range trade on steroids. And I say on steroids because I saved a piece through the dream for the breakdown. I said I wasn't sure about what we were doing here. I mentioned that earlier. Then when I noticed we're topping and turning below the 90 MA with these failed wicks into 5860s, I said, that's the traded era. It's a range trade with a piece for the dream for a potential breakdown. If we get into 40s, I'll take everything out here. I have a scintilla of shares left here. We've got like a third of the position left in here. But I was really happy with how I executed this. Took 6 pennies on the bottom end of this range, saving pieces for dreams. I was going to risk into 55, so risked 5 pennies, got 6. Weird risk to reward ratio, but if I'm going to scalp, I have to keep things very tight, especially when a range is literally 6 pennies, as this TQQ's range is. I do want to get out, though, probably around here, because I just do not like that we are now coming into that previous resistance here that we had in the Qs, going back to this 10 a.m. area when we had these wicks into 5840s. This is a very tight range, but I said yesterday as well, I was really proud of what I did with Celsius, because it was like, I felt like I was going back to my old ways. You know what I mean? When I was trading in the sim, just finding ranges, trading slightly more expensive stocks with a little bit more vim, vigor, sass, energy, zeal, what have you. But I think that's what I want to get back to. I took that range, saw it, like it, want it, got it. Apparently that Ariana Grande quote's going to be my new thing right now. Not making 7 rings, but making a couple quick pennies there. If we break below the 90 MA here on Tesla, I'm out, because we've been riding that 90 MA quite nicely, if I do say so myself, on the way to the upside. But I am really pleased as punch with what's been happening here. I have more than half of my position out. So the math on it's kind of funky, but it is more than half of the position has been secured. We have secured the bag. Sharif, we know, will secure the egg as well. Making that joke this morning, instead of securing the bag, securing the egg. Yeah, good times. Also, TQQs then decided to break, but you know what? No FOMO here, only JOMO. I see you and our pal Softy are besties again.
Yes, trying to short this monster as it's now broken down below the 10-period moving average. So we'll keep eyes on that. I don't have a whole lot other than the trades that I've already talked about. I kind of mentioned already the small gappers that I'm interested in. It's really MULN, which I still, believe it or not, have not put a dip trade on. So I gotta set that up. Right now, the 10-period is at 7.25, so it behooves me to do that. So let's go ahead, and we're going to leave Meta up because we already have a trade set up. We're going to put Mullen, I believe it is on the NQ. So it's trading at 7.25, but again, you know, the 10-period is a dynamic range, and if it continues to head up, well, then the range will move up with it. So we're doing nicely here on the softy short. Already wet my beak on some profits. Let's see if we can get a move into 411. But the only other thing, really, guys, that I've got my eyes on is essentially 7.25, but it is a dynamic range on MULN. We'll look to get in on the 10-period moving average, up 32% here, so nothing to sneeze at there. Sharif, thoughts about Meta, says Mo Oda. So my thoughts on Meta are quite simple. I got to tell you the truth. I've got a order set up on it at the moment right here, which is for that VWAP long. So, you know, this may or may not be the trade. It may not be the most, let's just see here. The issue is it's kind of doing its thing at the 20. So if it comes back into VWAP, is it going to fail VWAP here? Because is the resistance level here based upon where the market is trading? So if the market gives up everything, we start retracing south to 18.1 or 18,000. Does Meta give a you-know-what about VWAP? No, I don't think so. So it really is going to depend on what the market is doing at these levels, depending on whether or not I get long Meta. Right now, I've got my order set in. It looks like it could trigger any second here. So I've got it at 05s, 472.15 is where the ask is. So it looks like I will likely get printed if it comes down a little bit more here on META. I'm going to stick with this trade. So if it gets filled, I'm going to go with this trade. I want to see what it does. Right now, it's even just jumping away from VWAP. As it got close to it, I guess, there were people front running that dip trade at the volume weighted average price, and now it's like 60 pennies above it. So I'll keep my eyes on META, looking to go long at VWAP.
Yeah, that Meta, I know you've had your eyes on. I know you have very specific levels on that as well. So I think, that'll be interesting. It's always nice when you spend like your whole day planning a trade and then it works out. Like, I think those are sometimes the sweetest ones. They don't always happen because you don't always get levels you like. But I remember I had one time, this is back before NVIDIA broke above 800. I think it was like 727. I watched that level all day. I said, this is when I was in the sim, mind you. I said, if NVIDIA hits that level, you take the trade. And it's like, so if those levels do hit, that is always a little bit sweeter when you have that trade super planned, especially I'm coming from this as someone who I think definitely needs to work on planning trades a little bit better. But also, thank you so much to youriTremote.com for the $1 super chat. No message here, but thank you so much for the support. We're so happy to be here with you guys. The TQs are doing things. I did get out of these entirely, extricated myself. But look at that. We had that. I'm happy I got out at that 40s area, even though we did break a little bit lower, because look where we wicked back down to VWAP. And then TQs is like, I don't want to be below VWAP yet. What are you talking about? Coming back to good old 58.40s. I don't want to take this long yet because we have had, I would say, a steady descent to the downside, but there's something in the water here.
Your Tesla trade was ridiculous.
Thank you.
Like, did you see where it's like 174 to 176? That's a $2 move.
Yeah.
Off the area where you got in on Tesla. You got in at 174 general area.
I did get 174 general, yeah.
Yeah. That's a great trade there, Dara.
Thank you so much. I forgot about this. So I'll talk about it. Thank you very much. This Tesla, bless you, Blessel. The Tesla was, this was my best name of the day, and I was really proud too because I was getting a little bit nervous when we got to that 744s, but I drew that was a hard line for me. I said if we break below 744s, then I'm out. We bounced at 745 a couple times. I said, you know what, Adara? Stick with it. Happy with the amount of shares I had and the size I had going into this. And I started piecing out at pre-market levels of resistance and support along the way. Started with 753, then 756. Then I like that 760 area. I did it taking the rest out when we initially struggled to break above that 760. So I think 758 was where I took out the rest of the shares. But yeah, I mean, for the top part of this, that was a 12-penny winner. So I'm really proud of myself for what I did with Tesla. This was very much a tortoise in the hare type trade. Slow and steady wins the race, which is not usually my type of bag. I like my scalps. I like my fast and furious type action. So happy to take a bit of a slower moving trade that I planned and was able to execute. Thank you so much to Your IT Remote as well for the $10 super chat. Cheers. Thank you very much, guys. We're so happy to be here. youriTremote.com. I'm guessing you do IT. Hopefully you're having a great day over there, trading with all of us here. It's been a wild one. I am still down in the day. Thanks, Celsius. Yeah, we know what my big loser was today there. We took an Celsius on Celsius, but we're gonna only try to go up from here. We're gonna have to turn that heat up. What are you looking at?
I'm going to shout out some people there in the chat. Gorev, Disney now on a downtrend shorting level, breaking down from VWAP. Sorry, what was that, Fabian? Neil. Oh, yeah. Neil is doing his lesson a little early today, guys. So Neil's lesson of the day is here.
Psych. No, lesson of the day. A little bit early. Candidly, I have a really good reason for doing this before 12 o'clock. I'm meeting my high school business teacher with a good friend of mine for lunch. Haven't seen her in years, and it's really good to reconnect. So gonna have a lot of fun there. But the lesson I want to talk about today, usually there's something that happened where you learned the hard way, or there was a frustrating trade, or there was a loser or a missed opportunity. It's like, oh, why didn't I have that? And something along those lines leads to what we learned as the lesson of the day. This one's gonna be a little bit different because setups are here, setups are everywhere. You look at charts long enough over the years, and I've said this with regards to traders as well. If you're smart and dedicated and sitting on the floor, finding opportunities to get into trades that are good-looking setups is not really that hard. Usually what trips people up is once they're in a position, managing the risk and having it out and adhering to it, making quality execution decisions to get in and making quality execution decisions to get out, and then taking all of those opportunities and deciding which ones not to do, which is part of it. So I want to deal with two parts of that, which one of them is going to be execution strategy, and the other is going to be when does it set up an idea and a concept, something that you don't want to take, and affirms the reason I'm going to come to, sort of this, not conclusion, but to this idea today. Because a setup that I actually am a really big fan of for day trade looked like it was going to be there for a firm. And the general idea, and it doesn't have to be earnings, but in this particular case it was, a firm reporting in the morning, Upstart reporting after close. They're adjacent, they're not the same thing, but you had a situation where a firm dumped on Upstart earnings, possibly trapping some sellers and relieving some pressure of longs that have gotten out of the stock overnight, and then gapped up on their earnings move. Also has a decent short float. So it gave you exactly what you're looking for. Then it was a breakout trade looking to take some highs. Seems like it should be a VWAP continuation in here and then a long, but that was the exact moment it was a short. So why was this trap shorts, that's who you're trading against, gap up, catalyst is earnings, why was that not a long opportunity? And the answer for me would be if it could have held a higher low and broken back out again, it actually would have been a long. But the reason why sometimes not to take things can be multiple. It can be multiple. First, you could ask yourself, do I want to go against the general trend? I think with a squeeze name, you're okay with that. Had it not been a name with a short float, maybe I don't want to go against that general trend. But the more important thing to consider would be, look at that little lower high that it put in. It's not about the fact that it's downward trending. This is 36.70. And it had already tapped this resistance once, twice, thrice. That's telling you something. On a downward trending stock, there are sellers in front of that price, 36.5 to 36.70. So when you see this, if there aren't buyers above, why would I want the long? It's not enough that it gets there pre-market or on some crazy wick at 9:30 where you know anything can happen at 9:30, you happen to get that break. It has to hold above where those sellers are. When it does that first initial bounce, it tries to get back, puts in another lower high, and then dumps. There's no consolidation there. There's no higher lows there showing you that buyers have gotten control of the stock. So the long setup isn't really valid. The general idea is there, trap shorts overnight, gap up higher, catalyst is earnings, but there's just not that extra piece of confluence that should get you away from, the overall general short idea there. Thank you. Well, if you shorted it when it fell through and trapped some of those longs, you actually would have had the dollar club or like the $2 club or the $3 club, whatever it might be. So that's an example of why a basic setup doesn't give you a reason to actually take it. You can say, hey, it kind of looks like it might do something I want to grab, but there's no reason for me to take that trade just yet. You can wait for the confirmation. In that case, I was trying to get the short, didn't get it, it went too fast. The reversal was a fantastic one. The other thing, and sometimes I'll do this where you have an execution plan and the execution plan actually costs you something, even on a winning trade, but it's important to have it anyways. In this particular case, I looked back at yesterday being a frustrating day, and we've talked about this before. Probably a few too many shots at Palantir, but when taking multiple shots at resistance or support levels or bounce plays, if you have a good execution plan, you can limit the damage and maximize your profits. So one of the things I always try to do is if you are shorting into a resistance area on a stock against the grain of the market and even against the grain of that sector or that individual name, clearly AMD is making a bounce and going strongly. It's always good to have an execution plan that allows you to be with momentum, possibly maximize the scalp trade or what you're trying to capture, and also lets you stay disciplined. So the notion of when I was shorting 155, not just getting short into that level, but every single entry, it breaks 155, can't make a high. Once it doesn't hold a higher high and gets back underneath, short right back underneath 155, scalps them out. It then on that same wick broke 155, couldn't break 155.10 on the way back in. This is a 3-minute candle, so it happened fast. Short back underneath 155. Break of 155, cannot go higher, back underneath. And the thing about taking the short when it regains underneath that support level is twofold. One, it means you're not getting into position at the maximum point in which the stock is screaming against you, right? Like you're not taking it under all of that duress. It also means that anybody that's trying the continuation breakout long above 155, that's some of your exit liquidity. Because anyone taking this long, well, you're able to take advantage of them stopping out underneath 154.5 and grabbing some profit. Ultimately, the last reload here doesn't happen because it doesn't give that same setup where it breaks 55 and comes back underneath. But when we talk about an execution plan, that's part of it. It's not just about, I like this price level, I like this stock. If you can also find yourself an execution plan that allows you to stay in the position, to sort of maximize your ability to trade it the way you want. If you're scalp trading it, get it with momentum instead of against can be very helpful. And it just comes down to whatever works for you. Against the grain, or if you happen to be going against the trend, at least the short-term trend, then you want to have an execution plan that allows you not to get completely run over and then just have the trade be right a couple of minutes later. When you're going with the trend, it can be easier to just join and be a little bit more aggressive, but your execution plan is the second part of that story. Sometimes it'll mean you don't take something that works, but it's there to help you maximize those results. So that's your lesson of the day. Sometimes there's a setup that you just don't want because it didn't give you that extra reason to get in. And also have a strong execution plan, so especially when you're going against that grain, you're going to not get run over multiple times and be able to be in the trade as it starts working instead of hoping it starts working. So best of luck out there, everybody. Good luck trading. Your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. I just got into a couple of positions, so I have to put my stops, so I got to send it to you.
Yes, I will chat. Hi, everyone. Starbucks, I'm like subliminally taking caffeine from this market. I had that Celsius trade earlier. Now I'm trying to, mooch off of Starbucks, good vibes and caffeine. I want to get involved here. Shout out to Adrian N for saying Starbucks about to rocket. I remembered we did have that nice break above that 73.80 area. I'm going to be getting out if we break below that 70. Well, I'm not even in yet. What am I saying, girl? I'm not even in. I want to get in just below 74s. That might be a little bit too low, but I do not want to get involved at this near highs. This is a type of trade I'm always a little bit more skeptical to take, so I want to make sure my risk management and my entry into it reflects that. We're going to be risking roughly 11 pennies. Not like that number has any significance. It's just because I want to get in here, and I think I've probably missed the boat. I think the line has moved up without me. It's the new drink of the day. I don't know. I've missed my opportunity, I think, here. But I do want to get involved at 73.97. If we can kind of come back, bounce a little bit off that. Honestly, though, we'll do like 74s. And I don't think this is too much chasing. I'm moving this about 3 pennies. I really just want to make sure that I'm choosing levels that are realistic if this is a trade that I do like. I think we had that beautiful failure to break below that 73.85. And then we had this nice little chop and churn sitting pretty, waiting very patiently and kindly here at this 9 EMA. I think when this line breaks to the upside, when they open the Starbucks doors, I think all the customers are going to run in. A lot of energy, a lot of caffeine, a lot of viciousness. Anthony Kerr mentioning a name here I have not thought about in many moons, and I don't know why. AMD, wee. So let's look at AMD. Oh, I just typed AM. So, okay. AMD. Are we saying we to AMD? Ooh. Yeah, if you're short, you certainly are. Shout out. I'm guessing you're short there, Anthony Kerr. And honestly, that's a great look. I like this 153.20 area. We did have a little bit of chop and churn. Little baby pause there in that 153.20 that we break below. Resistance, fall to the downside. Now, though, we're having a little bit of a baby bounce here at that 152.80s, which was the previous top of that pre-market range. So there's certainly some levels coming into play here. Right now, though, AMD, wee, seems like the right sound there. That's a really nice look. Also, Apple Fritter, I guess, shout out to Neil there, who I don't know if he's even sitting down right now, but the intensity of the defend at QQQ 440 seems like a key option situation. Yeah, I don't know. I found this area interesting. I took this short initially. Now, though, like I said, I think, for me at least, the main play would be a chop and churn. Really, you just get a couple pennies coming into that 58.45 reject. If that rejection keeps rejecting, I know I will not be rejecting an opportunity to get involved. And with that involved, I'm going to stop saying rejecting so many times. How are you doing?
Good. Got out some there on this range on Meta. So a bit of a range now established. Was able to get some out there at 45. We'll see if we can get a little bit higher here. I mean, it is a range, but it's also kind of putting a rounded bottom a little bit with these bottoming tail candles coming just a skosh above VWAP. That's where I had my plan initially with Meta, but it wasn't coming down to VWAP. So I want to participate somehow in this name, and we're nicely in the money now on this name. Let's see if it can move up into that whole dollar. I'm looking possibly for a 474 generally in that area. We've been dancing with 473 and 472 for a while. Tesla, I kind of fat-fingered my mistake here. I should have had profits way higher. I should have had some at the 50. That would have been a nice 25 penny winner. I didn't have a profit taker out, and as a result, it kind of retraced a little bit without me back in the money on TSLA, looking for a 50 print. I'm just going to leave that order out there, come what may. I don't really care. So we're going to leave that, and we're going to focus a little bit here on META. I'm waiting for something around 474, but a whole bunch of blue just came in on my side chart there, on my tape there, which means those are below the ask prints, below the bid, excuse me, which means a lot of exuberance with respect to selling. So this range trade is going to have to take its sweet time. The market's really tight within a range right now. We've been dancing, I would say about 30 points, not even. 18,193 to the high side, 18,166. So 30 points for the better part now of almost an hour. So you can basically get the idea here that the market is doing bupkis. And so, yeah, we'll have to look for these trades as we can get them. Tesla coming right back down now, so didn't get my profit taker filled at 175.40. I'll be looking to add a little bit more to this at 174.66 because that's where the 20-period moving average is, and I'd like to add a little bit into this. What's up, Katina, man? Number one trade idea, NVIDIA short Palantir, Tesla, or Tesla. 176 short sale. More negativity out of China, plus now same or some were, yeah. 176 short sale. TSLA came into 176.06, and as you can see, it's now breaking down below 175. We'll see what we get here, whether or not we get some support at the 20 period. Packing my patience for that.
You know what I'm also packing my patience for? I'm so excited to see the new podcast that we're getting here, Freedom and Wealth Podcast. Look at Sean and Brendan there. Definitely check this out. You can subscribe right now, 154 subscribers, so definitely join. Get that number up there. Check this out, weekly episodes. We also have the week ahead coming back here as well, which you can check out on Sunday morning. So lots of stuff always happening on this channel. And if you want to learn about freedom and wealth, which, you know, I think that's all what trading is all about, right? That hustle, that grind towards freedom and wealth, definitely give that a subscribe. That works better in my head. Subscribe. Just press subscribe, get involved, and join the movement there. That Tesla log is a nice look. I was mulling over that myself, but also that reminds me, I just said Mullen. How dare I say Mullen and not pull up the Mullen chart? That's very disrespectful of me. Do I want to get long Mullen? Famous last words, I want to go long Mullen. But no, I do think that we're resting. We had that gap down a little bit here, but we're resting on that 90 MA. Ooh, you know what? Small position. Let's see what we do. Spread here getting a bit spready. We went from a 1 penny spread to a 4 penny spread seemingly within seconds, but I do like this little 60 bounce. I think it's waiting patiently for a move to the upside. And you know what I say? I want all the smoke. Probably the second I get involved. Yeah, and as I say that, there we go. Bye, Mullen. Okay. We're going to give this to 40s because I do want to risk a couple, at least 20 pennies because I want to get this into 90s here. I think Mullen will probably make me sit here biting my nails. I think this trade's going to be a cliffhanger, nail biter, etc. It literally looks like we're falling off a cliff. So thanks, Mullen. But I do like this. I'm happy I took it as much as it was kind of a, oh, let's just look at this chart type trade. I like this little bounce. I think we're sitting pretty here. I don't really want to add to this position unless I continue to see this bounce at 50s. But that is the MULN trade. How is your EV going?
It's okay. We're out of the money at the moment, about 20 pennies out of the money on this Tesla trade. Looking for a 20-period hold. If it breaks a 20-period, that's the end of the trade. Stop's already in, so let's get to the lesson du jour, baby. All right. We are talking about IPOs all week today. No different. Today we're going to be talking about the flip style of this trade, going long and short a new listing name. So new listings, in case you're wondering, include direct listings, SPACs, which stands for Special Purpose Acquisition Companies, and IPOs, which obviously stands for Initial Public Offering. So that is the look there. So day trading flips. They involve buying and selling the same stock, specifically on IPO, SPACs, and DLs, multiple times within a single trading day. The goal is to capture small profits from short-term price fluctuations. This lesson dives deeper into the entry points, the technicals, and the crafting of a trading plan. So let's get right to it, baby. So why would you want to flip with these new listings? Like, why would you want to go long and short on an IPO? Well, because it presents you with high volatility, right? So you got those, sorry, I just have to cancel this for a second. See this Tesla trade that we're doing well on here. So yeah, I got to pause this lesson, sorry. So I gotta figure out exactly what I'm gonna do with this Tesla trade, because coming back up. So I want to put a beak wetter to get some out. If it does break above, I'm gonna go 170, let's go 175, just below that $20 area. We'll go at 18s or something like that. So sorry about that, guys. I had to stop to manage these here trades. So why flip to news? High volatility. So these events often experience significant price swings due to hype, news, market sentiment. They create multiple entry and exit points. And because there's multiple entry and exit points, that means you can go long and you can go short likely within that same day, okay? So you also have that intraday momentum. So new listings can develop strong momentum throughout the day, offering opportunities for quick trades on both uptrends and downtrends. So let's talk about the art of the flip. So your technical analysis toolbox is really going to include here mostly charting. So you're going to utilize price charts. You're going to utilize moving averages like the 50, like the 200. You're going to utilize a relative strength index to identify potential entry and exit points. So for your entry on an uptrend, you want to look for a price breakout above a short-term moving average like the 10 or the 20, and you want to look for increasing volume with that break of the short-term EMA. So this suggests bullish momentum, okay? You want to exit on the uptrend when, or profit take, when the RSI reaches that overbought territory, which is typically above a print of 70, or if the price stalls at a resistance level like a previous high. That takes into account, or that presupposes that you have enough price action to know what a previous high is. Your entry on a downtrend, so for a short, you're going to be looking for a price breakdown below a short-term moving average, again, like the 10 or the 20, with increasing volume. So you're looking for two things, a crossing down of the 10 or the 20 with above average volume. This will suggest to you bearish momentum. And how do you exit on the short? So you can consider taking profit when the RSI reaches that oversold condition, like around, below 30, or if it hits a previous area of support, if there's enough price action on the chart. You can always look at support and resistance to buy and sell off there. The reason we've not really included that as your number one is because, by definition, these IPOs, these direct listings, these SPACs don't have that much price action off which you can gauge support and resistance. So that's the look there. And I'm now out of my Tesla long. It did break down below my level, so that's the end of the trade there. We could have gotten out break even, but we'll take the L on that Tesla trade. So we'll look to re-engage once we are done this lesson. So you're active monitoring, right? You have to be an active monitor if you were going to trade these IPOs. Constant vigilance here, guys, is absolutely key. You got to track the price action. You got to keep your eye on the news flow to see if any catalyst came out subsequent to the IPO or the DL, the SPAC. And you got to keep your eye on the order book, right? Because there's not that much price action activity on the chart. You have to see where the big orders are sitting. That requires a level 2. If you don't have that, you really need to get a broker that offers you that level 2. So keep your eye on market sentiment by keeping your eye on all these things: price action, news, and the order book. But discipline and risk management are absolutely required when trading these IPOs. So the first thing I'd say to you is position size. Look to take a smaller position size than you typically would. You know, there's all these numbers that are floated out there. I'll say to you 1 to 2% of your capital max, especially for newer traders, and especially during the more volatile times. Your stop loss orders, equally as important as position sizing. You always got to use these stops and make sure that you're apprised with all the different types of stops, because in the very volatile time that an IPO trades at, your stops may or may not get triggered. You may get blown through, so make sure you're apprising yourself of the stop orders, the stop limits, the stop markets. You got to know all of them before you engage in this type of trading activity. And your profit targets, you got to make sure that you know where you're going to wet your beak on some profits, but make sure to set realistic ones, right? That are based on your analysis and the market conditions, the current market conditions. Don't get greedy and miss out on potential profits. As Neil says, nobody ever went broke taking profits. Aim, you know, a realistic aim here could be 3 to 5% from your entry, but that is really depending upon the stock that you're trading. So, and your trading strategies. Here are some trading strategies you can use. Trend following. We always talk about this, right? If a clear uptrend or downtrend emerges, trade in the direction of the momentum, buying on dips in an uptrend and selling rallies in a downtrend. You can also mean revert. You see the OB, the one that Knob loves mean reversion trades. If the price deviates significantly from its recent averages or from the support or resistance, anticipate a potential reversal and trade accordingly, like buying dips or sell rallies. And scalping. Adara loves scalping. So you can execute multiple small trades throughout the day based on very short-term price movements identified by indicators like your Bollinger Bands or your MACDs, whatever indicator you're using there. So keep that in mind. And crafting a trading plan. So a well-defined trading plan is, no question, your roadmap to success. Here's what should include. Your target asset. What are you identifying here, okay? So we know we're looking for DLs, SPACs, IPOs, but they're not all created equally. So are you gonna trade the Birkenstock IPO the same way that you would have traded CART or Reddit or the de-SPACing of DJT? The answer to that should be no. They weren't the same. They didn't have the same liquidity. They didn't move the same. So you have to know what your target asset is. Are you looking for that less liquid asset and you're going to give it a whole bunch of room because it's super spready? Or are you looking to trade this IPO kind of like you would a small cap? Quick ins, quick outs, big price movements with smaller share size. You really know what your target asset is. And then your technical analysis. What tools are you going to employ here? I suggested to you earlier to use short-term moving averages like the 10 or the 20. And if they break above or below those areas on above average volume, you can go long or short. You can use whatever you want. I would suggest to you moving averages and RSI for IPOs. Your risk management also has to be top of mind when trading these newer listings. So define your stop loss and your profit target percentages per trade ahead of the trade. And your trade sizing, almost part and parcel of the risk management, determine the percentage of your capital you're willing to allocate per trade. I would suggest to you, for newer traders, 1 to 2% of your account capital maximum. And your monitoring tools. What are you going to use to monitor these IPOs? What are you going to keep? How are you going to keep tabs on them? So specify the resources that you'll use to track the price action, the news, and the market sentiment. And trading schedule. Set a time limit for your daily trading. That could be like 1 hour of IPO trading, 2 hours, or not just time limit, but time sensitive. Do you want to trade these IPOs right at the open at 9:30? If it's a second day play, are you going to trade it right when it opens? If it opens after 12, are you going to take that right away? You're going to wait for power hour. So define the time in the day that you want to trade and make sure that you're apprised of the market conditions during that time. And trading journals, right? Commit to recording your trades, including your entry, your exit points, your rationale, and the results of the trade. This helps analyze the performance and refine your strategy. And so that's basically it for that lesson, Adara.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sharif. Lots of love there in the chat as well for that awesome lesson of the day. Also, I like what Havana Woody has to say because this is something I was not aware of. The valuation changing from the initial news can really mess up your long on a SPAC. Lucid, for example, went from 65 a share to 27 within an hour of the bait and switch. I was not aware of that, so thank you for sharing that with us. Havana Woody, speaking of bait and switch, Soxel, TQs. What are you saying? No, I'm joking. It's fine. So I got involved here. I got involved knowing we did have this kind of bullish candle, but I was like, as Sharif says, I think I agree with you. You don't want to get involved in something based on one candle. The overarching trend on Soxel was lower highs, lower lows. We're about to make a higher high here. If we break above that 45s, bye-bye Soxel. I'll get socked in the face, take my hits, take my losses, go to bed, you know what I mean? But I think we do keep seeing that rejection at the 45, which is why I'm happy I'm still in. TQQ's actually the same thing I'm looking for, actually, which is a 45 rejection. I like my TQ entry point a lot better, though, here. Initially got involved, started adding at 35s, then add a little bit at 39s. If we break above that 45 area, which was some resistance support getting a little bit flip-flopped, that's what I'm going to have to say au revoir, keeping everything very tight. These were riskier trades, especially for me to be involved in both at once. But it's like if you like something, try to take that thing. Even if it doesn't work, because, the thing that I'll say, too, is yeah, sure, it might not work, but it also might work for you. You know what I mean? That being said, I was concerned about the TQs being along more so than I was about Soxel, and the main reason for that was we were resting for a while, sitting pretty at that support from that previous resistance flip at 38. 38. Jeez, Dara. 58. 35. So we flipped from support there, from resistance to support. And then we were kind of curling up, but I was like, oh, these wicks generally to the downside suggest there might be some buying. Last I was wrong, definitely wrong about my Soxel. We're going to have to take the Soxel on that Soxel. This was not at all my bag, but you know what? Taking less L's, making more M's as the story goes, or as the 21 Savage song goes more accurately. So out of that, TQs, though, not breaking above my 45. So TQs might be the better trade here. And as I say that, we break above. What a day. Always just happy to take these opportunities. And, if the market... You got to get punched by the market sometimes so you can just get back up, brush the dirt off your shoulders, shout out to Jay-Z, and keep climbing. What are you up to?
Not much. Just still looking at Tesla. I'm seeing bottoming tail candles off the 50 period, so that is what I'm looking at there. I put a dip trade at the 50 period at the $0.25, but it really just bounced off there aggressively. So I don't want to chase this again because last time I chased it, I ended up paying, but it looks like it is headed up here. NVIDIA is also headed up. You got the Fuge as well, looking to possibly curl into that 18.2 area. So that's an interesting look there for the Fuge. So we'll keep eyes on all this stuff here. I see also Amazon, for whatever reason, has been kind of just hovering at the volume weighted average price for some time. I mean, you've had these perfunctory breaks where it bounced off support level, I think that's support level 1 off pivots there. But for whatever reason, all the closing prints above the volume weighted average price on Amazon, which is at 187.46, is starting to curl now, as you can see here, putting in these higher lows. So Amazon could be curling and possibly headed to the upside here. All right, we just wet our beak on a profit on TSLA, so happy with that one. We'll see if Tesla can take us back near the highs. I know the Katina man was saying 176 short, and he could not be more accurate there because HOD right now is 176.06. So happy with this Tesla trade. Disappointed in that I got shaken out last time from it, but was able to kind of get a little bit back there off that trade. I also want to mention that Apple just went green on the day again, up 0.07%. Broken through that 182.40. That's where the line in the sand was between green and red on the day. It is above that and trading now above the 50 period moving average on era.
I love that transition there, Sharif. I can't do it the same way, but yeah. So TQQs, I want to get long now. I know you might be like, Adara, didn't you just have a whole heartbreaking back and forth with these guys? And said, you know what? Yeah, I did. Flat in the name now, despite some earlier strength on this name for myself personally. But you know what? I did not like we did like the short. Then I was like, if that 45 area that I was watching for. It's the same thing we're talking about literally with flipping the IPOs. Instead of flipping here, I'm going to flip with the TQs, right? If I like the level, why do I not like it on the back of it? I'm going to use it as resistance Why can't I use it for support if that holds up? So I want to use that. I do think given how strong that 35-45 interplay has been all day on the Qs, I think there's something in the water here. Actually, no, this is a bigger position than I thought it was. Oops, okay. That wasn't even a fat finger. I just think I was like being a skosh overzealous here. We're going to scalp this out as we get into 55s and 60s. I want to be probably out of most, if not all of it, heading into 62s. And I say that because there was that little chop and turn earlier. So those are areas I'm looking for. SOX L doing the same kind of thing here when you do have that support and resistance flippity flop. It's not perfect bounce, mind you, but that resistance earlier 45, if we bounce here, you know what I want, and that's all the smoke. So there we go.
Love it.
Dipping, wetting beaks, getting all that smoke in the market. Good times are to be had as always here. Let's take a look at Starbucks because I know that one had that move. That is not on the Amex area. Starbucks is decidedly on the NQ. So let's take a look at Starbucks. Yeah, this one continuing to climb. I should get, every time I want to get involved in this long, I miss my opportunity. And I don't want, you only got one shot, so don't miss your chance to blow. So I don't, you know what I mean? This opportunity does come once in a lifetime. Although if you've been buying into Starbucks, you basically get it every time we touch the 9 EMA. So I might have to keep my eye on that. Right now, though, I don't want to lose myself in this trade unless I really see a setup that I particularly love, especially because I don't love getting involved in your high of days, and that is what I would be doing here. Speaking of getting involved in your high of days, Mullen, where are you at? Okay, yeah, I'm really proud of where I got out of this. Was it a loss? Yes. And should I have added in? Arguably not, but I'm happy with how I managed it. We dip below 40s with the viciousness. I say bye-bye. So bye-bye, Mullen. Not Mullen over you anymore. I am just, had to say lol to my Mullen trade, but yeah, it's all good. All good. Good times. What are you looking at? Oh, Amazon.
Yes, I'm in Amazon, and I'm trying to take a 50-period dip on Tesla. Where'd I get? I got 36s. I'm going to give this to 19s. If it breaks, then that's the end of that. I see Jay. Jay Lee's looks like Tesla might break down. I wanted to try a 50-period dip and pop, but if it's not forthcoming, it's not forthcoming. We're going to risk about 16 pennies on this here TSLA trade to see if it can pop up and hold the 50-period moving average. That's really the whole idea here, not much else other than that about this trade. So we'll see if it can bounce right back up. But the market is coming back down into the volume-weighted average price. So be careful with that, guys. And I also got into an Amazon trade, and that one is a little bit out of the money as well, about 5 pennies out of the money there. So I'll have to keep tabs on that one. But yeah, the market is in a bit of a range, and that's going to be the end of my Tesla trade there. So we'll give back what we just made on that Cybertruck because it did break down below the 50. So, we'll look for another possible dip trade at 173.50. That's where the volume-weighted average price is. I'll pack my patience on that one. I'm looking to defend this Amazon one here because I do like the possible curl, at least at looking to defend the volume-weighted average price on AMZN. So we'll keep eyes on that. We didn't look at some small cappers, though. We haven't been looking at these small cappers in a little while. So let's have a look at MULN. Now it's the deeper retracements, we were talking about this, go into the 20. The more shallow bounce off the 10, and Mullen just got the deeper retracement there into 7.25. So it looks like it is curling back off that, looking to go 7.5, 785 HOD right now on, what's it called? MULN. So good look there. All right, so we did get filled on Amazon at VWAP. So now we have 59s. So we're only 2 pennies out of the money. Let's see if we can curl our way back up and put in those higher lows on AMZN. I think a decided break of that 187.40 is going to have me out of this trade completely. So we'll have to keep tabs on that. Alas, Tesla is holding up at the 50 yet again. So too quick to get out of this. But, when as Adara says, once burns, twice shy. So that's why I did not want to be in this one for all that long, but it is holding the 50 as I watch it. Now, if it clears the 50, I'll look to get in. Otherwise, I'm just going to steer clear because it looks like I have not had a good reading on that. Sorry, guys, I see you guys tagging me in the chat, but I have to monitor these trades. So if I'm missing them at the moment, I'll try to get back to them later.
Yeah, I'm also in 2 trades right now. It's like, I don't know why this is the day that I decided I'm going to be in 2 trades when my mind has not been 100%. But it's like, I don't dislike my impetus for getting involved in any of these trades today. The one exception being, Adara, why did you add it to Mullen? Ooh. Pardonnez-moi, je ne sais pas. I don't know. It was a choice. But you know what was also a choice was trying to get long here when we come back and retest that previous resistance here on the SOXL and the TQs. All the reason I'm comfortable being in both these at the same time is because I'm taking them for the same reason. So it's like if one of them has a little kick to the upside, the other one might also get a little kick to the upside. You know what I mean? So I'll put it this way. These are not two trades I'd want to trade opposite each other unless NVIDIA and its chip pals are moving in the exact opposite direction of the future. So I'm happy with this. I can't believe you said the future. I feel like I'm all grown up as a trader now.
I like it.
But yeah, I know the future is like the major Sharifism there. You know, trying to use some terminology. But yeah, so we're more pennies in the money in the SOXL than we are in the TQs, but profitable in both right now. Let's get going TQs. Let's get going SOXL. Let me sock SOXL in the face this time, because that one's we know has given me a couple. Show me who's boss. I'll put it that way a couple times there. Acting like Sylvester Stallone and Rocky, trying to be like, no, Adara, get out here. Yeah, we're going to go to 60s. I'm okay with that. I can live with that. And yeah, we're going to go to 60s. Oh, 59s. It's me. It's me. We're always a little bit more cautious. We're going to go 59s. Please just punch with that. TQs, keep it coming. I know Nacho in the chat wanted to look at Clove. So let's see how CLOV is doing here. I think there was maybe earnings on that. I want to get less specifics here on C to the L to the O to the V. Clover Health Investments, yeah, they just reported Q1 earnings yesterday and improved their guidance, but it doesn't say what the previous guidance was. For me, okay, never mind. I was going to say we had a little bit of resistance coming in at that 88-cent level, but we just broke above it. So Clover Health wants me to be a liar here. No, but other than that, we've been in a steady uptrend since 10 a.m. Higher highs, higher lows. Still below that previous high, though, of 92. We got a nice volume pop here, so maybe Clover still has, a little bit more luck left in it. I'll put it that way. And nice move on the daily chart as well, but we need to break above this. We had that previous support at 90 cents. Now we had that resistance at 90 cents. I think if we can break above that 90 cents with a viciousness and a closing level on the daily chart, that could be a nice look. A couple pennies away from getting filled on SOXL. TQ is working. I have to say, these are two riskier trades that I have to say I was quite nervous about getting involved in, but say it with me, please, this punch.
I love it. I love it.
Thank you.
Shout out to you. All right, we wet our beak on some profits on Tesla as it did hold up again at the 50, which helped me get in. We're about 20 pennies in the money on the name. Wet our beak there on some profits at 15. So we'll see if this one holds up. The softy trade, not the softy, the Amazon trade also about 10 pennies out of the money as well right now. If that one breaks below, well, then we'll get out of that candle at 12.10. So the low of the candle, the 5-minute candle at 12.10. If it makes a newer low below that, that's going to be the end of the trade there on AMZN. We'll look for a big move up, but I got to tell you, these markets awfully dead at the moment. The future is dead. All the Mag 7 are dead. So you're going to really have to pick your spots with these names. Otherwise, it just becomes, mundane, boring trades. And that's kind of the feeling I'm getting with a lot of these right now. Not much happening to the upside or the downside. So we'll pack our patience. We'll see what we get on these names. Let's look at the scanner. Let's see what's up with the scanner. I see a new one coming in here, DZSI. So DZSI, an interesting one. Let's have a look at that, DZSI. So this one, small cap gapper, not having done all that much, 486,000 shares. It's a $60 million market cap. It's got a float of 17 million shares. At the highs right now, 189. Let's see if this one is a former runner. What do we got on this one? Yeah, so this one, not really a former runner, but as you can see, down and to the right is the chart. So just reclaim the 50 there. The 200's at 250. We do have price action resistance at 2.25, a bit of a double top going back to December and early Jan of this year. So an interesting one here that's going. Keep your eye on that one. What else is going on? MULN still above that 20-period moving average at 7.25, but it's having trouble now breaking through 750, bit of a topping tail candle through there. So maybe the jig is up right now on MULN. We'll have to see if it can get moving in the more liquid time of the day. MXCT, this one's been holding VWAP all day long with one perfunctory break over here at 1130 and got bought up immediately. And it looks like it's really kind of bouncing off the 20 rather than VWAP. So we'll keep tabs on that. DTCK just tanked off that high, 173, $1.73 coming into $1.50. It's at VWAP right now, and most of the prints have closed above VWAP. So this could be an interesting entry here on DTCK as it looks to pop right back up again. Interesting look for that name, Adara.
Yeah, I'm just literally was sitting here like bated breath, like, because I've been learning to trust my instincts more. I can tell I need to get out of both these trades right now. I wasn't able to get the exact fill I wanted their 58s, but I can just tell based on what I'm seeing on the book here that things are getting a little bit shaky, a little bit curious. I took about 10 pennies in the stock sell. Could I have taken more? Sure. But would I have, am I happier I took my profits? A little bit, yeah. I mean, my initial plan for exit was going to be 59s. We missed it by a penny. You know, and I could have stayed in, but honestly, that's not going to be my type of trade. Now, here's why the TQQs are having me shaking in my boots. I'm quivering right now in this trade, and that's because I do not like this candle, Sam, I am, at that 58.40 area. We had that wick above, we failed it. We can't break above 58.50. We're now ducking below the 90 MA. I'm worried this flips short because I think that the long argument was probably tenuous at best. I think for the TQs, we're flat in the position. It's not even like I'm like, oh no, like blah, blah, you know what I mean? Like no puppies were stolen. Everything is all good. This is the type of action I see in a chart. And especially as someone who likes beating in and out of stuff quickly, this is the type of thing that makes me extremely nervous. If the TQs want to turn themselves around, if they want to prove themselves to me, you know what? I'd be pleased as punch. I know Sharif would as well. I know you're in the Amazon and the Tesla along with me. So we want those Qs to the upside, and maybe I think if I dance enough, it'll make it happen, which is unfortunately not the case. But yeah, TQs, you got to stop having these little like topping wicks. I want to see more. I want to see more green in the body of the candle. I want to see us make that wiggle to the upside. So that's looking TQs. Stock sell end up being stronger, but still happy I got out of it because I'd rather have a small W, small stocks W than a big stock sell. That's what I'll take on that. If you don't like the trade, get out. I agree with you, DJK. I don't know that it's not like it's screaming at me to leave. It's not like a Jordan Peele get out. It's just more of kind of like a whisper, like Adara, there are spirits on the horizon. I'm just gonna leave the trade though. I think I liked it better when I was initially in it. If I can get out of this flat at that 58.40, I'd be pleased as punch. There's something in the water here. It's like a shark. It's like the Jaws doo-doo music. And I'm not, yeah. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. We're just having a good time over here.
Love it.
Apparently we're all long and Sean and Neil are all short, which is pretty funny there. But yeah, I mean, the stocks out long did work out. This TQ long though, as I said, I think we're probably gonna have to take a flip short there. Bless you. What are you looking at?
Bless you, Ram. Still, I'm in 3 trades. I'm in DTCK at that VWAP level. Stop is already in place. Going to have to hold this level for me to stay in. We put our stop a little bit below the 146 area. So keeping eyes on that. Tesla is 3 pennies out of the money. We don't have much left on this Tesla trade, but it is awfully consolidative. And I do think that this breaks the 50 period here. So, I'm just waiting for a nice bump up just to, steal a couple of more pennies from TSLA as it kind of does its thing around these levels. And there it goes, breaking down now into that 20 penny area. So we'll take flat on the last little bit there. DTCK, very slow and very lethargic to move up. We're in the money nicely on this one, looking for a 160 print. That will take me out of the majority of the trade there. But the trade that I'm having trouble with the most is AMZN. It is finding support at the previous low. So that 1210 candle, the low that we talked about, it's holding that level, but there it is. And now we're getting a breakdown as the future breaks down aggressively. So unsurprised about that as the market all comes right back down and breaking VWAP. Here comes 18,150. You kind of knew that was just going to come in and bamboozle everybody. But that's just the way trading is, baby. That's just kind of how it is. That's why I got out of Tesla super quick. But we do take an L on AMZN. It is my biggest L of the day and literally like one of my only L's. So AMZN, a bit of an issue there with that. we'll keep tabs on AMZN. We'll see if we can get something off that, possibly, to avenge trade it. But I'm keeping my eye on DTCK now. It's the only trade that I have left. So, Brad Gober, you guys are all long. Sean and Neil are short. Yeah, okay, cool. Sounds good. What else we have over here? Let's, Softy is at the 50-period moving average. Good look there. Bouncing off that 410.75 or thereabouts. That's where the dip is on the soft one. I don't personally have a trade, so I'm just going to pack my patience. If you guys want to talk about anything in specific, tag me in the chat, but I'm just going to sit on my hands for now. No trading for me. I don't like anything at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I need to trust my instincts more. That's the thing I'm always saying. And I was like, oh, I don't know how I feel about this TQ trade at this level, but I'm just going to wait. And, shout out to, I think it was DJK in the chat saying, if you don't like the trade, just get out. That's what I really should have done with the TQs. Learned my lessons, took my licks, but you know what? I'm happy because I got it where I wanted to. You know what I mean? So happy with that. And I did take it short. I did flip it because I noticed that VWAP rejection I want to take. We're going to take this like couple pennies. I want to see what we do with 20 pennies. I want to see 10. I want to see what we do at 58.20. Should we get them? If we break above 58.35, I'm outie. I'm really just trying to have these tight risk rewards. I am down on the day. Unfortunately, lost more than we did on Monday here, which was another losing day. But yesterday was like pretty good. We had some decent trades. I just think that today my issue was, Mullen. I don't know. Why was I even mulling over Mullen? That was just, was I drinking mulled wine when I was looking at that Mullen? No, I'm joking. My brain was not 100% on there. And so I should have mulled over it a little bit longer before getting involved. And then that TQs, again, shout out to DJK in the chat. I felt weird about it. I felt an omen in the stock. And so I should have just listened and left, and I didn't. And that is my L to take responsibility for. That Soxel, speaking of L's, Soxel has been doing its thing, 21, to put it mildly. We had that little move down. Look at that coming back into 39.40. And then it's like, what do you mean we're heading to the downside? So nice look there for Soxel. Soxel definitely living its own best life over here. What are other people looking at? I want to see what else is happening. Reddit after earnings looks bearish on, I'm guessing the daily charts. Let's take a look at our DDT. Will we Reddit and forget it? There were some levels I liked in this earlier, and then honestly, I don't know why I wasn't looking at it, because there were some levels I liked earlier. Yes, okay, I like that VWAP projection at 52s. That's what I liked. Then we come down. This is a flat bottom break. This is a flat bottom break, maybe.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know
good
yet.
luck.
Oh, I know I can't short this, so maybe I should have thought about this ahead of time if I wanted locates. But yeah, lower highs here. Peeping and getting ready to break below that 50 area. I think that's a nice look there for our DDT. We're going to have to see what the forums are chatting about, but I think this is a nice look. How are you doing?
All right. I'm looking at NVIDIA because unlike everything else, this one seems to have a lot of strength behind it. So it looks like it's curling back up here. NVDL is probably the method that I should employ to get in on this monster, but it does have that nice 905 2/3 price target if you're interested. That is the break-even level on the day for NVIDIA. Right now, it's down about 1/3%, a little bit less than 1/3%. So looking to possibly get a dip trade here to get a better cost basis rather than chasing it through 903. But it is at VWAP at these levels too, so don't forget that 903 1/3 is the volume-weighted average price, so could have issues with this level, and if it does, then that's a fantastic short, especially if that kind of previous area of support flips to resistance. We did have support at VWAP earlier around 1030 on NVIDIA, so it has acted as support. Does it act as resistance this time around? We'll have to wait to see if we get a print above that 903 1/3 on a closing basis rather than just a quick wake up and then come back down. So looking for interesting trades on these Mag 7, looking for something on NVDA. If we don't take it on NVDA, I can be persuaded for the long on NVDL because we don't have to worry too much about the shorts, right? Because, well, it's, it's NVDL, right? So You have to pay for shorts there. I'm long goggles at these levels. The reason I got long Google here is because of a VWAP double bottom. So we'll see if we can get some move up into that 169.80 or so. Nice looking double bottom here on goggles. And then you also got to defend of VWAP generally on the future as well. So on the NQ, even though you had that wick that almost came back into 18,150, you did get a nice move back up on VWAP. So not a bad look there. And we'll wet our beak on nice profit there on goggles as it touches that 10 penny level. We'll see if we can continue to move up here. Google long. I'm also long DTCK. And we'll see how that one's doing. Okay, so that one just knocked on the door of my beak wetter and hasn't filled me. The spread is opening up a little bit here. Adair, 3 pennies on a $1 name is not what you want to see, at least not what I want to see. So we did come into $1.60, but alas, we did not get filled. This trade was very straightforward. It was a VWAP retracement trade. We'll look for something a little bit better on that. Google give me trouble. It did fill me at that 80 penny area, but now coming back down below 70. So if it doesn't hold VWAP, I'm going to end goggles there. But lots of stuff breaking down now, guys. Meta breaking down below the volume weighted average price. You have Microsoft as well coming into the 50 period and possibly that 410 area where VWAP is. So be on the lookout for that. What else? We have a VWAP. Looks like rejection right now on NVIDIA as well as it came into that 903 and a third. That's where VWAP is sitting there. So lots of stuff also making moves at the moment. Right now, Amazon, you saw us take an L on the Amazonian, and that's because the market flushed and broke the trend there. It was establishing a pretty, regular range between the 50 period and VWAP, and then we got that decided break to the downside over here, and it hasn't recovered yet from that big move down. So Amazon also in some trouble. We'll keep eyes on both of those. Oh, we did get the nice print there on DTCK. So nice move up there. Where are we? About 10 pennies in the money on this as I'm seeing 162 show up. So yeah, good look here on DTCK. Keep in mind, this one is sub 1 million float and the bottom can drop off anytime. So if you're going to use a stop on this, it's going to be a limit order. Place a bit of a spread between the trigger and the limiting price just to save yourself some agony there.
Yeah, agony is, I think, a word that describes how the trading's been for me today.
Oh.
And it's like, I know I'm joking. We know I'm always all smiles. I'm always bullish positivity, just making fun little jokes there. I guess agony also would describe your breakfast. Sorry, I had to. Yeah, we always gotta
Love it.
shout out. But like, no, that thing is lots of protein and it's tasty.
And now I'm like getting trolled in the morning by you guys because now the breakfast people come a little bit early, right? So we can hear the tray come in. So I hear, and I know my eggs have arrived. So I run back there before Captain Protein gets his hands on all the eggs and usurps them all up. Right, so I got to get in there too. So now I'm being like mocked before I've even had a chance to finish my first coffee. So yeah, I'm kidding, of course. Right? I actually don't mind.
No, I just think it's so funny that like Sharif's sense of hearing for that tray is uncanny.
I've had to become that way.
It's insane. Like I would hear, he'll be like, "Oh, it's eggs," and I'm like, "Pourquoi?" But yeah, so I mean, yeah, shout out to you. But I'm feeling another kind of agony. I'm joking. We are down on the day. But you know what? As Cindy Lauper says, don't be discouraged. Let your true colors shine through. Unfortunately, my true colors are a lot of red on the day, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give up. Fair. I'm done with these TQs for the time being. I just don't have a good read on them, and that's fine. And you can accept that. I tried to go short. I think the short was a good idea. I did not give myself enough room for the risk. Short risk at least 10 pennies, risk 5. That didn't work out. Tried to get back in the short. TQs were like, you had your chance, and now the club is no longer accepting any entries. So you know what? Kind of a hater, but that's okay. TQs and I not doing well. I do like this setup for Soxal though. And I know I was saying before Soxal was a really nice looking long, but then I went back to it. I know you were saying NVIDIA kind of swooping down a little bit. Also, I think Soxal has this potential rejection here that we did reject at 39.60s. Now, why is that an area I think is interesting? Look earlier at that little top and turn. That's where I got out, admittedly probably early out of this short earlier, right? I do like, and I've liked it throughout the day, that 39.60 level. That was my initial profit-taking plan for this long before I got spooked out. So I do not think at all that this is necessarily a bad area. Like I said, I'm always a little bit hesitant when we bounce off the 9 EMA, but that's a level I'm trying to give a little bit less credence to when there's other overwhelming factors, like this clear rejection of 39.60. Really happy with where I got in here. We're going to get out 11 pennies here. If we get into 39.40s, that's where I'm going to have, 39.43, so 12 pennies. That's where we're starting to take some profit. Then I'm saving pieces for dreams. The dream will I'll probably wake up and take some profit there if we get to 39.30s. Risking into this 39.65 area, it's the top of that earlier area of chop and turn. So risking about 10 pennies, trying to make minimum 12. That is a risk to reward ratio I can live with. So please just punch right now with the sock sell. Hopefully it doesn't, sock me out. We don't take another L on that one.
I'm wishing you all the good juju there to print as much as you can, as much printing as is possible.
We're going to be coming to Staples over there. We're going to be such a print shop.
I love it. Man, I'm seeing Staples like way less now. I don't know about you, but
my friend works at Staples, so I feel like I'm really aware of them. But
okay,
there's not that many.
A bit different, yeah. All right, I was answering a question there from the Piper. He's like, how come you're using NVDL? So you could use less than one share of NVIDIA. I don't have it. I'm surprised you don't have it because I think it trades on, is it the Amex?
It's on the Q.
It's on the, okay, it's on the NQ. So just type in NVDL and your broker should have it. Tag me, the Piper. Who do you have as your broker? Because that's kind of a little bit bizarre there because on my brokerage I have it and I have Interactive Brokers, which is kind of retail, right? We have it obviously here, so yeah. Now what I'm watching on NVIDIA is another retracement into the VWAP. Yes, the VWAP. No, really though. I mean, like here's what I'm seeing. The white line, it's overlapping with the blue, so I'm sorry about that. But you can see it coming from the south side, from the lower side, and coming into the white line and rejecting off the white line. So for now, we don't have a VWAP reclaim, but we need to be alive to the fact that these higher lows mean something. And the fact that we're wicking into the level multiple times now, so almost for 20 minutes, we've been touching VWAP and rejecting, that usually leads to something. It doesn't have to lead to something, but it can lead to something. And that usually is a flat top, not a flat top break, but a break above that key area of resistance. Right here, it is VWAP. Where do we get to? Well, we've got that 905 and 2/3. That is yesterday's closing print on NVIDIA. But that 910 level, to me, is the level that, is showing a bit more importance. Why? Because we got into that level and we started doing topping tail candles, meaning to me that somebody was either wetting their beak aggressively on some profits at 910 or looking to really get short aggressively at that level. These topping tail candles and that rounded top should have been an indication that this one was going to drop 20 some odd dollars. So good look for NVDA as it dances with the volume weighted average price. You can take NVDL, you can take NVDX, you can take NVDS. These are all equity or not equity. They're like tradable derivatives, not options of NVIDIA so that you can manage risk a little bit better, right? And that's kind of one thing we look at the firm here is how to manage risk. Now, and so should everybody. But here we get slapped on the hand and put into timeout if we lose too much money. So that's why we take it a little bit more I shouldn't say we take it more seriously, but we're just more alive to it. Anyway, Microsoft coming into the 50 and two double bottoms off the 50. The 50 is a solid red line on my chart. So you got initially that rejection off 412.25 coming back down and holds 410. So I'm looking here at the soft one for a possible long, but it really hasn't been the day to take these bounces off key areas, at least hasn't been with my style. So I was hesitant to put an order there for Softy at the 50 period. We'll see. Google as well, we got shaken out of the remaining portion of that trade. We did well on that dip trade, but it's definitely having trouble with VWAP. You can see that. It's breaking it though with that flat top essentially at 170. These higher lows could mean something. We could break through 170 in the more liquid time of day. We have a bit of a gap between that 170 resistance level that we have on the day and yesterday's closing print, which is 171.25. So about $1.25 there for goggles to close the gap if it breaks through 170, down almost 1% on the day, 0.98% I should say. So yeah, that's a look for me. We've been involved in DTCK. We wet our beak. We're still involved in it right now. It's not breaking up near the highs, which is $1.73 right now. We got some profits at 160, but it looks like it is coming back down into the volume weighted average price. We'll have to see if we can eke out any more profits on DTCK. The one that is continuing to head to the high side, though, and not really looking back, is CRCT. I gave you the deets on this earlier. I'll give it to you again. Give me a second here. It is trading at $7.75. The market cap a little bit larger, 1 2/3 billion. The float on this monster is 46 million shares. And let's bring down trade ideas to find out if there is a short float of importance. CRCT. Yes, almost 10% of the float is shorted, 9.66 to be exact. So that's definitely not negligible and something you might want to, keep your eye on, especially if you get into critical areas of resistance on the daily. So it behooves us to look at where these shorts could have been instituted. Well, that $10 area looks awfully delicious because there were so many tops at $10 here. You wonder if, once we came back on that mean reversion from 18 back into 10, that you had people piling hand over fist on the shorts at 10. We'll have to see if this one makes it into $10, what we get. So much do I like this, so I'm going to put an alert. So this ends up being a 2 or 3 day play for these small cap gappers. I'll know about that $10 level. So CRCT continuing to head to the high side, possibly into $8, $7.96 HOD right now on this small cap gapper. Rob EV, how recent is the short data when you look at it? So generally, as a rule of thumb, when we're talking about short data, you gotta assume it's 14 days or more, right? I know that some people have different philosophies on it and they claim to have newer data. To me, I'm always gonna assume it's 14 days or more. So that is a bit of an issue, no question about that, because you're working with older data. However, when you look at a chart like CRCT, and if we can go back to the chart here for a second, guys, you've got to wonder, really, has the situation changed all that much? Like, there could be newer shorts that we're adding at $7 and $6 and $5, but those guys would already be blown out because we already have a 796 high. So the area for the shorts that I'm interested in is going to be essentially from between 8 to 10. I'm of the theory, I have a premise that, probably a lot of shorts at 10 owing to these tops over here. That's number one. So if we're already at $8 HOD right now and we're very close to HOD, then I need to only worry about the shorts who could possibly be short between 8 to 10 bucks, because that's really what's going to squeeze. So that's, it doesn't really make the date of that as important. So I hope that helps, Rob. What else? Anything else over here? Nothing really tagging me, so good to go.
Yeah, that's then $10 level. At first I was like, delicious. That's a strong word, Sharif. But then I look and I'm like, that is delicious. I don't know what other word you'd use. Also, Sharif just dropped some great words there that I want to shout out. Eeks. Yeah, ekes out. I love that.
Yes.
One of my favorite words. You also used behoove.
Okay.
We're
I'll
long
take the compliments.
I was
down.
down.
Appreciate
We're long
you.
vocabulary. We love made up words and cool real words on this show.
Bang.
If it's a word you don't
We're
hear all the
down.
time, we're down. Also, you know what? The TQs are reminding me of this quote. It is about people, not about stocks, but it's when someone shows you who you are, believe them. And the TQs have shown me that they don't want to do anything except for be a little ping pong ball batting around this like maximum 20 penny range. And I'm like, TQs, if that's what you want to do, I can understand that. I'm okay with that. And I'm going to work with you on that. And that's what's happening here. I was really proud we did get that nice little 10 penny short here, coming off that 58.40 rejection into VWAP. Then I got long, flipped long here, got involved 58.30. I want to take this just into the 58.40s. I'm okay with that. We're taking our 10 pennies. This is the type of trading I want to do more of. I love scalps. It's like, if you like scalps and ranges and you see one that's just been like batting its eyes at you all day and you've been playing it not efficiently, and when I say you, I'm talking to myself here, then just try to trade it. That's what I'm trying to do here. Also, shout out to Self-Ability saying pleased as a papaya. Shout out to you. Brad Gober saying AMD bouncing here. I mean, as someone who's in a long, that makes me pretty happy. Yeah, that's a nice little bounce here on AMD indeed. And it's interesting too, we're coming into that. I was mentioning earlier, there's some interesting levels on this guy. AMD 153.20. We rejected this a couple times earlier today. Now look where we're bouncing. That 153.20, a nice little look there. That is for certain. TQs, keep doing your thing, 21 to the upside. We do have that bond auction coming up soon. Thank you, Rob EV. That's the 10-year note. We're going to get that in just 5 minutes for the 10-year. Fastidious, I love that word there as well. Ate too much. Love all these great words here in the chat. UPST, apparently Upstart is getting started up. Ooh, this is one I should have been keeping my eye on. That range was spicy. We broke above that previous resistance level around that 22.35. So that's a nice push up there for Upstart. Hopefully you're involved in that. It sounds like Jamo, so nice look. We also had what Palantir, so people asking about Elon mentioning Palantir coming back up to 22 potentially. Palantir is one that I'm never having I never have a very Palantir read on, but I do think right now there's a couple levels I think are interesting on this. For one, that double bottom, it's not perfect, mind you, but around that 2110, 2115 level, nice little double bottom. Then we have a couple times a little chop and turn around that 2125. Then we get the more interesting levels, which is going to be resistance not once but twice at 2140. Then we get the big boy resistance at 2160. Nice. I don't know if I have a read on this quite yet, but I think this 2160 rejection to short it, it sure is tempting. But I don't want to rush into it. It's not one I've really been looking at all today. So I don't want to just rush in the second I first lay eyes on it, because I've had the tendency to do that before to my detriment. Also, this stock sell trade is another example of ADR. Don't question your trades while you're in them. Question them before you get in. And then maybe you won't get into questionable trades. With that in mind, I was looking at this initially. I thought, we rejected. Then I was like, ADR, we're making higher lows. This could be a flat top break. And I should have got out the second I saw that. I was still able to get out at an area that I didn't dislike, mind you, but it's like my instincts have been so bad. Shout out to DJK in the chat saying if you don't like the trade, just get out. And that's something I really should have done earlier, because that did get me a little chopped around karate style in the cues. So I need to trust my instincts a little bit more. They're not perfect, but I'm developing them. And sometimes they do end up helping me out. So I need to be, instincts are a tool that we should be using and not being like, they exist, but I'm going to ignore them. So that's just really just me shutting out myself there. We do have that 10-year coming up, though.
Oh, yeah.
Minutes.
Good call on that. Thank you for reminding me about that, Adara. We always have a bit of volatility there after we get them. I'm putting a dip trade here on NVDL, and it's going to go unfilled, and that's my mistake here. We got yet another 10-period bounce on NVDA, accumulating for a possible VWAP break. I'm going to leave the order at 40s. It's hanging out at 40s, about a 2-penny spread on the name. I'm also interested on a dip trade here on MULN. Okay, so I think I'm going to get into MULN here because it did hold up at the 10-period. 10-period, tried the 50-period, bro. I missed it by a whole 25 pennies, so I was really alive to that. Now we're coming into 7 and VWAP, so I'm worried that we do find some resistance around these levels and flush, so I'm not inclined to chase it here, but I really did like this 675, 680 area for the 50-period moving average, but it is coming into VWAP, and this is a real resistance level. VWAP on my chart is at 708, 709, and that's exactly where we're finding resistance now. We'll have to wait and see if this breaks or not, or whether this is a dead cat bounce, and you're shorting the pops from here on in on MULN. Still up 22.5%. Definitely nothing to sneeze at there, no question about that. So we'll keep eyes on that. Let's see what we're doing here on NVDL. So we're long NVDL, so now let's switch to NVDA, and so this trade is no longer valid if we can make newer lows. I'm going to be looking for accumulation in front of this VWAP possible break. It's a flat top on NVDA, generally not exactly a flat top, but it's a lot of accumulation at VWAP. And the white line is obvious right here where it is, 903.25, 903.5. Generally, we're talking about a $900 name here, so excuse me if I'm giving you ranges, worth 25 pennies or so. The point was that we were getting these higher lows with a flat top, and usually that means an ascending wedge, and an ascending wedge usually it's a continuation pattern in the sense that it should be preceded by an uptrend, but that's not a hard and fast rule. We've seen these ascending wedges end up with a downtrend preceding them and then end up moving up. So we'll continue to watch and see what we get on NVDL. where are we? About 2 pennies out of the money right now as it's printing 38s. I'll be looking for a possible pop through 903.5 if NVIDIA is to break VWAP. See what else people are talking about in the chat here. Here's my favorite rigged market, says Damien Oliveira. It's making me chuckle. I know it feels like that sometimes. I mean, yeah, you always feel like sometimes it's against you. Just try not to take it so personally. I mean, the market really is not after you specifically. It's after your money. Let's be real about it. And there we go on NVDL. Go up, baby. So it's not filling me here. So I didn't, yeah, the liquidity is a bit of an issue. So I'm not going to take this crap fill. So I'm going to cancel the fill right here and wait for the actual move up, which is a break through 903.5. Let's not get too carried away here, bro. All right, looking at, I mean, I can't really believe that the futures have been doing what they've been doing, Ram. And that has been very, very tightly bound here, essentially from 11:15 onwards. So we're going on 2 hours here with 18,190 to the high side and 18,154 to the low side. Not too many days have been like this. Typically days where we're like, we have FOMC the next day or something like that. You'll have this type of wait and see range, but what the hell are we waiting and seeing tomorrow? What's happening? Is there happening tomorrow? What's happening tomorrow? ARM reporting after the bell. Everybody's waiting for ARM? No. I mean, there goes the future. Wow, bro. And there goes NVDL. So we do get that drop like we typically do with these what's it called? Auctions. ADRs. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I'm wow. I wish I'd taken more profit. I didn't get to take any profit there, unfortunately, but we're going to take some here. Still have, never mind. We were going to take some there, and then the TQ was like, I'm going to float back up, actually. Sorry about it. Yeah, I wish I'd been a little bit more quick to the draw, but I wasn't expecting this to drop this quickly. I did decide to flip short because I was like, you know what? I think if we're going to have that break below VWAP, we're now poised to have it. Looks like I profited off it, not at all, but that's how this goes. You know what I mean? You have to be more on the draw than I was, which is apparently not at all on the draw. The draw with an R. So let's see, we did get, 4.483% for the 10-year note high yield versus 4.56 expected. Now we come all the way back up. That has to be one of the most bamboozling moments I've experienced, but you know what? You just gotta be all smiles. I wish I had been able to take profit there, but you know what? Woulda, coulda, and its friend shoulda. I wasn't able to do what I wanted to do in it. It's all good, I'm staying in this. We're below that 40s area. I am really, sometimes you just gotta bounce back. You just gotta, be the trampoline. We talk about markets bouncing off levels. Why can't we bounce off levels? You got to take those losses,
I'd be fine with
turn them
bouncing.
into mental W's. Even if you missed an opportunity like what I had here, but it's like it's not like I'll gain more by lamenting it. You know what I mean?
Very
I have no
true.
reason to leave. I'm gonna stay in this for the time being. Starbucks, I realized the short. That's the missed short here. Look at that. That we had support there, flip into resistance 74.20. Missed that short, but you know what? If we come and have some opportunities to take that short off the 9 EMA, I will definitely take it. TQs are disappointing, but you cannot cry over spilt milk or missed profit-taking opportunities. Let's see what else is going on here. Tesla. Oh, what are you looking at?
I'm just talking about NVDL right now.
Nice.
We were able to take that dip trade into 900 on NVDA, which ended up being about 39.25. So our cost basis is now 27s as it's printing 40s. I wet my beak out at 42, not at 46. Let's go, baby. I'm waiting at 50s. I'm waiting at the $0.50. Print me, baby. Let's go. So we're at 48s here. I'm 2 penny spread, 48, 46. Here come 49s. Come on, 50. There's 50, and bang, we get that. I'm spending the money on this. I haven't spent the money in a while. So I'm happy with this trade here on NVDL, looking for that NVDA pop and gap, baby. And now it's knocking on the door of that 904, 905 and 2/3. The closing print on the monster on the day. So if you are looking for a profit target and you're not weak like me and take them out along the way, 905 and 2/3 is a decent looking PT for NVDA on the 5-minute chart at least. Anyway, so we'll see. 52s is printing now. We wet our beak there at 50s. Do I have any left? I think I do. Yeah, okay, we got one more out left, and I'm gonna be happy with that. We'll see if we can get a better price here on NVD. Okay, so let me try to make the equation, equivalency here. So 905.5, 905 and 2/3. That's like similar to this 39.70, 39.65. That's about 10 pennies where we're at right now. Here comes 57s. We just printed 56s, baby. We're long 25s here. There goes 60, baby. This is the NVDL. I'm pleased as dang punch on this. And up goes NVIDIA, and I'm going to flatten out the trade here. Very happy with this trade. It's one of my better trades on the day, if not the best one. And that gets me out of a little bit of a trouble. So woohoo! All right, we'll print on that one and be happy. What's going on with you?
I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. Yeah, it might be called NVDL, but we know what Sharif took on that, an NVDW.
Hey.
And it was so excited there. Please just punch for you. I did get it on my TQs there. We had the break above the 58.40s. And you know what? Honestly, like these days are always just, markets are going to do what they're going to do. They do not have vendettas against you. Today is not one of my best days. But like I said, I am always bullish positivity and more opportunities.
Okay.
There's some days where, for whatever reason, you in the market are just in like a bad mood. I'm going to make an analogy, as I often like to do. It's like imagine you're in an on and off relationship with the market. Sometimes you guys are getting along really, really well. Like, they're buying you roses. You're going on like dinner dates to, it's taking you out to some nice restaurant. And then the next, it's like, you guys aren't talking. Maybe it's talking to somebody else. Maybe, it turns out like the receptionist brought you followers instead of me. Like, how dare you? And you know what? It's the type of relationship that you have to work on every single day. Was this a really labor-intensive analogy? Sure. But do I stand by it? Yeah.
I think you're
really
hitting
do.
home. You're hitting some buttons there with Ram, and she's
literally
hitting buttons as well too, bro. So yeah, okay. Well, now we know what's going on. Shout out to Ram. But yeah, absolutely accurate analogy. I mean, sometimes you're fabes, and sometimes you can't stand each other, and you find yourself throwing slippers at not individuals, of course, because that would be an assault charge. But you would throw them at the glass and walls and stuff like that. What is that, Ram?
Oops.
Okay, I love it. We won't say anything there. But yeah, I've thrown my share of slippers in the day because of these here markets. And thankfully, they were not at people. But they were at inanimate objects.
Oh, Ramin, put the fail for you.
She wants it at people. She wants all the... Ram, you chose violence today. What's going on? I like it. Okay, some digging to do there with the Ram.
She's in the dark clothes. She's like, no, we're thinking darkness. Yeah, no, I think, we're gonna do the lesson. I don't want to mindlessly plunge into the cues, but I do legitimately like this. It's so hard to know if it's like you're getting into a trade because it's a revenge trade or because you really like the level. Do you know what I mean? I feel like that's a real thing.
So true.
But also, thank you guys so much for the support in the chat. I really appreciate it. I know that analogy was very strange, but it's just really how I'm feeling right now with these markets. Had a really good day yesterday. So I had my best trade since going live on that Celsius. And today, Celsius, one of my biggest losers. So you know what? Highs and lows, to quote that Chance the Rapper song, but you just gotta roll with the punches and make it happen. Also, making it happen right now is the lesson du jour. Now that I've ranted about a strange analogy about dating the market, let's do some learning. That's what we're all about here. Trading IPO flips.
Google taking
the intraday dance, if you will. Yeah, Google is like, okay, here we go. Trading IPO flips. We talked about IPO, SPACs, and direct listing, but as Sharif says, that can get a little bit talky, so we're just going to say new assets, things that are new to the market or trading in new way on DJT. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Basically, day trading flip is going to be buying and selling the same stock, specifically IPO, SPAC, or direct listing. I know we said we weren't going to say it again, but one more time. Multiple times within a single trading day, and the goal of that is going to be capturing small profits from short-term price fluctuations, and this lesson is going to dive a little bit deeper into that.
Okay.
So thank you so much, Carrie Weaver, for the kind words. I'm always happy to be here with these trades and with these markets here, as much as I did just spend some time lamenting about them. But why do we choose flips with new listings? Well, because they have really high volatility. These events are often going to experience significant price swings due to hype, news, market sentiment shifts, and that'll create multiple entry and exit points. Also, I would actually say they move kind of similarly, in my opinion, to earnings as well. You could have some flips on earnings too, because as traders digest news, calls, there's different areas that you can play off of. So I would actually make a comparison and say there's some similarities between trading earnings and trading some of these IPO names. Obviously not exactly the same, but just in terms of how they move and the intensity of said moves. Also, intraday momentum is also provided by when you're trading these flips with the new listings, because you can give you opportunities for both longs and shorts. Now, the art of the flip. Let's talk about that. So here are some things to get in your technical analysis toolbox before you start trading the flips. So first, you want to be charting. Look at the price charts, moving averages like the 50 or the 200-day MAs, and the relative strength index or RSI to identify for potential and entry and exit points. So when you're doing your charting, we're going to be looking for a couple different things. Entry on the uptrend. So if you're looking for the entry in the uptrend, you want to find a price breakout above a short-term moving average, for example, the 20-day, or I love the 9-day with all my heart and soul. And you want to see that breakout above, accompanied by increasing trading volume. And this will suggest bullish momentum. You also, if you're looking for an exit in an uptrend, you want to see an RSI above 70, because that's when it enters overbought territory. Things might be a little bit too hot. You might want to, you want all the smoke, but you don't want that much smoke. So that might be where you have to exit. And then also another way of looking at it is, if you're not using RSIs, look for when the price stalls at a resistance level. That might be a sign, hey, the resistance is in. You got to go, man. So also, you want to look at entry on a downtrend. If that's what's happening, what are you looking for? You want to look for a price breakdown to the downside below a short-term moving average with increasing trading volume. So that could suggest bearish momentum. Exiting on a downtrend is also really key, so you might want to profit take when the RSI reaches oversold territories below that 30 area, or if the price finds support at a key level of previous lows. Yeah, support and resistance are really important too. You might, if it exists, because it doesn't always on these new assets, depending on when you're trading them too, right? Or what chart you use, you want to look for price levels where the stock consistently finds support, potential buy zones, or resistance, potential sell zones. You also want to think about active monitoring. This is also why I feel like this IPO trading week has been really true to my soul, because I love active monitoring. Sharif mentions this a lot. Because I am a scalper, I do not take my eyes off a trade when I'm in it. I'm in a Starbucks right now, and literally one eye is on the slide and the other eye is on that trade. You got to always be cognizant if you're taking these faster moves.
I can help too. If you want me to say, tell me if Starbucks at a certain level, I can do that while you're doing the lesson.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Teamwork does make the dream
work. It does,
work.
actually.
And this is, I'm always very happy to be on this desk here with, I think you should be Captain Protein. I feel like Captain Protein should be your title.
I would have liked to have been Captain Protein. I'm not going to lie and pretend like I wouldn't. But Ty, he took it, right? He was first. He was quick to the trigger, and he's owned it now. And alas, I can no longer be Captain Protein, despite my. Ram, you sound like you're crawling out of bed. What's going on over there, Ram?
Dethrone him.
Dethrone him.
Yeah, shout out to Ramin, who's always killing it.
She's always killing it. Yeah, she's
when we say we have a great team, we mean everybody.
Absolutely. What?
Ramin's like, what's it?
Ram.
She makes us laugh. She's awesome. Shout out to Ramin there. But yeah, so basically active monitoring, you want to be constantly vigilant and aware of things. You also want to be maybe tracking that live price, not maybe, you do want to be tracking live price action, news flow, and order book activity to gauge market sentiment and to identify potential trading opportunities for you to dip your toe in and get involved in these here markets. Discipline and risk management also really important. Maybe small positions, you know what I mean? Don't, when you're gonna eat a meal, maybe start with small bites to see if you like it. Same with trading, right? Start with a small percentage of your capital per trade if that's how you trade, or a small amount of shares depending on your strategy and your approach to trading, especially during volatile periods to help manage your risk. Also, you always wanna make sure you have stop loss orders in place at a specific percentage below your entry point, for example, 3 to 5%, to limit potential losses if the price does do a whipsaw action, moves against you there. Also, profit targets are super key. Realistic targets, don't get greedy, and exclamation points here. You want to make sure that you're choosing price targets that are based on your analysis and market conditions, and make sure you're not getting greedy. Make opportunities that make sense to you. Don't try to overstay your welcome, you know what I mean? Because these stocks can kick you to the curb. Just like that. I just had, not an IPO, but I just had that TQ trade where if I'd been faster on it, we could have been 20 pennies in the money. I ended up losing on it. You know what I mean? I'm actually happy I had that trade because it taught me something. You have to be fast and you have to be quick on things. Someone is pleased as punch, but we'll find out the details on that in a couple of seconds here when we're done this lesson.
Bang.
Trading strategy. So you have trend following, right? That's what Sharif likes doing. If you've got a clear uptrend or a downtrend emerging, you want to make sure you're trading in the direction of the momentum, buying in dips and uptrend, and selling in rallies and downtrend. So dip buy, rip sell, as I like to sometimes call it. Mean reversion also, shout out to Obi who likes doing this type of trade sometimes. If you've got the price deviating significantly from its recent average, support or resistance, you might be aware of that potential reversal and trade accordingly. And again, we're going to talk about that buying the dip and shorting the rip. Then also, scalping is going to be pretty key here. Someone on this desk might be a fan of scalping potentially. I don't know. I don't always do it to the best effect, but I do love scalping. So scalping is basically executing multiple small trades throughout the day based on very short-term price movements, identified by indicators like Bollinger Bands or MACD. Now, last but not least, I added this one, but I think it is really important to note it's not always going to be present in IPOs and new stocks, and that is going to be support and resistance. But you can find it on a 1 minute, for example, in IPOs, which is what I think I was doing, and I know you were also doing when we were trading that Reddit IPO day one. If you have a certain key level that's continuing to appear on the chart throughout the day, you might want to consider taking trades off of it, so going long at support or short at resistance. But support and resistance can flip too, so that can give you extra opportunities. Let's say initially you're taking this bite at the apple in a trade, you're taking it short, then the level ends up flipping. I'm just like, hey, go long, you know what I mean? Gives you opportunities both ways. Crafting a trading plan is also, of course, key and something I want to get better at for sure, and I think we all do, but it's especially important if you're going to get into something as that can go as awry and move as willy-nilly as an IPO or a new stock. Have your target. To identify the type of IPO, SPAC, or direct listing you're going to look at. You're looking at for a high-growth tech company. You're looking for a longer-term play, a shorter-term play. What is the vibe? What's the mood? Once you have that, you want to look at technical analysis. So outline specific indicators you're going to be eyeing for entry and exit signals, moving averages, RSIs, support and resistance if when applicable. Risk management, always applicable though. Look at your stop loss and define your stop loss, and we're going to have a sip of coffee, and your profit target percentages per trade. Trade sizing also really important there too. You want to determine the percentage of your capital you allocate per trade before you get into the trade. Monitoring tools you should be using here, like figure out what resources you want to use to track price action, news, and market sentiment. If you're doing a new IPO too, make sure you have the book or the chart open before it opens so that you can see when it starts moving. There's that video of us on TikTok losing our minds when Reddit opens. Remember Sharif showed me that after they posted? I'm literally like, I think this is the same blazer I wore for the Reddit IPO open too. It's actually crazy. I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah. But yeah, because I remember that video you showed me, and I'm like, you have to have that book and
there was another video of us the other day. Did you see that? When we hit the 450.
Oh, yeah,
I was like,
that one.
oh
We're
my God.
Yeah, we have good times over here. Also, trading journals can be a good time because it can remind you of how your performance went. Did you like what you did? Did you not like what you did? And you really want to reflect and be aware and see how you can improve and refine your strategy. And if you want a little extra credit here, look at some advanced technical indicators like Bollinger Bands or MACD to identify some reversals. How are you looking?
I did well on the softy trade. I'm happy with it. We got long at the 50 period. That was the whole idea here. So I'll show you the 5-minute look. The soft one was bouncing for the most part off the 50 period. Save and except for this one candle over here. That was the release of the auction. And so you had an outlying move. But for the most part, you saw here, you held the 50 period quite well on Microsoft, which precipitated me to get into the name. And so we got in at 91s, and then we wet our beak there almost into the 20s. Not quite. We got 18 prints there. So not a bad look. Almost a 30-penny winner there on Microsoft. But good move up here. Coming into that previous area of resistance, though, for whatever reason, 411.30 has been acting as that level. But shout out to Jay Lee. So he tagged me in the chat. He said, look, CGC looks like it's good under $9. Thoughts? Seems like to bounce off 890 for a decent 50+ cent upside potential. Thoughts? So I had a look at, this is CGC right now. This is the 30-minute chart on CGC. Okay, so let's put it in the ticker so everyone can follow along. And here's what I see, Jay. I mean, 890 is actual LOD on CGC. Let's go to the 1 minute super quick to see if we touched it. We only touched it once, Jay. And that was, yeah, we were touching the Bollinger Band, but we were, yeah, there's really not much to say with respect to that on the 1 minute. Okay, so 890 is the low. Kind of hard to base anything off one print. So that's why I went to the 30, and this is what I saw. So before we had that break on April 30th, when we got news the Department of Health and Human Services was getting their way, and that the DEA was going to not declassify, but reduce the classification from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, we got that big pop-up. So before we got that big pop-up, Jay, the top there had been around 8.5. At the real highs there at the open at around 10:30, we got to 9 3/4. So I'm not really look, it's a gap close, Jay. I mean, that's kind of what I see, right? And that's not bullish, that's quite bearish, unless we do get, a decided bounce off this level. And what I mean by gap close is that April 30th pop that we got through, broke through $9, we got to about 15 3/4, almost 16. And now we're literally going to close the entire gap from the price where we broke out from on the 30th. So maybe not 8.5, 8 2/3. We're awfully close to that. I get that 890, but I'm not going to buy off these lows. Shout out to you, though. I'll keep my eye on CGC. We'll look to bamboozle some more trades. He's like, yeah, okay. Marcelo Sharif, Madrid or Bayern? Look, I do not subscribe to this, trend that I've seen other people do where you cheer for the team that eliminated you. No. I hate the team who eliminated me, right? They keep me up at night. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to cheer for Bayern. I hate Harry Kane. As a former Tottenham player, there's no way in good conscience as an Arsenal fan I can ever cheer for a team that has Harry Kane as a main striker. So by virtue of that, I'm going to go a la Madrid, baby. We're going to cheer for Madrid on this one. And who could not want Ancelotti to win, man? I think Ancelotti's an OG and definitely one of the more underrated coaches. I know he's coaching for Real, obviously, and so by virtue of that, you could say he's not underrated, but he doesn't get the due credit I think some of these other bigger coaches like Pep and some others, Jurgen, get. I like Ancelotti. I think he's a hell of a guy, not really outspoken like some of those guys are. So I'm going Real. And yesterday, that was insane. I couldn't believe that Dortmund eliminated Paris. Bye-bye, Kylian. And then the funny part was, after they asked Kylian Mbappe, who's he cheering for, Bayern or Real? And everyone knows he's going to Real Madrid next year, so he kind of chuckled on that. I saw that on social media. I thought that was hilarious. So shout out to Madrid. I think they probably actually beat Dortmund. If they beat Munich today, I think they handily take Dortmund in the finals, and we'll have to see how that ends up working out. So that's the look there. All right, Jay Lee goes on to say, with respect to my analysis on CGC, he's like, yeah, I'm thinking there is still residual strength on CGC due to the schedule change news still in play. I like it, Jay. I don't think you're wrong on that. I just think at the end of the day, for weed to really catch fire,
light up.
Yeah, you're going to need federal legalization, and we don't talk politics on this show, but I just don't think you get federal legalization if the Republicans have any sort of power in the House in the Congress or in the White House. I just don't think it's a priority for them. You're going to see that from the Dems, though. We'll have to see what November brings.
Yeah, I guess they might not want all the smoke.
They don't want all the smoke. They've made it very clear
none of the
that
smoke.
it's not a priority for them to have the smoke, right? So.
Oh, that's funny. Speaking of substances, right now I'm in another caffeine name.
Speaking of substances.
And I didn't know how to make that transition. I'm in Starbucks. I am pleased as dang punch. I took out, I did not really, that was funny. I got short here because I did like that we were coming into that previous resistance and rejecting just a skosh. I liked that. Got out most of this position, 2/3 at that 73.80 area. I should have taken everything out there, but you know what? We're going to save pieces for dreams. I have a scintilla of shares left here. I want to see us continue to make these lower highs and lower lows. If we do, I'm happy to stay, but I feel like I probably have overstayed my welcome. I am so proud of this TQ trade, though. Earlier today, I was saying, sometimes it's really hard to know if you want to get back into a name if it's burned you before, and if you just haven't had a good read on it. But it's like, to me, and you can tell by how many times I tried to go short in this, to me, this has been building all day, this TQ short F view up. That's what the market wanted. And today, right now, the market's like, you know what, Adira? You're going to get that short. I want to see us break below 58s. If we can't break below 58s, I'll get out. But man, this looks pretty sweet here in these TQs, and I'm really proud of myself for holding out. I didn't see any news to explain that little droop there, but yeah, we're pushing back up. I do not love this. As long as we stay below 558.10s, I'm going to stay in this name. That also did help my Starbucks short. So there we go. Starbucks getting caffeinated to the downside. Give it a venti size there. That's a nice look. We're going to get out of the TQs here. I'm okay with that. Pleased as dang punch. Really proud of myself. Still down on the day, mind you. It's not like, one good trade could alleviate a whole afternoon of very questionable moves, but I'm just proud of myself for, I'm going to be honest. This really hurt to take this short, not punch out quickly enough and lose on it. That was a hard trade to take. That was during the bond auction, but it's like you cannot define yourself by one trade, one good trade or one bad trade. Because, everything's the sum of its parts. Your trading is going to be the sum of its parts all day. Today, the average was meh. Did not do that well today, but I'm happy I stuck with it. Happy I stayed looking at these cues and found an opportunity that worked for me. Gus Phillips, 199 super chat. Will Clove pull a big move like my baby Root? Reminds me of Baby Groot from the Guardians of the Galaxy. But yeah, we'll take a look at Clove there in a second for that super chat. Clove already had earnings. Like I said, I still think that area on Clove is the 89-cent level. I was mentioning this one earlier because we did have that little bit of a move down, came up, resistance, felt it, continuing to push higher here. I think that could be a nice break. Right now, though, on the daily chart, I still think we need that move above 90, especially because that was support earlier.
All right. Just looking over here at some stuff.
Oh, yeah.
1 second. Yeah, that's not important to me. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm just looking at my watch list to see if there is any outsized movers. And I saw here, obviously, a firm down 10.5%. That's obviously because of the earnings miss there. You can see a firm just printed day lows not that long ago. 31.14. Dang, son. That's not a good look. Upstart as well, down into the right from yesterday, but recovering a little bit here. So you can see that Upstart sold off aggressively in the aftermarket yesterday. And by the way, for anybody who's wondering why Upstart was halted in the aftermarket, because this right here, these are halts. And Upstart has this tendency to always expect bad earnings, and they've done this multiple times in the past where they ask the exchange to halt their stock right at earnings and basically allow it to trade once they release the earnings at some random time, right? Yesterday it was 4:35. In the past, it was almost like 10 to 5, 5 to 5, something like that. So, I don't know what they're trying to achieve by this, thinking that maybe it might not sell off as much. It tanked. Look at that, where it closed at 24.72 and it went all the way down to 90, barely held 19.75. So I don't know what they're looking to achieve by doing that, but they've done that multiple times. I was just talking to Neil about it today. Anyway, on the day, they're holding VWAP quite nicely. So not really a recovery or anything it's not a gap fill, but for whatever reason, it's been bouncing either off the 50 period here, which is the red line on my chart, or the volume weighted average price. So Upstart putting in higher lows and even higher highs. So a bit of an upward channel here ever since that big initial move on Upstart at the open. So we'll keep eyes on that, see if anything is good to go. Weed names are all weak, save and except for the ETFs. And I kind of don't get. You have the MSOX up 4 1/3, MSOS up 1 1/5, or 1 1/2, excuse me. And you've got all the other weed names in negative territory. So unable to kind of resolve that in my mind unless there's some components there that are not on my watch list. Looking down the watch list, seeing what else is moving. Shopify obviously getting punched in the face quite aggressively today. Look at that move down and to the right. We were watching this happen live this morning here in the firm because Neil, Adara, and I and Brendan are all here in the morning. This one really tanked off that 79 and it ended up bottoming out there at 62, but it ended up making more lows into 60 2/3, low of day right now on Shopify. Yeah, very, very consolidative, and the volume really has dropped off since the market opened. There does seem to be an area bottom here at 61.50 or thereabouts. That area bottom has moved up a skosh. from 61.50 into 61 2/3, so 66-ish now, with either the top being the volume weighted average price, which is currently trading at 62 1/5, 62 1/4, or when you get really gangster, you can get up to here, 62 3/4, 62 2/3. Shout out to Jag, who's trolling me back there, undefeated. Jag, I love having that guy back there, man. Good vibes, Jag, that's for sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we'll see what we get. Oh, Ian Rispetto. Okay. $4.99 super chat. Shout out to Ian Rispetto, one of the OGs in the chat, been with us a long time. Tonight, ARM is reporting after the bell. Any insights you can give into what you may think on it? I like ARM. As a company, I think what they are offering is very novel. They have chips that are specifically made for mobile devices that use less energy, especially with batteries being like a major thing now, holding range back and holding cell phone usage or cell phone use time. Anything that helps conserve battery life is aces in my book. Whether or not they're overvalued, let's have a look and see what the situation is on ARM. So let's open up the Fundamentals Explorer here and have a look. So let's go to their key ratios. And so they're trading at a cool 208.91 PE. So I can tell you that it doesn't say it here, but the industry standard is not going to be 208. It's probably going to be something like 20 or 30 at the most. So the fact is, it's trading far higher above that. And then you can see all the key ratios here. So if you're looking from a fundamentals perspective, it's a bit of a tougher look. Now let's have a look at the technicals. So let's flip to the daily on ARM and see what the situation is. These horizontal lines are the fib lines. And the reason I drew the fib lines here, I wanted to see how much of the move after earnings last time, because you'll remember earnings were early Feb. They were February, I believe, 7th. How much of that move from $70 to $165 did we give back? And we almost gave back almost 80% of the move there, because this is 73% retracement over here. And we've recovered now about 63% or 66%, 61.8% we're at right now in terms of where we are initial to that breakout move, back at $110. We're below the 50, Ian, as well. You do have an interesting area of support, probably resistance now at 120. Look how many times on the daily we come into 120 on ARM only to defend that area. So if we've defended it for that long, you assume it could be a little bit of a resistance area there if you make your way back up. It's also the 50% area on the fibs as well, just a little bit below that 120. Yeah, so how they do on earnings, obviously that's not for me to decide, but technicals, I'd say keep your eye out on 120 as a resistance level. If you're above that, use it as support. And then basically look for this top end break here, $80 to be an interesting level of support as well if you do miss. So we have that 110 high today, look for 80 possibly to be an area of support on ARM. I hope ARM does well. I think they're a good stock.
We're going to have to find out if they strong arm the market. If they're still the long arm of the law.
Yeah.
They get their arm torn off. I'm going to stop just making very rote arm-related puns there. There was one I thought of this morning, and I forgot about it.
Okay.
Anyways, if I remember that arm pun, I will remember. But SBUX, right now, really proud of what happened here.
Nice.
Took out some of this profit at that area of 73.80. Then I saved a piece for the dream. Initially, I was like, dare I get out? But then I was like, if I still like that resistance level of 73.97, it comes back in, why not add? So I did add. I'm going to take everything out, though, at 80s, this resistance level proving itself to be a little bit more firm than I initially thought. We're gonna have to see what we do, because I think we're getting back to the series. Things are getting spicy. Also, thank you guys, everyone in the chat, for the support for that TQ trade. I was really proud of what I did with this, because I did have a lot of losses on the TQs, and I'm still down on the TQs a little bit just because of those earlier missed trades. But it's like, sometimes regardless, stocks, they don't personally care about your feelings. They don't care if you want to do well. They don't care if you're doing badly. They're just going to do what they do. And so I think, with that in mind, obviously, initially these trades didn't work, but I saw this level I liked, and I didn't want to not take it because I was burned by some earlier TQ trades. So yeah, I have to say, proud of what happened there, and always so happy to be part of this community that I think is so supportive, so awesome, and honestly proud of myself. I was initially down, still down in the day, but I was initially down a lot more. Still not like an egregious amount, but you just got to sometimes dig yourself out of a hole by finding strategies you like and not being too hard on yourself. Because you know what I mean? Like, the markets are going to be hard enough on you already. You need to have that calm. You need to be your own calm in the storm that is trading. With that being said, TQs, if you keep rejecting that 58.20, I might short you again. I don't know. You watch out, TQs. You better watch out. Yeah, I am going to get short here. So yeah, that's really what I've been looking at. Just a few things. I want to take this small position. If we break above this 20 area, I'm going to have to say Audi and leave. Starbucks trying to break below. I think if Starbucks breaks below that 80s area, it's going to be beautiful. But I don't know if we'll get that. We might just get, a small frappe instead of a nice big caramel macchiato to the downside.
I like it. All right. Keeping an eye on Meta here because we had a VWAP retracement into Meta and we actually rejected off that 471 3/4, coming back down now into 471 1/4. META has been stronger-ish on the day. I don't want to call it the strongest of the bunch, or is it? Meta is up 0.63. Netflix is not a Mag 7 name. Netflix, the best in the business today in terms of these large cappers that I, like you want to call them the Mag 8 or whatever, 1.11%. Meta, second place, up 0.71. Alas, it is at 472 or thereabouts. That is the level that I've been earmarking for a possible short on Meta after that 469.5 dip that we aggressively sold out on at the release of the auction there. So 472, I could definitely be persuaded to short there. Now, the question is, we already had a 472 touch and we retraced. So is the trade done here? Is one time the only shot that I can get at this? We're definitely still nearer VWAP than we are near these lows. I would say to you, don't be too aggressive with this short. If you end up getting short at 471 3/4, 471 2/3, look to take profit in front of 470 1/4. So, I mean, you do have 470 prints. You even have 469 and a third print. But look where the closing prints are. They're all at that 470 1/4. So I would, rather take profits around there to ensure a fill. 470 1/4 for the short to cover. 471 2/3, 471 and 3/4 for the entry into this name. It's at neither one right now, kind of no man's land at 471 1/3 right now. Decent spread though on Meta. I haven't seen it 4 pennies before today. I saw it as wide as 20 some odd pennies. So the spread tightening up, it looks like here a little bit on META. The other trade that's doing right now is this 900 on NVDA. Look at what's happening right now. We're at 900 on NVIDIA, but we're doing these bottoming tail candles where we wick below 900 and then get bought up. You're not going to see me buy at these levels here, but I want to see exactly what we do. If we hold it, we put in another 5-minute candle to make a new high above the previous 5-minute candle, then it'll look good. Then we could start saying, getting it on the back end or whatever, curling up. And then maybe we could touch that 905.5 that we got to a little bit earlier on that pop when we had that short on NVDL. So we'll see what we get here. 900, an interesting area on NVIDIA, but it's a recycled area. We've been above and below it multiple times today, both in the pre and after the bell. So don't assign the same weight that you would assign that 900 level on NVIDIA had it been the first touch or even the second touch. We've been there multiple times today. All right, so that is the look for NVDA. Meta still doing the dance with no pants right now at the volume weighted average price. That's at 471 3/4. Amazon, though, look at the Amazonian. The Amazonian has been awfully weak today, almost 1% down, bless you. And it has been finding either resistance at the 10 period on the 5 or the deeper ones, as you can see here. I'm going to say this all the time because it's factually true. The deeper retracement going to the 20 EMA, and there you go. You got a nice, what is this, 187.26 touch, and now you're 26 pennies in the money, knocking on the door of that 186 level and 187 level, excuse me, and it just broke there. But you gotta look at the bigger picture. There does also seem to be support at 187 locally in the same way that there was resistance at the 10 and the 20. all the 187 bounces, you know, are quite obvious here from 1 o'clock onwards. So we'll continue to watch AMZN and see if we can weasel our way into any trades there. Nothing else for me at these levels. I see NVIDIA's reclaimed 900 again, not by a whole lot, so we'll keep eyes on that. Let's check out these small cappers, the ones that we were yapping about earlier. DTCK, we had that VWAP dip and pop into 160. That's since all done there. It's broken down aggressively below VWAP. Look at this. This is why I say these are around for a good time, not a long time, and gives up the ghost as quickly as the ghost came into the house there at $1.36 right now off that 150 entry that we had earlier. That's looks like it's done. MULN. Now, this is an interesting one. So this gave up VWAP at around 1240, but it didn't give up the entire move because it came into the 50 and then decided, I'm going to respect the 50 today, and it gives you a nice ride off that 6 3/4 into 7 1/4. So you can take in 50 pennies on a $7 name. Not a bad look, especially intraday. It is below VWAP now. Putting in higher lows, though, so not coming into the 50 quite yet. So that could be some foreshadowing something here for a 7 hold possibly here on MULN and a flat top or break through the double top there at 7 1/4, 7 1/3. So Mullen, I think, is still in play. In the same way that I feel CRCT still in play, this one has been kind of, it's been tough to trade because the volume has been a little bit wishy-washy on it. We had volume initially, then we had a completely dry period from 10 o'clock till essentially 1 o'clock. Now you can see the volume's picking up again, but something maybe at 755, 760, get a VWAP dip on this one. Not exactly sure how to weasel my way into this trade, Adara. I see that we held 5,200 here on the ES. It's so funny, because I chart the ES in the morning on the big desk, and then I don't feature it the entire day. It's like, I wonder why I don't chart the NQ at the big desk, because that's the one I'm really trading off, right?
It is weird, because you don't, I saw you trade the ES futures once.
Because Arun used to chart the ES.
Oh, that's why.
So when I took over charting in the morning from Arun in the morning, I just continued what he was doing. He was charting the ES. But I never trade the ES. I always look at the NQ, which is funny.
That's interesting. Oh, I never thought about it. I never realized you, because I always, I think, assumed you charted both the NQ and the ES at the big desk, but you don't.
I don't. Chart the ES when I get here. I'm the NQ, excuse me, when I get here. Anyway, what are you looking at over there?
Right now, I'm looking at a future, the NQ, that is trying to get back up a little bit here, back to the future, but not in the way I want. I want back to the future to the downside. We did have, I like that short initially. We got a couple pennies out of this. I didn't punch out because I had a pretty small position. If we decisively break up above this 22, 23 area that we're dancing with right now, I'm going to be out. I did get out of Starbucks. This is my best name of the day, and I'm really proud of what I did with this trade. Initially got into, and honestly, I think Starbucks, I literally had the Beauty and the Beast song on my head. Tale as old as time. It's like all the things we talk about when we trade. Support, resistance, VWAP, 9 EMA, levels, like everything coming to the party here for Starbucks. You had that resistance earlier, that support earlier at 74s, flip into resistance. That's where I get short. And I got short during the lesson, which is not something I normally do. And I think that shows how much I like this look. Ooh. I was like, you know what, I'll keep an eye on it. I'll be cognizant, whatever, and just see what happens. I am getting out of my Qs here because I didn't like that move above. Lost a couple pennies there, really small position. Happy I took it because I did like it at the time. Now back to Starbucks. So I get involved, I get part of my coffee cup filled here, 2/3 of my shares at that previous area of resistance. Super proud of this. Resistance becoming support. And it did become support for a bit. Kept 1/3 of my position in there. I said, you know what, Adara, see what happens at 74s. We were just to get at 74s. I said, Adara, I think you owe it to yourself to refill your cup again, have some more shares. So I did. And then I got out here at 70s. I ended up getting the rest of it. I wanted to wait for a VWAP break, but then we had that nice little bounce back. I got a little bit nervous. Got everything out here. Really happy with how this trade went. I feel like very, much like Starbucks gives you caffeine, I feel energized by this trade. And I feel like this is the type of trade I need to be taking more of. I know I say that a lot. I think the biggest issue is going from recognizing what's working and actually putting in the steps to make trades that work. But I am proud of this trade. And I was happy that I took it. A little bit disappointed about that last TQs trade, but it happens. You lose a little bit, but and it doesn't, negate. I think your losing trades don't negate your winning trades either. You know what I mean? Just like your winning trades don't negate your losing trade. It's a big mosaic of ins and outs.
I like it. Meta's going. And I'm happy I didn't take the short at VWAP, and that's why we waited and didn't jump into that too quickly. But now I tried to put several dip trades on Meta before it starts pumping here, and none of them have gotten filled. And I got a couple of wicks in, but the spread was too wide. It started opening up again. I think it was 24 pennies when I did get the wick. So Meta is doing things here. It's off the bottom there, essentially at 469.5, and now we're knocking the door 473. So a good rounded bottom recovery for Meta, and Zucky and his boys looks like they're near that pivot resistance level 1, which is hanging out on my chart at 473 1/3. We're awfully close to it right now. I'll leave my orders be. I think that they're still valid if we come down. Am I looking for VWAP to get defended? We reclaimed VWAP. We had VWAP as a level of resistance almost, not all morning, but essentially from 12:30 till about right now. So if that was a resistance level, if we clear it, we're using it now as support. And that's why my orders are still in play. We'll have to wait and see whether this is just a topping tail, wham, bam, thank you, VWAP, and then we break down below, or what the situation is going to be here. So watching intently on Meta. We did have a VWAP break on the future moving into 18,172. But I'm going to tell you, the future has been quite bamboozling today, for the exception of the lower highs and the lower lows that it's been doing. Otherwise, if you try to play horizontal levels and not diagonal levels, you have been, you got hurt a little bit on this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you were trading 222. Sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't mean to mention that. But this is kind of what I see here. So the constant on the future today on the NQ has been a downward channel. I mean, like, I was looking multiple times at VWAP to get in on the future, but all these wicks take you so deep below VWAP, I mean, or above if you're looking to short, that it wasn't reasonable to do it that way. You had to play this diagonal range. So really depending on whether you saw that or not, or you pulled the trigger on that or not. So we'll continue to watch and see what happens there. All right, let's go back to see what Meta's doing, because I still have my dip trades intact. Nice topping tail candle in the 473, 472.25 coming in here on META. I'm sitting at 472.05 and 471.77. I want two dips possibly into Meta here, but I am worried about this topping tail candle that it's putting, which I do not like, especially when you add it to the future and what we've been doing here on the future, but putting in lower highs. So I am a little bit concerned about that. So there's that analysis there. The other one is AAPL, the dead one, is coming in into another local high. 182 2/3, 182 1/2-ish, bit of a double top there midday. We printed that 1210 and 1220, and we haven't been up there since. So keep your eye on that area, local area of resistance, if it is to get filled, or sorry, not filled, get taken and broken above. 183 is essentially HOD. It's 182.96, and that was on the IB high, so we haven't been up there since the opening print on the day. So that's the look there. Not much for me other than this possible Meta. Oh, and I am not long now Meta, so I'm long at 472s. So decisions, and we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, best of luck to you. Yeah, no, it's all seriousness though. Hope that trade's going to go well. Hopefully you get that double tap. That trade with the like button there, that analogy works better in my head.
All good.
But yeah, no, shout out. Yeah, hopefully there's going to be another Staples print factory over here. Also, I took the TQ short again. Also, yes, so the reason I made that sound, I was just really agreeing with Sharif's analysis that these TQs were so hard to trade today, or the Qs or the future, however you trade the futures, the NQ futures today, it was a whole move. It was dicey. It was spicy. It was unkind. It was like me eating a spicy chicken, just didn't work. But it was, eventually you did get those moves. And now we've got that decisive VWAP rejection, which is why I got short this again. Also, Ariane in the chat asking if Dell is a bear flag on the 5 minute. And you know what, Ariane? Bull flag. I have a couple things to say. I don't think it's a bull flag, because I think it was a proper bull flag. I think we'd have more of this consolidation immediately after. It looks like we just tried to have kind of this continued upward momentum that we really ran into a massive hurdle at 130, 160. We come back down, but I will tell you, I don't think hope is lost, Ariane. Look at this bounce off VWAP. We've had higher highs, higher lows for the most part, bouncing off VWAP, bouncing off now the 9 EMA. I don't think this is a bad look, but my reason I hesitate to call it a bull flag is just because I would say we had that move up, then we came to rest at VWAP. It is still a bullish look for me personally. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. I think if we start making these lower lows, or if we dip decisively below this VWAP area, that's where things get spicy. I would also definitely be watching out for that 131.60 level. That is such a clear area of resistance to me that I think if we break above it, things get dicey. Yeah, shout out to you, Joanna Brewster. Yeah, I always just like making my puns. I'll keep making my puns. It's a good time. Always happy to be here, punning on this desk, having some puns, fun and puns. Also, AMD, I pulled up. I know you trade this sometimes, Joanna Brewster, which is why I thought of this. And also, I know some other people were mentioning this. The level I kept mentioning on this is someone's so excited. And I'm gonna clap for him there. AMD has been having a moment at this 153 area. We reject it, 153.30, we reject it, then we bounce off of it, then we reject, now we're trying to curl up above. AMD, I don't know, hopefully it's not doing any AM damage, but I think much like the TQs, it's been a bit of a very tricky range trade that you have to, be cautious about. Right now, though, it looks like it wants to break above that 153.30 area. Also, you know what I just realized? We're always making Zuck puns for Meta. We don't give Eduardo Severin any respect over here, or the Winklevoss twins. Oh. I realized we're making all these puns about Zuck. I'm like, Eduardo, what about these Winklevoss twins? But I get, hopefully, we have we're Winklevossing with happiness on that meta trade. That
I like that.
But how are you doing here?
We did well. We took 30 pennies on that initial move. I didn't get filled on my full position. I was going for doubles on this monster. So we got 472.03. I was also sitting at 77s. So we'll see if we get filled there, maybe make its way right back down into 77s. I wet my beak there at 30s for some profit, so I took a nice 30 penny winner. I could have taken out more, I guess, really at that pump into 50s, but that really wasn't the move. The move was to look into that 475 area or wait for your entire position to get filled so you got bigger boy size, right? So I'm packing my patience here, seeing if Meta will touch that 473 general area. It's been the stronger name on the day. I see also the future is right above the volume weighted average price. It's also below 18 too. So, it's still putting in lower highs. There's no doubt about that. Keeping an eye on that. Not much else to talk about. Keeping an eye on that Apple double top that could be brewing at 182.5. 182 2/3. Keep that on the lookout. There was 2 5-minute candles at 12:10 and 12:20. I'm looking at the 10-minute chart. That's my mistake. Yeah, so we had on the 10-minute chart, there was 12:10 and 12:10, a bit of a double top. We're coming right back into those levels on AAPL. Look for, here we are. We're right at those levels on Apple. So this could be very interesting here on AAPL, especially because it's been so dead on the day. But this could also foreshadow something. These higher lows that we've been incrementally putting in, do we get this 182 2/3 break? Break and hold, not just break. Oh, wow, there it goes on AAPL. We were asking if the break and hold was going to happen. Well, we got the break. Now we got to get the hold. 182.71 right now, local high. Looking at that 183 in the face, 182.96 HOD on AAPL. But look at that topping tail candle coming fast and furious. People are getting short around here, you can tell, or profit taking, whatever the situation is. So we'll have to see if Apple can continue to pamp to the high side. Otherwise, we want no part of AAPL. Well, we may short it, so we may want some of Apple. We'll wait. So I'm watching Apple right now. I want to see what it's going to do. I'm in Meta as well, 30 pennies, some odd in the money, looking for that 473 or 474 touch. We'll see what we get there. The incredible Mr. Lib. What do you think of this bounce on Upstart? I kind of analyzed it already. It's kind of hugging VWAP a little bit, right? To me, Upstart is an intraday trade only, especially with the disaster of its earnings report yesterday. So trade it off key levels of support and resistance, whether you're using technicals or actual price action support, but a good recovery, no question, this morning from the bottoms there, Dara, on Upstart. You okay?
I'm just looking at Upstart. I pulled it up. It just had a nice pop there.
There you go. That's probably what he's talking about.
Yeah, I was wondering what, it's a very nice look there on Upstart. It certainly got started up there. Want to be starting something, singing that Michael Jackson song to itself. So want to be up starting something. But yeah, nice look there at UPSD. Let's look at a firm. Eek. Oof. Yeah, Affirm's down to the dumps. Affirm probably is in the infirmary for being hurt by getting shorted so much. We're SSR in this guy now. We're below 10%. We're more than 10% to the downside.
Thanks, son.
Just kind of, this is when I trade sometimes, but there's just no levels on this. You know what I mean? It's just kind of a slow stutter step to the downside. TQQs, though, speaking of levels, and that, I do very much agree with your analysis earlier of the weird diagonal movements of this one. Anthony Kerr said trading the Qs today was like doing a CrossFit workout. Literally. They made you work for it. They were moving in diagonal ways. You had to keep catching your breath. Every time you think you know what's going, it's like, no, you've got to switch stations now. HIIT, now you're onto this station. I'm like, TQQs, give me a clue. They wouldn't, though. They don't call it TQQ clue. Let's put it that way. But right now, I did add to this position. I did like that VWAP projection. I felt okay with it, so I did want to add a couple shares. Not a huge add. If we break above 40s, I'll get out. But I'm trying to get more confident in just seeing something I like and trying to get involved. Obviously, that doesn't always work out. I'm mulling earlier today for myself. But I think developing instincts is really important, and I think that's one of the biggest things I'm working towards. So am I up on the day? No, but I feel like I learned so much, and I think one of the biggest is just trusting your instincts. Earlier, I should have gotten out. Again, shout out to, I think, DJK in the chat, just saying, if you don't like the trade, get out. I should have gotten out of some of these trades earlier when I wasn't really feeling my oats in them. Just figure it out and work with what works for you, because you're the one who's trading what you're trading. I am now speaking in circles, and with that in mind,
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean,
that made sense.
Yeah, it did. I mean, I know where you repeated. That's fine. But
Yeah.
the point is, your point is well taken. Adara, we did break above this 182.63. We got into what? We got into 70s there. So it's kind of an anemic break, if you ask me. And I'm unsure what to make of this Apple long right now. It's unquestionably higher highs and higher lows. So even when you look, kind of the opposite look like that we have on the future, where we had lower highs and lower lows for the majority of the morning, Apple over here has a decidedly upward channel ever since that initial move down at the open when we dipped in 180, 145. Since that time, every single trough has been higher than the ones prior. Now we're looking at a 182.96 HOD touch based upon this current uptrend. And if you are to respect the upper trend line and say, okay, likely you're going to have a 182.90 touch, because that's where the upper trend line is showing right now. So good chance we touch 183 or maybe test highs on Apple. Now the question is, if we make it into 182.96, 183 on the dead one, is it a short or is it going to be a flat? I tend to feel that this is probably going to be a short. If we make it into 183 on Apple, that's just my personal opinion. But I don't have the price action support, obviously, to justify that, other than to say that we obviously had that rejection earlier. All right, so I did wet my beak there for a 40-penny winner on MET, and I'm happy about this trade because we got long 472s, took out the last remaining piece there on MET at 39s, not technically not 40, but generally that whole area. So happy with this trade on META. VWAP hold after breaking VWAP and having used it for resistance, it flips back into support and makes itself a bit of predictable trade. The trade that I'm disappointed in myself for not having gone into again, and I had a trade off this one earlier, is the 50 period on the soft one. So you did have breaks of the 50 period, but look how tightly the price action is shadowing the 50 period here on the 5. So, I mean, you're going to have to make allowances for this 1 o'clock print that touched 200. And that was because of the auction, right? We knew that. So that was kind of my mistake for being in a Mag 7 name, but I ended up making money out because I DCA'd at a better price. So that may not happen every time though, Adara. So I got away with it this time. I may not get away with it next time. Anyway, the point is to say that this 50 period hold on Softy looks awfully good. Looks like it's inching in closer to 412. 412.23 HOD. So Softy's got a resistance level here at that 412 area. Let's see what the more liquid time will bring once the big kahunas come on.
For a second, I thought you said the more liquid time of the brain. I was like, yeah, I feel that. I relate. That's where I'm at. I did get woken up there by which was
Right?
nice. But also, yeah, I appreciate, thank you for being, I like that we're always honest here. I like that you said,
Yes.
honest. Sometimes things don't work out when you add, sometimes they do. I did get out of the queues, but yeah, we're always going to bring you the honesty or the Shaunesty. And Sean and.
Is that a new thing?
I just came up with it now.
Shaunesty?
There's Seanfidence has been in stir for a couple of days. Oh, okay.
Hold on,
Rivian
there's
says
all
only
these
Seanfidence.
words off Sean's name now
Yeah.
that I don't even know
I don't
about.
know,
Where
I
was
just
I?
started
I
this
missed
now.
one day this week and I miss all these words.
I think Seanfidence started on Friday, but. Oh, sorry.
One animation allowed per month, says Ram Ram.
I'm
Wow.
just making puns here.
Okay.
But yeah, hopefully you guys had some fun. Also, Sam Mangione, just to clarify, for beak wetters, it's when you're profit taking. It's not adding to the position.
Yes,
If
yes.
I say dip my toe, I'm probably getting involved. But
There you
beak
go.
wetting is when you're taking up. Right now, we're gonna have to beak wet for the day from the how to trade because we're done for the day.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll be taking profits on the session. That worked better in my head. But we'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Right now, though, Brendan's at the
you guys.
desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. Couple hours left in an afternoon that's trying to get positive. Still red, but only just. Back to basically flat on the day for both the S&P and the NASDAQ at this point. We'll touch on a few things that are moving back higher to help this move overall. I was just noticing this. We were touching on Snapchat early on this morning. They came out with a debt offering in the pre-market. That was a spike down to 1570. That actually happened. We are back to 1680 right now. It's been kind of back and forth since the open, but wild in the pre-market for Snapchat. This one was Redborn Coffee. Moving into China, came out pre-market as well. It's been sideways basically since 10 o'clock this morning, but still holding on to pretty decent gain. Apple just went positive on the day. It was negative, chopping around 182, trying to get back higher as well. Just took out that last pivot, maybe opening up some space again back to the upside. But we're gray on here, but yeah, positive on the day. NVIDIA back to just 0.35. It was more than that. Broadcom with a pretty nice day. AMD negative, Micron negative, not helping. Intel negative as well, not helping. Google negative also. Microsoft Meta offsetting the rest of tech essentially. Some strength in banks. Touched on that this morning if you were with us in the pre-market. A couple days to the upside. Banks across the board, pretty good shape so far today. That's the overall market right now. Dead flat, 0.01 left to go here to get back to positive on the day. It was a big swing downside in the pre-market, and then we've been kind of chopping around ever since. But a lot of Fed speak coming out throughout the day today. I mean, there were some comments from Collins. It's still the same. There's really no indication of anyone understanding, I think, exactly what is going to happen over the next few months here as we head towards the end of the year. Everyone, of course, looking for rate cuts. Whether or not that'll actually happen remains to be seen. Looking like September at this point, possibly. I think the higher percentage or the better bet might be November. Let's get into a few things we were talking about if you're with us in the pre-market this morning. Reddit doesn't trade on the NASDAQ. If anyone was wondering, it's New York. I'll be okay. It's been a long day. Huge move after the close yesterday, all the way to 60 bucks. It was downside as soon as the market opened today after it held on to a decent gap this morning in the pre-market, but nothing since, guys.
950.
What?
Yeah,
This one-
49.70.
So
Looks like
I
the
just
bottom.
when Brendan brought up Reddit, I was like, wow, it's not like it's at $50 or anything, because like that's, I said this morning the level that I wanted to look at was 50. That is, I mean, again, this is not like, the sticky note is something else. We'll talk about that as we go, of course. But 50 is an easy level. Like anybody, we're back above 50. Wow. Okay. Good report. Well traded early, like yesterday at the pre-market, held some of these highs. And then the market opened up and it was like, we are selling this name down. Wow, bouncing off 50 bucks. I really like Reddit. If we can get it near that $50 mark again. It looks so good on the daily chart. We've talked about that as a breakout spot. Wow, okay. I think we have a new trade opportunity here for Reddit this afternoon. Let's wait for a $50 bounce again and see if we can get that.
I mean, also maybe even a day two down at that level. You like things to calm down after earnings, right? So Reddit gapped up, it holds green, a lot of things pulled back, but I like this 51.5 level. Obviously, we talk about the timing in the morning. And I got to this later because we had a bunch of other stuff that I liked a little bit better right at the open. But the first time through was the time that you needed to get it holding that price level. It bounces pretty much right in the pocket and gives you the VWAP retrace. I did take it on the higher low, tight stop. And the big difference between today and yesterday is the losses are boring today, which is exactly how I like them. So they're small, and they're all relative to all the winners. They're all going to be nice and small, or relatively simple trades. But yeah, day 2, which will be tomorrow. We have the rest of this week. You got a couple more days this week. It doesn't have to tap off $50 yesterday or tomorrow for me. As long as it puts in a higher low off of that 50, I think you can start to look for a bottom. So whether or not there's a trade today, I think that's a little bit unlikely that we see the 50 again now that it's already making some higher lows. I was just quickly in and out of GameStop on VWAP there, but we'll maybe get to that in a bit.
Just seeing a tweet from Elon there about Reuters. Was trying to find the article he was referring to, but we'll touch on Tesla coming up here in a few seconds. Yeah, we're looking at Uber this morning. Uber coming off earnings was another one that was gapping to the upside initially out of the bat, and then the report comes and yeah, not so much. It was downside immediately. It's interesting to note though we've been holding this support level throughout the entire day, going back to early on this morning.
That's a good look right there, yeah, for the key area of support. Didn't have eyes on Uber during the midday, but definitely read about the report this morning. Guys, $10.13 billion. That met expectations for revenue. The loss per share, though, that was big, 32 cents per share. The street was looking for 23. $654 million loss, but you have to wonder how much of that is actually due to operations, because about $721 million of that is due to a loss that they took on equity investments, Brendo. Revenue 15% up year over year. Monthly active users up 15% year over year. And yeah, not a bad look, but tough to make profit, I guess, in this business.
Yeah, 24 cents expected. As you mentioned, 32 cents downside. That's wide on those items as well. I just saw this one popping up in front of me as well. Reddit, I guess back through 51 maybe popped up on the scanner, but everything trying to move back higher, guys.
Yeah,
Well,
it seems to be going. I just shorted the mark.
A lot of things are trying to move back higher. So I actually had Uber, and it went, I'd say, to plan execution-wise in terms of getting the short where we wanted it, the way that we wanted it. Did not hold it through VWAP. We sort of talked about this in the middle of it was more the middle of the morning show. It wasn't toward the end. But at that moment, I kind of had this in the group of stocks that was trending higher with higher lows and only took it to VWAP. So when the gap got put in, for Uber, it was a huge one to the downside. There wasn't much to look into until you went to the higher time frame. Like, why did you come up with that level? Hey, just look at the last little dip in here. It showed you on the daily chart this little move. You have a bottom at 66 on this day, but at the open, it's like 66.5, where you actually had some liquidity, and then the support in the afternoon, and the real body of volume is at that 67. So I came in thinking between 60, 66.5 and 67 was where we wanted to grab it short. It showed you that high right away. Shorted the lower high into VWAP. At that point, it's a bull flag, so it's a retracement into VWAP. It just so happened to continue. I think Uber can be a playoff of VWAP if it can even get there. This market's trying to bounce, and it feels like the patient game would be allow some of these things to get in there and curl off of VWAP for a secondary trade. We're able to hold on to AMD through VWAP, but not so much on Uber. That said, gave it the one shot, waited for a level, very, very patient with it, and sat it out till it gave me the money fill at that 67 level, thankfully, on Uber. Still like them to a certain degree in the long term, but as I was saying in the afternoon show, I wrote down on my iPad in the middle of the afternoon show, sell Uber, and then I put buy Tesla ? And it was for myself. Thankfully, I did actually sell half my Uber position, but did not put it into Tesla. Possibly some of it having to do with that investigation and Tesla being weak today.
Donald Trump got 45-day extension for some sort of personal disclosure.
JT to the moon? No.
I don't think DJT is
No.
moving.
No.
All right, so Uber. Oh yeah, so just now, I'll talk about. Look, Neil just went over Uber, so I mean, I like Uber. We've talked about that, but needs to get down into that $60 market before we get down into that. So I just wanted to say that right now we do have this little area of concern, 58.50. Let's see if we can get above that. I feel like the market is still looking short. We had a nice run, man. We got up 0.2, something like that on the NASDAQ. And now we're just all afternoon. I mean, even into 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, we couldn't get above 18.2. So I want to try to go short. I am short, not trying to go short. I am short this market against just this level, like 55.60. We'll get more very soon as it's coming up into 45 is where I was waiting because I don't know where the top's going to be, but we'll try it right here at 45, and then that is what it is. So let's wait, see if it works from here. But I'm going to go short the market. And just for a long-term idea, I know Neil talked about trading it today. I like 60. I have a lemon ginger tea now, so hopefully that figures it out. My headache is way better. I went for a walk, and although there's, my walk and talk. I want to know how this showed up here. I did like a quick walk and talk like just 5-10 minutes ago. Oh, yeah, there it is. Look, the storms are brewing. Good, you guys can see that. Oh, see, but I couldn't. There it is. There's the storm. Anyways, there's a storm of brewing outside there, and I thought that there was going to be maybe a potential storm brewing in the market. But right here, $60. For me, that's the 200 period. I think you get some value back there in Uber, but a negative quarter, not a good sign there for UBER. SMH, we're still hella short. Well, we're not anymore. That was my biggest trade of the day by far. And then here come the TQs looking to get more in a couple pennies.
We're brought to you by this segment, anyways, brought to you by our friends at Blue Chew. Guys, remember when the good old days and you were always ready to go? Well, those days don't have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in convenient chewable tablets at a fraction of the cost. Sign up today, BlueChew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you'll receive your prescription discreetly delivered right to your door. Try Blue Chew free when you use the promo code TraderTV at checkout. Pay $5 shipping. BlueChew.com. TraderTV, the promo code. Let's move on. There's a couple of just seeing a couple of things coming across. I'll get to that in a sec. Yeah, Shopify was just an absolute destruction fest this morning to the downside, and it's really done nothing since. There was a bit of a move out of the gate I saw this morning right at the open. It bounces back, but I mean, it's been very, very quiet ever since. It's starting to see this type of pattern a little bit more, I think, this earnings season, more so than a few of the other ones, where you get that big outside move on the actual report, and then it does nothing for the actual day.
Yeah. Bit of a tougher look here for Shopify, guys. I mean, you always want to champion that Canadian company, but this one did not do that well. $1.84 billion. That beat estimates for revenue. The earnings, though, that's where it came in a little bit light. 20 cents per share was what the street was looking for. They printed about 17. Also, the guide does come in a little bit light here, about 50 basis points lighter for the 2024 full year forecast, Brendo.
Any opportunities, guys, today for this one?
Just got into Boeing, by the way.
Yeah, there was positive, news on Boeing, but non-horrible news on Boeing.
I still went short.
Which is like the first time. Actually, for Shopify, there was no SSR bounce play for me. I'm actually really happy that I didn't trade this today, because it meant after Palantir yesterday in the strategy, if I didn't get exactly what I wanted, then I shouldn't have made the move, and it needed to get to $60. That's where I looked for the bottom. And on the daily chart, that's where the important level was at 60. Never tagged it. Still down 19%. And that was the only, you had one chance at the open, and then maybe a little bit later you could have taken a nice little scalp trade. But this is closing. Well, it's not closed yet. We're only 2 o'clock. But this is going to end up without a significant bounce, down almost 20% for Shopify. So it's not a very good look. The good news is there is still that $60 level. It can always level off at that price. And that's where I'll be looking for longs on Shopify. It'll be right down. Technically, that's 59.60 here on the daily chart. But it's got to get to that 60 level before I think about any relief plays. It'll be SSR tomorrow because it's obviously down 10% or 20% today. So no trade for me. But I came in thinking if I take an SSR bounce play, it better be perfect and exactly what I'm looking for. Took one shot at Disney and it worked. Did not take a shot at Shop because it didn't perfectly set up. And I think that was the difference yesterday and today.
Just real quick. So The story that we heard from Boeing was just that the FAA got extended. They extended Boeing a week. So I don't even know what extension that's in reference to. I'm not going to pretend like that's a big thing. It just, you know, hit a nice move. It bounced off the 200, went right into previous highs of days high. So I was just like, okay, if this news isn't anything too special here. And again, remember, I was thinking the market's going down. I'm short the TQs. I'll talk about that in a second. So if the market goes down, I know we got a good name here with Boeing at the highs on a nice move back up there on news, like boom, huge spike up, just went from 40s up to 78. So I tried to short that thinking that, hey, if the market remains neutral, we should be able to have a move back into this area. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. So needless to say, we've already taken out 15% here at 50s. So that was a small win, 15 cents. We're only risking through the top. So if that breaks 179, we gone. And then I want to explain something because there was a question about that I got from Bears versus Bulls about trying to explain how our positions work. So like right now, I'm fully in, and it shows 58.42 as my price right there on the bottom for the Qs. You can see it right there. So this is the problem. The first in that I had was here at 35. So as I start to get out of this trade, like if I were to buy shares back right now at 50, it's going to show up in my P&L as a 15-cent hit because my first short was at 35 and now I'm getting out at 50. So until I get out of all of those shares, my P&L will still be hitting at that level. But if I got out of them all at this level, then it would only be an 8-cent hit because my 45s plus my 35s give me the average price that you see right there. So that's why our price continues to change because it takes the price and our P&L of the first trade that we're in until we're out of that price, and then it will start to give me the last trade. So it's just the way it works here at Real Trading, and unfortunately, we've been unable to engineer it so that it would show you, no matter what happens, our average price. So that's unfortunately the way it works. But that's why I think we try to do our best to tell you, like, I say I'm not averaging in anymore. This is the price I have. And then even if it comes back, right? Like if I get out at 42, it's going to show you guys as a flat trade, but it's going to show minus 7 cents for me until I get out of my whole position. So I know it's tricky to explain that, but
yeah, first in, first out.
It's
it's the whole first in, first out. It makes a lot of sense when you do it, but I like to try to say like this is my average price, and maybe even just remind of time. But you can always ask us what the average price is. But yeah, something is looking like it wants 175 right now, and it's the next thing on our list.
All right, we were just talking about Tesla and headlines coming out today. Elon was tweeting about Reuters again, and it wasn't friendly. But if you missed it this morning, there was this alleged, probe by U.S. prosecutors into potential wire fraud. You have the other one over there. I mean, it was a nice rebound anyways today.
Yeah, it was. Tried to trade Tesla a couple of times today. Essentially, it is falling on reports of wire fraud as well as this misleading of autopilot claims here. Basically, what Reuters is saying is that investors and purchasers are being looked to be made whole by the regulator with respect to false claims about self-driving. Essentially, they sent a bunch of questions over to Tesla that they want answers to by July 1st. So we'll have to wait and see how this all pans out. But Elon already letting you know exactly how he feels.
Yeah, and I quote, Reuters is truly the worst of the worst. That was on Twitter from Elon.
Tell him how you really feel. I thought he was taking digs at Lucid. I thought Lucid was the worst of the worst. And then he also made some digs at Rivian, although I don't remember exactly what he's was mocking Rivian for. I suppose you could, like multiple things you could have. Tesla, sometimes, it didn't work out for me on Tesla because we're looking short, essentially off of one level, well, two, and it never got to the second one. So I shorted in front of just this high underneath 173, 172.5. Pre-market right at the open top was 72. I jumped right in when it made a move back into that level, scalped some out in front of 71. That was looking pretty good. Adhered to the stop, and then reloaded it right at this level, and that just didn't even hold. So thankfully, we got away from this one. There were so many other opportunities where it looked like you could get in, but I wanted to wait for 178. As I said at the beginning, the middle of the day, we did the lesson of the day, and then I said when we started here, the big difference between yesterday and today is, the loss is boring, and we're able to hold on to some winners, which we'll get to when we talk about the chips, because the chips aren't on the list, which is interesting. I mean, the chips move every single day, but they're not always like the front of the mind catalyst, although there was one in the space with regards to the US and China and all that good stuff. So Tesla looks like a rebound kind of day. It feels like some of this was already priced in because we knew there was an investigation. So maybe this is a relief rally for that on Tesla. I haven't added to this position. I bought once in front of 150. It looks like we have a chance to bounce here today off of the 50-period moving average, which would be a pretty good sign. Although every single time we've touched the bottom of this channel, on the daily, it's continued, reached the top of the channel, and then failed again. So I'm not sure this is definitely not out of the downward range by any stretch of the imagination, but holding the 50 gives it a chance to recover back into the 200s. That's the level to watch today, that 170. Oh, sorry, this week, that 170.
All right, just real quickly here, we're already in GME. We just punched along right there on GME on extended action. Let's see what happens now as we'll wait for $17 to get some out and buy more all the way down to 16. Let's see if GME can make this day something else again for us. Look, Tesla's embarrassing for me again because honestly, I just want everybody to know the high of the day on Tesla is 176.10. The number one trade idea today, and unfortunately, we're over here practicing the podcast and whatnot. 176 short sell, Tesla. We missed the 183 top yesterday. Let's continue to look short. So that's 176 on Tesla. We had written down. The high of the day on Tesla, 176.08. So yeah, we should have been short there. But that's it. Nailed it again on Tesla. So I'm going to say the same thing. It's not rocket science how to trade this name. You just got to be ready to do it. And we weren't ready again. It's not that we weren't ready. We were working. But 176 there, another short on Tesla. I'll take it if it comes back up. I like the short there, Tesla. And we didn't have it again. Good. Thank you. There it is. Thank you. There. This is what I'm talking about. You're welcome, Brad. Brad got it, so there it is. So good job there, Brad. Well taken, well spotted, and you deserve, hopefully, a bigger winner. Right now, it's only $1. Let's see if we can get even lower than that. Actually, went down to 174, I guess. So good $2 winner there. I hope you're able to capture some of that. Good luck, Brad, moving forward, and everybody with their Tesla trading. I'll short it again if it gets up there.
All right, this was a pretty good summary of the positives anyways for Rivian today coming off of earnings. We got a nice bounce back for Rivan if you haven't looked at it since this morning as well. They're aiming, keyword, to put out 215,000 EVs from Illinois, including the R2, and save over $2 billion. Those are lofty goals, but if they are able to come up with those, then they'll probably be in a good spot.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I don't have no disdain for this company. Let's see how they did. $1.2 billion in revenue was what the street was looking for. They printed 1.16, so they missed there. They also missed on earnings per share. The street was looking for $1.48. They printed $1.25. Now, with respect to the R2, because that's where we're looking for now. We already know the R1, the R1S, and R1T. Now we want a more affordable car that we can mass produce. Well, that's supposed to start later half of 2025. Earlier, it was possibly earlier in 2025, and that's been kicked down the road, Brendo, as a result of this Georgia plant that's taking longer to build.
Yeah, about to take out session highs here anyways, guys. Back to only 0.3 on the day to the downside.
Only 0.3. So the start of something special for Rivian where, you know what, I'm not going to.
Let's go.
It's only at $10. So the $10 level is a good one. I was looking for the short underneath 950. Well, 960 actually. So we tried the short right at the open on that bottom wick. Didn't really, it was in the money about 10 cents originally, which was not what I was looking for. I was looking for a bigger move on Rivian. It was not down 10%. I thought we'd get more out of it. But you stop out, and then it decides to run. So no fighting this stock. It's going to be green if it gets over 10.25, but I'd say 35 is more of the breakout zone if you looked at it after market or in the closing range yesterday. So Rivian, it might turn into a decent reversal because it's been down so much and has a good short float. Just need to see, I want to see it close above the 50 period, back above that 10.35. And if it can do that, then I can start thinking about some longs on Rivian. Maybe the worst has come in. You know, that's entirely possible. You can get relief rallies all the time in these types of names. And still, decent short float there on Rivian. I don't think it's gigantic anymore, probably about 12 or 15%.
All right, by the way, there it is. You know, there's GameStop. We just took a little bit. I mean, it's not huge. It's 20 cents twice. But we're only at a 40%. So it's the same trade. No, we don't have the same trade twice. But there it is right there. So there it is. One out at 96, one out at 92 as we just hover around. We want to wait for it to break 17. That high is 17.20. I don't even have any offers there. If we're going to look at GameStop and actually think this thing can go, then the next stopping area is somewhere around 18. So that's 18, 18.50, 18.30. So I feel like, you know, if we're going to do something, let's put an offer right now at 17.50. We'll see if it can get up there, and if it can, then, oh yeah. All right, so this is what's happening right now. You see this, what's happening here? This is the Q short that we just talked about. So you're going to notice my price is going to change. See, now it says 43. It's because I just got some out right there at 38. So now as we come down in, every out I take, it's going to start getting rid of that first short, which is this one. So like right now, it's first in, first out. So as you go, I just want to show that as a live example because we always do get questioned about it. Oh, by the way, Boeing, oops, well, I don't know why that didn't load. Look at that. That's why. So we take out only 15% down here for about, we were short at 70s, that was 50s, 20 cents, 15%. Then we get a great fill on the way out at 179.02 or something like that, out of Boeing, as there it goes back up to the upside. We always have discussions about, do we trade with stop orders or do we not? And then some people are like, you shouldn't, you should. Come on, man. The only thing I need is what Anthony Kerr said. I need just more hands around here because that short we should have had on Tesla, but we don't. All right, here we go. It's a nice move down now for the TQQs. Remember, our average price was 42. We need to get lower than this if we're going to do any real damage. We'll take some more out here at 35, 36, and then wait for lower, man. VWAP's at 30, so if we could take a little bit of profit on that one. Right now, this is called stack 'em up afternoon style, and if we can just do that, then that's what we'll do. We already showed you the potential of nailing trades in the morning. We're up huge on Amazon. That was an absolute monster trade back in there. We may do that again. We got another piece out right there when it broke higher. So we're just in baby positions now, but we showed you the potential that you could make on a stock like NVIDIA, where we get stopped out here at 11, and then it goes all the way down to 96. But don't worry, we got this one on board right now, the SMH. So the last trade for the SMH, we got out, and then we took out our last half right there, and now we're just holding on a piece to see where we go. But so far, so good here this afternoon. We'll just wait to see if the market wants to get going downside, bouncing off the 50 period right now. But it's GME has got me all ramped up right now, looking for 1750 for a little bit of a longer day here.
Triple top that 17.
Yeah.
Well, if you
18, I think.
Well, if you could stay on that chart for a second, I was kind of.
This one?
Yeah, because no, it's because 1730 or something.
Yeah.
If you count that, it's like because if you count today's, it's almost like a quadruple top up there.
Right here.
So every single day, it breaks 17, gets 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents, and pulls back. When it gets through that, so if it gets through that 50, I think it's got a lot of room to squeeze even higher. I think it was $21 or $20 on the daily chart is the next level to go. I do still want to get back into AMD, and I don't know if VWAP's going to be it. So a lot of times we try to think about in the afternoon, it's like the VWAP retracement trade, go with the trend, all that kind of good stuff. AMD is relatively weak. I'll ask some questions, Nick W. VKTX not something we've really traded much, but I think I'm about to get back into AMD on a lower high here. So this one we held to that 153 target, and I want to get out in front of VWAP, shorted in the 40s with an out at 60 on AMD. Oh, that was still on Sean's charts. I didn't realize that. That's my bad. Can we flip over? There you go. On AMD, we're still in Intel from earlier. Took most of it out. I mean, it is what it is. We took almost everything out when it got down to 29.76. It's now at VWAP, but I'm a little more interested if it gets to the 30 level. 30 is kind of where it was at for Intel, and a pretty big level on the daily if you look at it. If Intel can't reclaim the $30 level today, this week, and consolidates underneath it, it's going to be bad, bad, bad for them. At least until you get to 25 bucks, which is a big one. We are in Mara. I didn't get what I wanted. I said this morning I was going to look for VWAP retracement on Mara. Well, Mara didn't quite get to VWAP. It then broke it out. I sat back down at lunchtime, like after lunchtime. I was out for lunch. It was a good one, and saw it above the 20 level, breaking out the top. So I just took the consolidation long off of 20, which is what we're in right now. So it's not the long in Mara that we necessarily were looking to get, but it is the trend that we wanted today after their inclusion to the S&P 600 last night, which was the reason for that little spike you saw at 350. So go Mara and go down everything else. Or, well, GameStop and Mara, I don't care what the market does with any luck, but to everything else, I want to go down.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I'm still trading off of that same Amazon level that we had written down before, right here, 180.40, 188.40. Look, we took, remember we told you about the Boeing news, and I was like, okay, well, we'll go short because it was at that high of the day. Well, once it broke that 179, obviously when we talk about trading news, we do it all the time here on the show. We had MSOS for a big winner the other day. I think we had something, I think it was Boeing. We always seem to have some sort of news on Boeing. But there it goes. So that's how you get out of the way, where you wind up losing on it, you know, because we only got it at 15% there. But, you know, how it's a cup of coffee versus a little more than that. All right, so that's what that is right there as it continues to go. Palantir was, again, another one, a money idea there off the sticky note, which wrote down $21. And there's my take, and we got a pretty good price. We got 21.10. So we'll take the 21.10 there as the bottom. Here's my last out right here on Palantir as we get all the way up into 40s. And we broke the 200 period. Then I was using the 200 period as my out. And then again, you know, I should sit in this seat pretty much all day because it wasn't here as soon as the show ended. It's now 11:30. It makes that bottom again. That was worth taking again. I mean, I have the same stops. I don't even cancel the stops. So we should have put a bid in there, watching out for $21. Palantir continues to work. So the only trade that I'm looking at right now is a reload, potentially. We're not reloaded yet, but we'll see if we can reload the TQs here in the mid-50s. So we're actually at 52 or 53 to get more shares here. This is the last time it's been up here. It did fall back into the 30s again, but the market is relatively strong, it seems like, trying to hold above the 50 period. So I hope we're doing a decent job of explaining some of these positions for you right now. Everything's kind of just been the same for me. GameStop's pulled back, by the way.
I don't think it's that strong. There's a couple of questions. Jay Lee saying GME has spiked again, good short setup. I gotta be, it's different because the last couple of days, I don't think, like I know I haven't been short this the last few days. And it's really just been finding the longs into that level because it's got all this upward pressure to break that top. But I understand shorting this top has made some sense. It gets over 17, you short it back into VWAP. But it keeps on putting in higher lows every day. Like it breaks it, puts in a higher low, fails the same level, another higher low, another higher low. Then you look at the daily chart on it, and what it seems like is a big parabolic move, consolidating above prior resistance and the 200 period moving average into essentially the same top at 1750 with some room back into the upside. So yeah, I haven't really been shorting that 17.
Thank you.
Randy in his house. Shopify, bad. It's still, Shopify did not even break off that bottom. It's still 19.7.
Stinkify.
You know what though? If you like it, you can still pick it up at a discount. 19.7% down.
All right, T.
The great Canadian hope. We've said it before, you don't want to be the number one Canadian, let's call it tech, tech company. It's not a good look. I mean, candles on a chart are usually not going to look this bad. And you're accustomed to seeing something like this with a wick, like some kind of a wick at the bottom indicating that there was like a dead cat bounce or something in it down this much. You'd think if there's people that like the company, why wouldn't they be buying in front of 60? And it's been more or less hands off. This is why you let things settle down for a couple of days. Like I said, I'm glad I didn't trade the stock. Fazia, any thoughts on ARM earnings? Tonight, after the bell, if you thought earnings season was over, you would be incorrect. first off.
Oh, yeah, we saw so much.
We don't even have, we have NVIDIA next week, 22nd. So no, 2 weeks yesterday. No, whatever.
Whatever the math is.
Whatever, no, 2 weeks today, 2 weeks today. 2 weeks today is NVIDIA.
You used to be good at math, but then the age thing happened.
Oh, I'm too old, man. I joked about this. I was out to lunch with my high school business teacher and a friend, and we joked about, like, you get older, you forget certain things, but then the ability to remember random stuff that you don't necessarily even need, like a story here or there, like who was doing what when some nonsense happened in school like 25 years ago. That I'll remember, but it is what it is when you get old. But yeah, ARM, tonight, in the aftermarket, we'll do the earnings board, but I'm going to throw it out there and say that the one I'm the most interested in is ARM, because I selfishly need it back in the 80s so that I can get my dip buy. That's pretty much it. But the volatility should be there. It's got a massive PE.
You know we have Robinhood tonight? Wow.
Robinhood's tonight? Okay, so Robinhood is probably going to move. Yeah, Robinhood might be the mover, but ARM.
All right, what would you think expected move? I looked.
On
so
Robinhood.
It just has to
not
be a
ARM,
guess.
Robinhood.
ARM.
Oh, ARM? Oh, okay, so ARM, let's go
so
8.5%.
Yeah, it's 12.5.
12.5?
Yeah,
Okay.
The last move was 48, remember?
Well, the thing is, I figured it would be a little more calm because it did the Huadunk.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It settled,
okay.
and it settled down a little bit.
There we go. See, there's Robinhood. Look at that.
Airbnb, Beyond Meat.
I mean, if you're loving apps, I mean, that's there.
Wait a second, we have a AMC.
We get a little calamari.
AMC.
AMC, I mean, okay.
Good luck, apes.
So that might explain a little bit about
Fire it
GME.
Fire it up.
Fire it up.
Oh, well, that's gonna be
Warner
fun.
Brothers. Shout out to Warner Brothers. We'll see if they can get their stuff
Shout out to
together as well.
Duolingo. My wife is learning, well, she already knew French, but she's
Learning more of
brushing
it.
up on more of it. Because she did it when we went to Paris, because I was useless. And that way we could actually be not both useless in Paris, and she kept up with it, so good for her. But I think Robinhood, Robinhood's probably the one that's going to do the big volume for trading tomorrow. They had a really good run recently. So yeah, Robinhood, tomorrow morning, Roblox, no question, that'll be fun. But you deal with the thing about the morning ones is, there's no point coming in with expectations and all that good stuff because you want to digest and read everything and look at your chart levels for the ones that matter. And then you got to just adjust. Like this morning, it was rapid fire. Like you had Uber that would report, you pull up the charts, see what happened, and then work over to it. You had Intel with its update that wasn't really a report. Sundial's reporting, that should probably, do I have an up in smoke? I don't have an up in smoke. We'll do that. Why don't I have an up in smoke?
Well, you have Weed Batman.
Yeah, but I'll hit that key when like the wheat stocks are going up. For Sundial, I wanted to hit the up in smoke.
Fair enough.
Because they're the Mullen of the cannabis space, in my humble opinion. But that's just not investing in.
Oh, by the way, shout out to. It's too bad for you. We've already told this story, but shout out to Jeff Mendel finally stepping up about the golf.
Yes.
So he's going to be, we're going to be golfing with Mr. And I was going to say, you said Mullen. I'm going to watch out for the Mulligans. There. Okay, there we go.
He's a fair golfer, probably.
Of course.
It's
Brendan I'm worried about.
He's always.
You know what I mean? All right, so there it is. There's the nice.
Listening.
I don't even know if he's over there. There's the nice reload there at 53, down to 40. Nice trade there again as we stay short on the triple Qs. So I've explained already how this all works, man. There it is, boom, boom, boom. We'll have to wait for it, hopefully coming back in. All we did was reload there, these outs. So we got out of 20% there, we put the 20% back on and got out again. So these are really reloaded, the same amount. I'm comfortable with the amount of shares that I'm taking on this. Now this gives me a good opportunity to get some more out at 36, 37 and give ourselves a little bit of an opportunity to make a little bit of bigger bank on a reloaded position where now we have very similar amount of shares. Before we get, well, I mean, we're already going, but before we get too carried away, I just wanted to look here. This is something that we look at a lot on the market recap show. Lately, it's not a lot, but I like to look at it just to figure out like potentially where we are on strength. So it looks like finance today is going to be leading the way. And of course, you can look at ETFs. There's so many screeners that, of course, you can look at. But Wells Fargo up 1.5. JP Morgan going. We've already sort of talked about Morgan Stanley and some of the different banks that are moving around. Goldman Sachs and Charles Schwab going. In the technology, I mean, Meta, Monster Day again. Netflix has done really well. Despite Disney the other way, Netflix has done well off of that. As Disney talked about stronger streaming numbers. You know what I mean? That's going to help out Netflix. Netflix don't care that no one's going to the theme parks. You know, and then there's Tesla heading the way down. Just looking for like relative strength and weakness names, right? So Tesla down 1.6%. And then I got to update my trade ideas because Michael sent me something similar to this, but on trade ideas. So I just got to update that so I can get the map view. So once we do that, we'll show that.
You have to use the web version for that.
That's what I mean. So I want to get it right before I show it. And then that's about it. So just quickly, Apple pretty flat, Nvidia pretty flat. So just a couple names to look at. If you're in the tech space, shorting Google is a good idea, looks like. And then, you know, waiting for Apple or Nvidia to make a move. So right now, it's kind of like a mixed day. We've sort of talked about that. The market's flat. When we started the day, we were a lot, you know, more negative than we were. But then as soon as the market opened up, it was pretty much a shoot right to the upside. And you'd had to have believed in the shorts to catch some of those. So we did that on some of these plays. But other than that, it's been a pretty back and forth opportunity here. So
that's weird.
Well, Boeing continues to make new highs, by the way, if you want to talk about something that's weird.
No, I think it is weird because that story you said didn't seem like a big deal at all.
They got a 1 week extension. Maybe that's enough in the business, you know?
A week?
I didn't think it was anything, but evidently, with the market doing nothing, see, this is where trading answers your questions for you. Like, what about Boeing? Yeah, it's strong. Duh.
Yeah.
You know, market doing this, Boeing doing that. So this will be a name that now, unless we get other news, you want to stay away from shorting this name.
I was going to say, unless, like, the only level out there is like $2 away from
yeah, I was going to say that is that one.
84?
Yep.
Yeah, 84. Well, actually,
you short at 184, you get out at 184.50, something like that. You have a 50-cent worth of risk for a pullback of $2 or $3. I mean, to me, that's where it is there. But low volume, this is getting to a spot where if you're nervous about Boeing, or as I've recommended it, I remember, I think it was Brittany, it was this little wick down there. She bought the 175s. Well, if you've been dip buying this name as well, this is another opportunity to see what happens at the 50 period here for Boeing. Always an exciting name to get in and out of on the 50 period. All right, man. Look, I'm ready to dance with the devil, man. I'm short right now. We saw red. We talked about that earlier. Someone said, what color was Ramin's sweater? That was clearly black or something, and I was like red. So right now, we'll still stay in that, man. We're $1.25 in the money on a few things. Intel's getting a little weaker. This has given back. GameStop. Oh, it's at VWAP. I put a bid at $16.25. But now we should be, because that was down here. I didn't really realize we pull into VWAP that quickly there off that fade. And like Neil said, we had. Okay, so here we go. So I'm just going to take.
Almost as
I'll
nice
take
as
a little.
Brendan's fade.
There it is. I'll take. Yeah, Brendan always has the nice stuff over there. You know, no kids, you get to have a lot of nice stuff.
Because you can get a haircut like multiple times a week.
You can get haircuts, real nice haircuts.
I'm considering whether I want
Although my barber, I gotta say what's up.
You guys have the barber downtown. I'm one of those. I'm so loyal to my guy. It would be convenient sometimes to just go at lunch, but I feel like I'm too loyal.
No, you're too busy going out for lunch at lunch, Neil.
I haven't been out for lunch.
No, I know, it's a nice treat.
No, it is. Yeah, but a lot of times we're sitting at the desk. We get a free lunch here, so it was good. And there's a
Whoa. We get lunch.
Okay, it's not free. There is a catered lunch that is.
If people knew how much I made, then they would consider, that's part of my paycheck, you mean, that salad.
It's not a taxable.
Let's go.
But so yeah,
GameStop.
the only trade in here, AMD just got into the bottom of this range. So keep in mind this is afternoon trading. The top of this range is 153.42 or 43. The bottom of this range is 153.15. So you've got a consolidation range where you're scalping 25 cents, and if it breaks lower, it breaks lower. AMD, I want to say, is in a bit of a penalty box for me. The trend, if you look at the downward trend, that's all I mean. Like, I like the stock, I own it in my long term, but the downward trend is pretty clear. It just made another lower high. So I'm looking for this to at least retrace, maybe the next couple of days, favor shorts into 145 on AMD. And the level today just happened to be 155 because every now and then you just get to be shown where resistance is on a stock, and you just short that when it gets up there. So shorting a lower high, it's not quite VWAP, but a little bit different from normal. Mara's pulling back in, and I have to decide if I want 20s again on Mara. So we got up to the quarters. Now it's trying to put in a higher low. Yeah, it's starting to bounce off the 20s. If I can get some 7s, well, I got 7s last time. It doesn't really matter. It's just where it happens to be bouncing. I'll try this one more time. If it can't hold on at 20, I'm getting out because this could be at VWAP as well. I mean, Bitcoin's not doing a thing. Mara just happened to, have a short float and get added to the S&P 600, which this morning I might have misspoken. Someone thought I said the S&P 500. That's not happening. But it was the S&P 600 that Mara was added to. Maybe one day. They can always aspire to something. That's something we should do a poll of. But
who won that this morning?
The next company to go into
that
the
poll,
S&P
that
500.
poll's gone. Did we see who won that this morning?
That's a problem. Tesla won the
did.
poll.
Okay.
Really?
That's strange. Well, it's because there was 2 choices for Apple.
There were 2 Apple. If you add the Apple choices together, I'm pretty sure Apple would have won. The poll was who's going to get to 200, who would get to 200 first. And it was Apple or Tesla. And the third option was Apple because Ramin is our financial advisor, I think it said.
Insider.
Apple Insider.
Lucky. Very, very lucky. So what's going to happen?
I voted for Apple.
So then, Ramin, I want to know what's going to happen at the Worldwide Developer Conference. I want to know immediately.
Well, if she knows the inside, I want to know what's going to happen with some stuff tonight.
Right there. By the way, we just reshorted right now. So let's go drop it down. I don't know. You guys might have heard me say that we're shorting Amazon. I mean, we talked about that. There's the Amazon short. That's what these purple ticks are. So we reloaded into the Amazon position and getting some more out right now as we speak. So, all right, let's wait to see what happens right here. If it comes back down into the downside, 187.82. We'll see if we get a fill down there. Well, we just got a fill. We're waiting for more. VWAP 187.50. Just do it in the.
Oh, Intel went to 95.
Okay, SMH still going down. GameStop. Okay, so we had rebought GameStop there just because it dipped down in. We still are waiting for those 25s. I'm out of here if it breaks this 16 level. Then we're just going to punch out. That last, actually, I should adjust my stop. That wick is 95s. Where do I have the stop out on GameStop? 98s. Okay, so we're just going to adjust that. So let's put this stop in right now, 15.89. If we break through 89, we will mark it out of this position for GameStop. So another average incoming right here if we can get it into 20s. That's 20 right there. We'll take 25s if we can get that. And then, yeah, this could be an L. I don't know. We're going to sit in here and wait to see what does wind up happening here with GME. So a nice little down. I mean, we need to get the dip buy. We're only long at 60 right now. We've already taken 2 outs, but we have the same position again. We added back what we got out. So it's just a reload. So we're long right here at the 50 period. Now we're long more as we get our 25 fill there. So now let's see if we can get back our average price, as we'll check, is 43s. So sure, if here it goes. All right, watch out. So we just put that stop in. Maybe we get a nice little bounce off this level, not sure. So I'm going to put something at 60 because that's where the 50 period moving average is. And if we could just keep on doing that, then we will net win. But right now it looks like GameStop is heading lower. Do we have to pay for shorts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the GameStop. Well,
when I try to punch out,
I'm gonna have to watch out what happens. I think it's like 1/8 of 1 cent. My whole thing is because if you're at real trading, just keep in mind like there's a rule about coding. Like when you send an order to the market to sell, it's coded a short sell or a sell. And oftentimes, like when you're in a long position, the first offer you send out is going to be a sell, and then after that, once you have offers out the amount of what you're long, anything after that's a short sell. So they're always going to be separate orders. So it can make it advantageous to have locates to be able to throw out short offers. It makes it easier to flip positions. It allows you to have take profit orders and stops at the same time. So when it's basically free, like 1/8 of 1 cent per share is what it was yesterday. I just think you pay for whether you want to short the stock or not and just have the ability to go both ways. I just reloaded Intel. Now it's going to be above VWAP, but remember, I cared more about it failing underneath 30 than VWAP. And it went right into the after, like the 1050, 29.95 level, came right in there and put in a lower high. So I jumped back into some shares here. My average price will work out to 95s because I had like 30 and change, and then just got some at 90s there. So the average price will still say 95. If it goes sideways, I might get a chance to add to this underneath 30. But if it breaks 30, I'm out of Dodge. Reloaded Mara. As long as that holds on at 20, I think we're going to be good there. Just wanted to start making some moves. It could just be a grind higher, but the concern would be you got a little bit of a head and shoulders thing going now. It was a nice stair step up, but this broke out 1 level and now just pulled back 2. So if it holds 20, great. If it puts in a higher low, then we're done with this trade regardless, because the VWAP retrace is way too far away to hold this one. Bears versus Bulls just reminded me of something, and that is Affirm. If there was a missed trade today for me, there is zero question what it was. It should be pretty obvious looking at Affirm's chart that it was a short opportunity in Affirm. Completely fell apart. When the market rallied, Affirm did nothing, just hung out on the lows. So I do want to take a shot at this. I was going to be waiting for 32.25, like right in here. There's your morning bottom, turns into resistance. It just doesn't feel like it's strong enough to get there. Like it's consolidating at a level where there was support before, and it's holding the bottom of that range. So I might just take it to a 31.75. I wanted to pull up the 15-minute chart so you guys can see that. Short it inside of this range. If it's not going to break the bottom, sometimes you have to short the bottom. I learned this one in our training when I was in, was it 2003? Whatever. It was in the first 3 days of training as a trainee. And the phrase was something along the lines of, you don't always buy low, sell high in trading. Sometimes you have to buy high, sell higher. And if you're shorting, that can also mean sell low and buy back even lower. You're not always going to get the bottom when you go long. You're not always going to get the top when you go short. And if you only ever wait for those trades, you're going to miss some.
Yep, you're never getting the top or the bottom of anything, really.
I mean, sometimes you do.
Sometimes I'll make the top or the bottom as a bad trade. All right, so we talked about getting longer on Reddit at 2 o'clock in the $50 range. I mean, it did, I guess when we looked at it, it did dip down a little bit, but that's, we just sort of, it caught me off guard. Like, I didn't realize Reddit had fallen down this much. So there it goes back up to 52.50 and starting to go now northbound. So I think Reddit's probably gone. I don't think we're going to get back into $50. So now we have to say, if we're going to trade it, then we talked about a break of VWAP and how we like trading into VWAP. So this one never gave us that opportunity, just gave us the shorts, and then we broke long through it. So now I think this is worth it again here. So dipping into VWAP, so 51.90 or so on Reddit. I feel like that's a good try. Let's put a bid at 52 now on this name. We still are waiting. I mean, Amazon's been a really good one for us here this afternoon on that reload to the short side. Unfortunately, and I wish I had more to say, the futures are doing nothing. I mean, we're in the money on them and we're making money, and it's still a top stock, not top stock, a green stock for us. But I think Reddit's a good opportunity down here. Let's put a bid at like 52s, see what happens. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. That's going to be an opportunity for us. There goes GameStop, by the way, so we will slap a fail, a big one, on GameStop as it continues downside. So there's the break of 16. We did the best we could on that one. We tried to average it in. We explained our trade, but at the end of the day, that fell against us, and that was what would we say? We were long at 47s. So basically a 50-cent hit to the downside, putting GameStop a red stock today. So GameStop and Tesla, Boeing.
I wonder if
red.
GameStop is maybe if there's some people that are, because the bullish move is on the 15 and on the daily is still there. I wonder if because of AMC is reporting, there's some fear of, hey, if AMC absolutely squashes, maybe it's going to go with it. Because I looked at this AMC chart. Oh, if it fails underneath $3. Like if it fails underneath $3, you got a bit of a gap that you can start to take down, which is pretty spicy. You could always go the other way and it could break out. I don't know why my mind goes in that direction. It's a tight enough consolidation that you could probably have a good move in either way. My first thought just jumps to short, though. Old habits die hard, I suppose. It is what it is. I just got partially filled in Affirm, but it is a partial fill, so I didn't actually get it all. I wanted the top end of the range. It started breaking down. I'm like, okay, let's try to get in half it right here underneath 45. I got some at 43. The order's still, I'm just going to leave it in if I get picked up again. Low of the day on Affirm is 31.10, and the trend is your friend until the end when it bends. The question for Affirm is, will it ever bend? And will it be in the 30s when it does so? I'm guessing not. That's the way I'm going to go about it. Mara is bouncing a little bit, but this is not necessarily enough. The only long position in, it bounces right off 20. It needs to get back to the high because that was a pretty big pullback. Usually when you're stair-stepping up, you step, consolidate, step. You don't pull two levels down. You pull one down if you want to continue that trend. So I need to see this get through some fresh highs if I'm going to reload it again. But we just got some off the 20. If it gets into the mid-teens, I'm going to get some out there, make sure we're grabbing some profit on Mara. The only long position I have, I don't know what else I would want to go long here. I mean, Tesla was kind of strong. Could be that.
Yeah, Tesla's not bad. What's up, Mateo? Yeah, so I do understand that there's support down there at 1580. I just didn't want to hold this through 16. I'm going to go long now if we break 16, back up to the upside. So there we go. We're back long again. And now I'm going to use this as the bottom. So I'm going to use now 1580. I understand that. I just didn't want, like, if I don't punch out there, like this candle is 30 cents. Right? So I don't know if that continues. And the next thing you know, I'm looking down here. Then I'm like, wow, that was stupid. So we'll take the out there. We'll try it back. I mean, if this goes back into this level, then we'll make it all back. But I don't know if that's going to happen. So we'll try it now one last time for GameStop. Maybe weekends like my own got sort of out of there now. The volume's there, so there is a chance for it to go back up to the upside. These are just short plays. Like, you know,
one thing to keep in mind is
we take real shots on other things, but this is still real money. It's still a loss, but
it's more than a real trading. Like you're trading, there's no PDT, right? So if you like a dip buy in a stock, I mean, you can wait for another opportunity to get it. You don't always have to just be in the same trade. I know that can be different. Like sometimes it's like, okay, well, you can only trade X. If you're under PDT, you can only trade like 3 times, and you might have to really, really pick your spots. But if you have the ability to say, okay, I like it at VWAP. If it can't hold there, I can always wait for it to get to another bottom. You're just saving yourself money. And then if you take another shot at it, I've done that before. And thankfully, I did that with Palantir yesterday. It would have been a heck of a lot worse on Palantir. Like the only saving grace for me on Palantir yesterday was that I wasn't just constantly in the same long. Like I was taking multiple shots at it, getting stopped out, and then getting into another one, and getting stopped. And that actually saved a bunch yesterday on Palantir, because we were looking for dip buys. There's no question about it. So you got to keep that in mind. And at the end of the day, if the market wants to be sideways, be patient with your entries. Like I look at Palantir, is that bullish? Absolutely, it's bullish. Higher lows? Yeah, it's got them. Is there anything at this level that remotely excites me? Not really. And it's the same thing I saw when I looked at Tesla just now. Is Tesla strong? Answer, yes. Where would I want to be buying it? Probably closer to 174 even, or if it can break out past 175. If neither of those two things happen, then I'm perfectly okay not trading that at all. Dave TV, market is turning me gray. True fact, I've been trading for quite some time. It was the birth of my daughter, but mostly because I changed sleep patterns in the first couple of years, and that's when I started going gray. Sleep matters, everybody. But no, it's not the markets. Not at all. Not at all.
It's definitely the markets for me. I have.
You don't have that much gray.
I sleep way less now than I did when my kids were babies. So it's definitely the market for me. All right, so here we go. The TQs. I'm still waiting for this one. We're waiting for 38s. Let's see what happens right now on this one. So this is, oh, there we go. We get the fill. Perfect. Boom. All right, so again, GameStop, we're in it. We've already sort of talked about that one. That's going to be a shot. Let's see what happens now. We've been shorting the market for a long time. We've always talked about this, 58.50, 58.60. Now let's get downside here with the TQQs. Hopefully we can come back in right now on that one. Palantir yesterday was a smack, not doing anything now. I know Neil just talked about it, so I'm going to leave that alone. Intel, again, the number 1 name on the sticky note, or Tesla was, but we missed that. The number 2 name on here was Intel, right at this level. Right at, we talked about it, 30.20, 30.25, that's where we're short. We're short at 30.10, so nice move back in there. We only have 10% waiting on that one. Alibaba, I mean, let's freaking go on Alibaba. Shout out to everybody out there again. I mean, if we want to really review it, please just go follow at Trader TV Sean. You can get all over the sticky note every single morning. And I mean, these are the levels. I mean, I just did what we said we would do. There's Alibaba short, right? There's the trade, there's the short, there's the out. That's 40 cents. I mean, there's nothing else. Intel, there's the short. We have the trade. That's it. Tesla, 176 we mentioned for Tesla, right? So here's the, again, we're down on Tesla today because we shorted that high, got burned, and then we shorted that high, got burned. But you know where the high was? 176.10. So again, if patience is a virtue, let's get more of it because there's Tesla right there at 176. NVIDIA's was more fun to trade today than anything else. There's the 908. Well, we shorted all morning. That, by the way, my bid got filled when it came back down into here. We got it punched out immediately. But right there, there's us getting stopped out about basically about 2 minutes later, it drops about $6, and then it drops the whole way. So there's those 908 shorts. And then maybe the best one of the day, because we had a lot of traders basically retire their day today because of this trade, and that was Palantir long. So there's the Palantir long off 21, and here's the Palantir long off 21. So yeah, congratulations if you were one of those traders that headed to the beach early. Well traded, well deserved. Palantir, a good day for some on that one long.
Apparently JPM, boom, someone just put in the chat.
I hope so. I like
Morgan Stanley, if Morgan Stanley made that break, I'll be a little bit disappointed because that was one, like Brennan talked about the banks, it was like Morgan Stanley 96. JP Morgan, yeah, for sure Morgan Stanley broke that level. 1.7 to the upside. The banks are really starting to go, but look at it.
You win this futures?
Oh, it's right at 96. So you wonder why I'm saying $96 on Morgan Stanley.
Might be all right.
Look at this top. It's just been hanging out here essentially forever. Took a while for it to even get through 95, and now you're double top at 96, and it's right here right now. Yeah, this can be in play here. It needs to punch through this high. Your breakouts need to go, but we got to deal with what we have on right now. So it doesn't break that high. It's not that exciting. Intel back underneath VWAP. It gets in the mid-80s. That's been a spot to take some out the entire way. No reload on AMD. It's just sort of sliding down. I like this out in front of 152.80. It's been support pretty much the entirety of the day. So we'll get that out when it gets down there. Just reshorted a couple things. Mara might come out. It's the only thing we have long. And if this market continues to slide, it's the shorts that are going to work. We grabbed the firm. We reloaded AMD. We reloaded Intel. So we're staying to the downside as the market continues
and
to go to the downside.
Who would have guessed that one? We got that position on right now. There goes the TQs. I just turned to my guy over here. I'm like, you short these futures with me? He's like, I'm long. I'm like, all right, man. I mean, well, you never know. You never know. There's the downside move right there. Nice move on the TQQs. Again, you can see we didn't have any bids down there. I wasn't expecting that. Well, actually, I was at 58.15. Wow, I was at 58.15. The bottom there is 17. So we'll put something at 19 now. A little bit of a dump. I mean, it's not a huge one, but that did give us this on Amazon. Let's go. Good trade right there on Amazon. I mean, again, you don't get it if you don't bid it, right? Right down there, 187.77. I feel like my earpiece is working. I'm not hearing anything cracking on the market. But you know what that was? That's a VWAP break, baby. So someone just cracked VWAP. They marketed it down, could not get going, bought right back up immediately. One of the largest sell candles of the day hits right there at 3 o'clock. Maybe it has something to do with 3 o'clock. I mean, unless there was.
No.
I don't see anything, but right there, it is the largest, second largest candle. The first one here is at 11.35, which
there's no option, there's no nothing.
That's the European close, right there at 11.35. So that might have been red prints in Europe, potentially creating this down. It's just NASDAQ. There's not too many tech names in Europe. But there it is, a nice downside move. And then right now at 3 o'clock, we just had a little bit of a dump in the Qs as well. So again, lots of room and lots of money to be made on both sides of all these trades. You could be long just as easy as you're short and making money as well. So
yeah, the banks are great right now.
But even like.
Well, yeah, you could be taking bounces on like strong names, bouncing off VWAP. It works both directions. You could short VWAP, but if the stock is upward trending, like don't get me wrong, there's definitely been some opportunities there. WFC as well. Shout out to everyone in the chat that's noticing. I know people are putting in, hey, look at this stock, that stock. The banks are all up. We were just talking about Morgan Stanley. WFC's chart's even better than Morgan Stanley. I was only saying Morgan Stanley because of that 96 level, which still hasn't broken. So yeah, the breakout's going to have to wait. Kind of running out of steam when I just looked at it. We're going to hang around. We said we're looking for the market to be weak, and it's still, yeah, it's not under that penalty box. We're not breaking any massive levels, but that's okay. If it's gently trading to the downside, then the only things I want long are things that I hope don't care. Hope's the wrong word, but have a reason to not move with the market. And I think Mara falls in that category. I would agree that GME falls into that category. That's not about rationality or following the market. That's about squeezing. I think Mara has its own reason as well. I'm going to get on the bid at the low of the day on, I said I would get out low of the day on a firm that's in front of the 31 even level. So we're going to see if we can't get a bid down there on AFRM. Already took some out of Intel and Advanced Micro Devices. Vanessa saying in the chat saying, talk IRTC, please. There's a lot of names that I see in there that I've never heard about or heard of before, and there's a reason for it. And I have no issues doing this. One of the reasons that I think it's important, sometimes as a trader, we bring these up, and I know I'd never trade this stock. The chart might tell you great downward trend, down 6%, short every single pop, and you'll make money. The volume would tell you 190,000 shares of volume untradeable. So if you're a day trader, completely untradeable. If you're a swing trader, hey, maybe there's some kind of momentum play on a stock like this. It's breaking major support to the downside. Clearly, it's a little bit weak. But with the spread that it's got and the lack of liquidity, you're just not going to be able to, in a short-term trader, as a day trader, you're not going to be able to have a reasonable risk to reward or even risk management in general. Like, what am I getting out if I stop something? It does no volume. I've traded SMCI, which does tons of volume, and had fills on the way out where I'm like, ooh, that was a little more slippage than I realized I was going to be getting on that order. And that does volume. This does absolutely no volume, so be very careful trading those.
All right, so I was just noticing you just mentioned GameStop, and I was like, shoot, I still have GameStop. And it's, you know, I put an offer now at 09. That's the top. I'm just going to take out 10%. I want to take out a piece. I don't know what's going to happen with this stock. It's such a small piece, but I would just feel silly. We don't have to pay for executions here. I'll actually get paid to get out of this. I still want it to go upside, but I might just take a piece out for 7 or 8 cents here. I don't know. It's money, but I don't want to necessarily do that. All right, nice move down. We went into 23s. Where am I even bidding for the TQs? 19s? Come on, man. All right, put a bid at 26. Maybe we'll get it. Okay, here we go. Just crack through. We'll put a bid there, and then we'll figure it out. So here we go. Nice move down right there, 58.24. Give me that 26. Did we just get that? Yes, we did. So there's the fill downside right now. So good job there. Hopefully, as we continue to go lower, we're still holding the SMH. That's going to be a low one too. But this is not a reload. This is our first position from the beginning. A stock that we have reloaded. That's P&L number 2 for me. SMH is going to be number 1. We'll see if we can put these Qs number 2. But right now, Amazon. We don't have any bad trades here. Amazon, we just reloaded it. Right now, we got that great wick down. We just got another one here at 85. And I think I have something else at 75. Let me just double check that. 60s. So this is what I mean. Like, there's so many trades going through right now that it's tough for me to manage everything. It's not tough, but it does take some time to work this all through. So, all right, Amazon, let's put a bid a little bit higher on that one. Reddit's not coming in for us, but I still don't mind a bid, a near VWAP if we can get a 52 into that 51.90 right now. Got an eyelash. But here we go. The market's now trying to get in. So we just got that 25 fill on the TQs. This is really what's good for me. So we'll see what happens here. Nice move to the downside.
Yeah, market's definitely coming in. I just took a shallower trade on bounce on Mara than I would have normally because it's not showing you any pep to its step. Bouncing off 20, failing 2015, and previously it was going to 20. It went to 20 quarter on that last refill there. This one more shallow. If you're into chart patterns, it does look like a little bit of a head and shoulders, which when you buy the other side of the shoulder, the bottom of the range, you want to get out when the getting is good. So I scalp some out. I'll get high of the day if I can, but if this is back under 20, there will not be a reload at the 20 level unless there's some kind of a higher low pattern that gets put in. You know, it's not like IBIT or Bitcoin in general. I say IBIT because that's what I'm looking at, but it's not as if Bitcoin is doing anything as this loads up, you know, out of this world that's going to help the trade. Is it above VWAP? Yes. Is it an upward trend? Yes, but it's absolutely not moving. If we were spiking here, then I'd feel a little bit better about holding on to this. But I don't have anything which is giving it some more oomph when the market is giving you reasons to want to be short. Just the other note is we're joking about like where there are levels on Boeing, and I stand by, like I'm like, that news, I didn't really understand why it would be that positive, but you're shorting it in the middle of a huge gap. It ends up being a working short at that price, like 180, 150, but there's no reason why I would have picked that area to work a short. So unless it's after it starts going that you're looking for that, like maybe you shorted lower high, work the risk to reward, give it to 81s, that's one thing. But in the middle of that ether, I'm not fighting it. We wanted to lower the day on a firm. I just took it out. I still have my partial fill in here that I'm going to leave underneath 31.5, but it just tagged the new fresh low of the day. As usual, what goes up must come down, at least in the case of these guys. Other things don't necessarily have to. some things just continue to go up, 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 and up in a general sense, but not these guys. New fresh low of the day on Affirm. We'll short the next available pop into 31.50. Just going to do it. There is no news, Chris Arnst, in the market. The market's just sort of turning around. Lower high, maybe some pressure on it, but there was no specific news to make the market slide lower.
No, just the market is what it is.
Yeah.
And it's going to dance around.
I mean, Boeing had news, but that's the only...
Boeing specifically. And then obviously we got into GameStop as that action got heated up as well. And then that's going to slap a fail on there. Well, I'm just holding literally 25% as we punched out at 75% of that. We had talked about that. So this is going to just be a little bit of a bleed there in the afternoon. So we will wind up losing there on GameStop, obviously, as it just continues to go lower. So... yeah, man, we had that level. We tried it. You know, we're not trying to make anything happen. We're looking for something to happen, and that was that. So the other trade there, Boeing, again, remember we talked about it. You can still make money short. There it was, 181.50. I mean, almost touches the 50-period moving average of 182.50 or so. Actually, didn't really get that close to that, but still underneath it. Boeing looking to break higher on that one, 180.50. Yeah, so that's good. All right, the next one, the market, we've already addressed that. Amazon, we got our lower fill. What else? Tonight, we actually talked about who's going to be reporting tonight. ARM is the big one, looking for 13% move.
Airbnb.
So if ARM moves 13%, that's $13, $14, $15. So that's either going to be 90 or 120 tomorrow is what the market's expecting. So this is big. Like 90's all the way back into here. And if we get 90 to the downside, we could even break that. And then that's disaster strikes for ARM shareholders. But it could go the other way, right back to the 50 period, which is what you'd want to see. And then boom to the upside. The reason why we talk about the implied is that's the volatility with the options. So the option market prices it in. And then we see what's expected, a move. So if that's going to be 14%, then you're going to be up here at 120 or down here at 90. What an important bunch of levels there for ARM if we come through. I'm going to say ARM is lower tomorrow. The other one there that we're going to look at is ARM.
Airbnb report.
Airbnb.
Robinhood.
And then it was Robinhood, was the bigger one. They had that Wells notice, but that's...
But everybody got a Wells notice. They all got, every single crypto, if you sell crypto assets or tokens, whatever, they all got Wells notice. They're all being investigated for the same thing. Is it security? Is it not? I mean, Coinbase had to go through it. So you knew it was coming for Robinhood. But it still went down when the news hit. But I like that one for a trade. We've known it to be very, very volatile, especially off of the open. You can get some really good moves there. Not saying I hope it's to the downside, but it's got some good support levels ready to come in.
So Reddit just dropped into 52. So we weren't sure this was going to happen. We got the long. We talked about wanting this long. I mean, I feel like right now we're just looking for opportunities, which is what we want to do. That's 51.86. I mean, how much lower? What I'm noticing right now is the spread on this thing. I'd hate to get punched out of everything and then this thing rips back up, but I still want to try to respect something, that's 75. Let me put one at 75. Okay, well, we already just got stopped out. So there it goes.
Uber's
right there.
catching a bit.
We just got stopped out, 20 cents hit. I had it at that low of the day, but there it is again. So we tried Reddit at VWAP there. It doesn't look like it wants to hold. I feel like I need to get back in because I might have used the wrong level there. All right, let's see if we can get it back in now. And then use like 51, just a very, very small stop on this if we can get it. Did we even get long yet on Reddit? Okay, we got some long. All right, let's see if we can get this one now back into the upside as we had to take some 53s and some average prices there. So, all right, let's wait to see what now happens to Reddit. Okay, here it goes. Dropping back in as the market's going down. So everything's fine other than the fact that the market's coming in. We have the NASDAQ short, but Reddit long at VWAP, I don't know. The reason why we like this trade, again, boom, boom, broke, tested, held, bounced, kind of held and tested there. That's what I was hoping for was going to happen now. Didn't happen. We do get the flush on Reddit right now and looking to go lower. So again, a dime lower than this. Let's just get out. We took our shot there. We thought maybe 75 was going to be the stop zone. We'll try that just a little bit. We're right there right now. There it goes. So spread included. We'll get stopped out there. We punch out 70. So all in all, about a 50-cent hit there on Reddit. The last time was just a shot there. So some of these longs, catching these longs haven't been working. It's been sitting in what has been working. Shorts for sure. But
well, this is, I don't know what's going on in
the
Uber.
market, like you said, the market's, oh, Uber was Josh Brown again.
This is up because of Josh Brown right now?
Yeah, so you just got to get ready to short it.
Oh, I've been looking for why is all of a sudden on volume Uber is catching a bit off of VWAP, but if it's just the old mention.
I think that, I mean, that's what I.
Okay, well, if that, I didn't hear anything on my Benzinga, but if that's all it is, then I can just wait for it to get to that top again. 66, above 66.5 is where we've been looking short, and then it was 66. Actually got 88.
I don't think it gets
66, 88. That was kind of a nice one to type in. It's just a little extra,
it's gonna go
less work. If we get up there, I'd want to short it. So I'll let this one settle down. Don't really like that long as much if it's just a CNBC mention or a Josh Brown mention. Like Josh Brown, but you know, it's like if a stock goes up just because someone sort of says so, and you get that kind of a move. Let me finish the thought here on that chart. Like you're not long here when it's getting that mention news, 64.60. It's already $1. Like and it's down on the day after earnings, right? So been under pressure pretty much all day long. Like if you chase that long, you could just be setting yourself up. I'd rather get to a level where I'm comfortable shorting it, and then suddenly you get the profit takers being your, like you get in and people taking profit on the longs as it goes back down. That can give you your short-term win there. So yeah, not going to take a shot at it. ARM is going to sell off, and then this is great in the chat. ARM is going to sell off. Next comment, ARM long. That's the fun thing about trading, because it could go up right now and it could easily sell off after market when they report. We've seen it mean absolutely nothing to a stock what it does going into earnings. You know, so don't read too much into it. If a stock's going up, it doesn't mean somebody knows something. The earnings are going to be good. A lot of times it's just positioning going into it. So I'm going to short this if we get up to 66.5 on Uber. So keep pumping it, Josh. If that's, I don't know what he's doing.
That is exactly what he's doing. He did it with Pfizer the other day, and then you wonder where these guys get out. It happened with
31.
It happened with crypto for a while too. Like we had John McAfee do that for a while. Not that this is the same.
He's a fun character, I'll tell you.
Yeah, well, he's dead, but.
Well, I mean,
okay,
obviously,
yeah.
An interesting life.
Yeah, he did very interesting life. All right, so we're just gonna still watch Reddit. Maybe the play is a break back above 52.20 or back above the 50 period. That could be a play if you like it, but just to go back and forth with this. We held on a little bit to GameStop in case that goes, but I'm gonna leave Reddit alone. On a day where it just got hit, we thought that VWAP would hold, it didn't. We tried it twice. Twice is fine. Again, we could be wrong, don't keep on being wrong. I don't have anything else really to talk about right now, to be honest with you. I mean, Alibaba is still in the pocket and not doing anything. We don't expect much to happen there. We can look at Disney. I mean, other day two plays, always good to look at. 105.50. This was, I think, a key level yesterday.
It really lost VWAP.
That we were playing on. Yeah, I mean, again, the market's flat. Like, if the market was really doing something, then I could really figure this out.
I actually thought, like,
28, 129. I mean, I don't know, or was it somewhere up here?
There's a vast difference between something like, hey, I think it's made a bit of a bottom, blah, 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 and it's at highs and it's exit liquidity for it to fall for a year or two. Like that's a vast difference. Or to me, there's a big difference between like you pump it, it gets a valuation that makes no sense when it comes to market and then dies, or someone saying, hey, this has dropped into here, I think it's a good value or whatnot.
And I think we have to make sure that we understand also that like these guys are traders. So these could just be positions they're taking where
you
they
don't know
take
when
L's on.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to relate these guys to like I'm just telling like how fun it was when McAfee was there, when it was quite clear that he was getting paid.
Yeah, he was
pump basic shit coins all over the place, and he did that. And he got paid and then dumped the coins on the people.
There's a vast difference.
Yeah, so that's completely different. I'm just saying like if we're in that game, then you got to be careful.
Yeah, these guys aren't.
You get moves based on that, and it can hurt day traders like us.
It's not all Zach. Like it's like every single time we'd see like small cappers going. I know Sharif looks at them all the time, and then you hear someone post in the chat, "Oh, it's Zach Morris pumping it." Well, immediately I'd take some of the normal ways that you would trade it based on momentum, or if you like certain setups or moving averages or whatnot. I'm throwing a lot of that out the window if it's anywhere near tops. I'd just be favoring shorts because you do not want to be the exit liquidity. For Disney, all I will say is we love where it bounced yesterday. The 104, 105 area was good. I really thought this was going to be an all day long holding VWAP. It didn't, but it still held 105. So even though it broke VWAP and ended up lower, I still respect the post-earnings bottom getting held for now 2 days. So it made a low, it made a high low. I said this yesterday. If it makes a higher low, then I'm still looking for post-earnings bounce in Disney. So the 105, like I thought this morning it would be down around the same bottom, like the 104 change. It didn't, so I bought VWAP and got in and out. And tomorrow I'll probably look at the 105 level as long as that holds on today, which it really does seem like it wants to. So let's go Disney. Maybe it's going to make a big rally. The market, good thing we got out of, only thing I got out of totally was a firm, as it bounced off the low of the day there. Still not anywhere near my entry price, although I might wait for the higher one above 31.50 next time. So it bounces off 31. I want to see if I can get above the 60s on another bounce. AMD is getting close to a reload spot, so I wanted to get up in there, kind of make the wick high, and then try to grab it on the way down as it's looking like a decent bounce there in AMD. Right at the pocket underneath 29.95 on Intel as well. And Mara, I don't know, it goes 20 to 2020. Still, it gets very slowly sliding higher, so I might as well just wait at the high of the day. But you're not, like, nothing's rocketing up right now outside of, like, the big mover was Uber in terms of how rapidly it moved up, and then I heard the reason why, and I don't want any part of buying that.
Right. And we'll have to check back on that in a minute. I'm going to cancel. I was just looking at, I had some Intel shorts ready to go. We can cancel our Tesla short. That might not get back up there, and even if it does, it's 320 already. So we did a good job of getting out a lot of the TQs. I mean, the minute we broke through the VWAP, I mean, we had that spike down. We didn't have any bids there. That's what we noticed. Okay, there's definitely some buyers there. We will still average in. I was just checking the stop is still at 62, so it's still all the way up here. So again, I'm still fine with this. We're still somewhat in the pocket of this trade. So we'll put on another short if we can get back into 53 again for that right now. Something about Bitcoin. All right. President Joe Biden has decided to wake up about Bitcoin maybe. And apparently what I'm hearing in my ear right now is that he's looking to veto or at least threaten whatever legislation was passed regarding Bitcoin being able to be being custodial at major financial institutions. So again, not a complete story. We'll watch out for IBIT. We'll wait to see if we hear anything on here. Adara will find out for that. And again, it's not really doing anything, but watch out right now. On watch, basically, is what I should say, for a continued story here with BTC. So if you are a Bitcoin trader, look out for that. There could be something circulating. I feel like that's the best way for me to handle that.
Like, I just punched out a Mara. I heard that. I was like, huh? And Mara wasn't moving that much anyways. It was like 7 cents in the money and not doing anything. At 320, I'm not, like, what? It's a somewhat negative headline, and the stock wasn't exactly flying. The better trade was the first reload. The first reload off 20, it goes right away, making a fresh high. The second reload, it took, what is this, 40 minutes? 40 minutes to go half the same move that it did in 5. Before. So a negative headline, yeah, I'll just get out of it. It's probably not that bad, but that doesn't mean you have to stick with it. Just want to come back over to Uber. I feel like Uber, if it can get up a little, yeah, it's now at 66, so it's getting close.
There has to be more than that, honestly.
Yeah, you know what? It does. Usually,
that seems too much.
Usually, if it was just that, like you were saying, just, sort of someone, these are the merits of why I'm long Uber, blah, 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 value, I don't care about the earnings, whatever got said. Usually you'd get a bit of a pop and then it would slow down, but this is continuing higher. So let's go to Adara and get the story on Bitcoin maybe?
So basically what happened here is the executive office of the president, Joe Biden, has released a statement, what's called a statement of administrative policy, saying that basically if they are presented, they haven't been presented with it, but if they are presented with legislation that would allow for regulated financial institutions or trusted custodians to custody Bitcoin and crypto, then he would veto it. So they've not been presented with this legislation. There's no actual veto happening, but if this legislation is presented, he would veto it. So that's the details here for this Bitcoin move, guys.
All right, so there it is. Bing bong, we got the update on that one. I did want to show to everybody right here one more time. Make sure that you join Mr. Brendan Wickens and myself on the podcast. You got to make sure that you sign up immediately. Hit the subscribe. Do not miss our very first episode I'm going to refresh this. 163 subscribers. Let's get going on this one. 165. Good. All right. So 2 of you hit it. Hit subscribe. It's the Freedom and Wealth podcast. We're talking all about some fun things, just different things that we talked about even today when we were discussing some possible things, compound interest, different ideas that you can have in your different accounts. And, just different fun ideas, topical things about freedom and wealth. So check that out. Again, less direct market trading or trade talk, more sort of broader things. Because Neil and I will always talk about those things, but sometimes it's good to be not distracted. Yeah, different atmosphere. That's a good word. So you're not just sitting here like staring at the screen and then having a thought and then looking down and saying, wait a second, I have 8 positions.
And why is Uber still going up? Like little things like that. Like we can always talk about that kind of stuff. But look, I think it's important. We talk about there not being enough, quite frankly, financial education in the world in general. And you can point the finger at whether it's what you do or don't learn in school or what you do or don't learn in post-secondary education. I really don't care. It's just most people get intimidated when they hear about the market. So it's always going to be good to get that perspective. Freedom and wealth. Freedom is the most important thing in the world, and wealth just helps make it a little bit better. So, look, whether it's Josh Brown talking about Uber, the way it's trading, this is now turning into a little bit of a runaway freight train on Uber. Not used to seeing it get a bump like this when it was weak. If it was really just something like Josh Brown talking about it. Because this just turned from it's up like $1 and slowing down to it's up $2 and not slowing down. If anything, accelerating more. So I don't know that this is the freight train. If we come to the chart for a second, Ram, I'm not sure this is the freight train that I want to step in front of. And if I were, it would have to be at the perfect price, not somewhere in the middle. Like it's got to be like right up at that top from before. So I want this getting right in. Like right into here, like 66.5. Now Bitcoin's going?
Trying to go down.
Okay. I did get reloaded in AMD, but apparently Bitcoin is moving as well.
All right, I'm going to try shorting Uber right now just because we might have had a top there. There was a little bit of a wick top, but now we're starting to get going. I mean, I'm really glad that we talked about this a couple minutes ago. I mean, if you guys are here for us, great, but also the breaking of some news. I mean, I brought this to you guys right here. How many minutes ago? We could probably check the chat. 5 minutes? I mean, that was a nice move downside right now. So starting to get lower here as the story gets digested. So again, more information coming, and Adara will have that if there's anything cool going on with IBIT and Bitcoin. It was the story again, possible legislation, then that would get sent down the road. So we'll have to wait to see if that hits or not. But right now, IBIT making that move back in. And we did talk about, I just want to talk about Uber because that was a new position of mine. So here we are now short Uber. We're short at 27s. I was trying to zoom in to show you guys. We did finally have a little bit of a wick top on, not the biggest candle, but the biggest candle since right there. So that was kind of the move that started this all. So I just stood in front a little bit. We saw that happen, not stood in front, sorry. We saw that happen, then we got in. So we're kind of taking it on the back end here of that wick against that wick. So that's 50s. It's 43s. So that is a reload, not a reload spot, but something else. And then we'll see, here we go. Ooh, baby, I love the way every day. Boom, there it is. 07's out right there. That's good. We will hit that right now. Downside. Let's see what's going to happen now with Uber. Still down 6% on the day, as we'll take advantage of that little spike up and go short for Uber into some of this piece de resistance up top.
Piece de resistance.
Right there. All right, here we go. $66 coming in right now. There it is. Yes, good out there. It's a 30-cent winner, and it is on the board. So right there on the board, it's 30 cents. We still have 70% of this trade as bye-bye, Uber. I'll hail you later. And I won't because my car's downstairs. But here we go. Nice move downside for Uber. Let's go. There it is. Brought to you by @TraderTV and traded by @TraderTV Sean. Hence, go follow me. Right now, here we go. 86s. Put another bid out. Let's just. That's a chicken dinner winner. People had fajita chickens around here. Now you go buy a little bit more there. And while you're on your way, Be nice to your driver. Buy him one as well. It is a nice
No
day.
eating and driving.
No eating and driving. Why is that distracted driving?
I hate distracted driving. I also think that like if my Uber driver,
Uber driver. Yeah. No, I don't think you want that guy eating.
No. It's just look. Don't get me wrong. Like everyone, you're working on the job. I would just find it weird if I'm in an Uber and my guy's eating while I'm driving.
But he's. Yeah.
But like if you're eating, he's like, oh, do you mind?
We're celebrating together. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, here's my guy. Grab a burrito. This is on me.
It would just be weird. I don't know. If the guy asked, like, I'm kind of hungry, do you mind? I'd probably say yes. Ram saying her Uber driver actually.
Yeah, see? There you go.
Yeah, but if they just started doing it without saying something, and all of a sudden the guy's just eating
Ramin
a
told the
hoagie
guy
or whatever.
no.
You said no, Ramin? Oh, I would like. I don't love it, but if I was asked,
I don't know
would
if she
say
said that.
yes.
I made that up.
No, I would say yes if you asked.
No, she said yes. She said. Oh, she's mad because the windows were kept open.
Fresh air is great. I like fresh air.
All right, send me his name. Yo, watch out.
Whoa.
Yo, slow down, Ramin.
Potty mouth,
Slow
okay?
down, Ramin. Thank you, man. Thank you, Jay Lee. Look, man, real see real. We'll spin the money. There's the trade. It's Uber. It's 50 cents. Me and Neil were just like, hey, we can't find our way in. We did. There it is right there. It's a nice move for Uber. I mean, again.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to find your level. I looked at it, was like, if I'm not wrong till 67, I got to wait till 66, half is broken to take the short. And look at it. It's going to probably get to, if that was the reason, it has a chance to get to VWAP. This was at 64.50 when all this nonsense, I shouldn't call it nonsense, when that happened, when they started talking about it. It's not fair for me to say nonsense.
Yeah, but this was a sick trade. I mean, let's call it like it is right now. Uber, let's see if we can get even more downside pressure. We're out of 60%, holding 40% of Uber, and it's all of a sudden become a huge P&L number. So, I mean, we'll take it right there. And like Neil said, didn't set up for him, set up for me. We'll take it. Hopefully it's set up for you guys, and you're able to take that as well. Good trade there. All right, meanwhile, we shorted more here on the TQs, but I'm not really like feeling these positions anymore. The market it's 330 now. Yeah. Like, we'll still play against this top, but we're going to be very, very careful. If we break here, we're out of these shorts. We've seen the market, we've been here too long, we've seen the market run like crazy into the close and go down, so we do not need support or resistance broken in the last half hour, because then you got people caught. And we do not want to be part of shorts being caught here and then having to cover into the close. So that will create extended moves, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is going to pull back, and it will not. So again, another out for us on Uber. I mean, good trade. We waited for that all day. This is the only one I'm really working with. We've got out of some Amazon. We were thinking about reloading it, but again, at the end of the day, this is when it's the most dangerous. So we'll chill out. Alibaba, I think we can probably get this out. We're just at VWAP again. That's a decent spot for us for Alibaba. I'm probably just going to punch this one out. Not much else to do. Alibaba, we can put a stop. I mean, why don't we just put a stop right here? 55 break. All right, we'll put 20 cents in our pocket. If the market tanks at the end of the day, obviously we'll be spinning the Qs, but let's just wait to see here. Alibaba, we will get out of this one if there's any problems.
Yeah, and just quickly, I know you mentioned the Qs, but I'll show you, like right here, this lower high is getting retested again. It's actually past 330 now.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's
so look, we're testing this high. I did reload all three, but they're right at the resistance levels. Intel's at 99, it breaks 30, I'm out. AMD, I'm showing you 153.45. And then Affirm takes out the 45 and we get out of that one. So all three were great the first time through. And the second time, we're going to probably obviously things could roll over right now, but it looks like you want to pressure through and break out. And it's not a hold it into VWAP situation. If you get a relief rally, ultimately, the NASDAQ has a chance to go red to green if it takes out this high. That's the kind of move that can get you a little bit of momentum into the upside. There was one other stock that wasn't Mara that looked like it could have been a long. Tesla hasn't broken 175 just yet. But if we're taking out highs, don't mind this one. And there was no early looks for imbalances. Pretty much nothing there with the exception of Visa over 1 million shares. 4 million shares to the sell side on Visa for the early look imbalances. Nothing over 1 million. That Uber's from this morning. You can see 930. So anything like 328, 329, that's going into this close. So Toast, they reported 760,000 early look buy for them. Visa's the big one. Visa always pairs off, which makes it a nothing burger when it has an imbalance.
All right, look at this. We're now playing with house money, man. We only have 80% left of Uber, 20% left of Uber. So we just got out a whole bunch down here. Really good outs. You guys saw me trade that. Best out 80. We just took another out right here at 99s or O's as we broke O's. For some reason, my stop was at O's and we got O's. So I don't know. That was strange. But right there, or did we even get 99?
It can happen because.
Wait a second. Yeah, we got O's exactly.
Yeah,
so,
it can happen.
Yeah, like it breaks and then it comes right back, and by the time my order fires, so that's the order that we got out there for a little bit. We just took a piece out as well at 88. So we're loving life now on Uber, but not as much to hold it back up to the top, because even if I use that wick, I just don't want to give up that 15 cents at the end, even if it's on 20%. So because the minute you give that back, then you're starting to give back these wicks. So we don't want to do that. So we'll just trade with house money, and if it continues to go down, fine. If not, we'll just pay the fee, punch out, back up top.
This is a key point, actually, because when you got a great trade on, you don't want to give back any wickens. It's important to hang on to those wick ends.
Don't want to do that.
I feel like it's the second time Brand's been name dropped, and he's not paying attention to anything.
He's too focused.
He's like behind us.
By the way,
focused.
look
but
at
by the way,
Alibaba.
the market's now rolling back down. So I was saying I was about to get stopped out on three things. Well, the firm's back at
Fabian, how's that
AMD's back
fajitas?
in the money, as it's still working down. You know what? It actually looked good, and if I hadn't gone out for lunch, I was gonna steal some. But then I'm like, well, then I'm eating 3 times. But it looked really good. Yeah, I still should have had it.
You got the salad and the egg sandwich or whatever. That's a good lunch. Okay.
The portions are really good at that.
Yeah, I want to check that place out. I might have my parents swing by one time. All right, just real quickly, 78.55. See what I'm saying? Have the ability, and sometimes I do good at this, sometimes I don't. Have the ability to get out of your positions when you need to. And we did that right there. So that, my friends, is an out. We got out right there at 55. So saved ourselves all the way back here negative, or at least back to where we got in there on Alibaba. So there it is right there. There's the out. Like we put it in right in front of you. You saw me put the stop order in. So like honestly, nobody says this, and it's because we show this. But like there's no questioning. Like the trades that I put on, you see me putting them on and then literally putting in the stop order. I show you live on the screen. So like, I just hope that everybody can see this, and we'll just continue doing what we're doing. And then we already said this, the best policy is to show everything. So that's what we do right there. That's my out there for Alibaba. We took it and it was a good one, and we're pretty happy with it, needless to say. So Alibaba right now, decent spot for us today. We're out. So good trade. Now let's just move on from it and move on to the next one. So Alibaba right now trying to work out. Maybe another short, but I'm already in these queues. We have a reloaded position in the TQQs.
So a firm didn't come out. Every single one of these was within 5 cents of like the stop level. AMD didn't come out. A firm didn't come out, but Intel did break 30. So that did happen. You know, there's a case to be made that a firm has a relief rally in it. I mean, it's going to hold VWAP. It's going to hold potentially the $30 level. So as much as I've crapped on it, there is always a chance. They've already reported their earnings. Now they've also guided worse. So they're giving all the bad news. It's just all out there for them at this point. The Huawei stuff and the export licenses. If it hangs on to 30, there might be some longs off of this level at some point. But the first thing it has to do is close above 30 to convince me. And the second thing it has to do is break away from 31 where I would still short it. So we're going to be out of that one for now. A firm, oddly enough, is also at the 30 level. It's right back in here. Did not stop out, trying to work it back down to the $31 even level. AMD, very similar story. It is still just sideways consolidating. The thing with AMD is, look, it's just not nearly as weak. Like, the firm is at the low of the day, so I was like, yeah, let's give it more of a chance. But I'm like, no, AMD's making higher lows this afternoon. So I took some out near flat. It was like a couple of cents worth of a win. But in the consolidation is the key point. Because it's making higher lows and not really falling anymore, just feel like it made some sense, especially after Intel stopped there, to take some off as we're going over to Adara the screen.
We're going to take a look at some of these S&P 500 names making big upside and downside moves that we haven't discussed a lot or as much. And a lot of these are going to be earnings related here, starting with Arista Networks. ANET, this one trading higher after beating earnings across the board. We also have here EA, Electronic Arts, a gaming company here, trading quite a bit lower. They did beat earnings, but they announced a 5% drop here in total net revenue. So bit of a year-over-year drop here for EA. Last but not least, DLR, Digital Realty. This one trading lower after pricing its common stock offering. Market not reacting positively to this. So lots of bigger names that we haven't discussed as much making bigger moves, guys.
There you go, Digital Realty. I just love the fact that when you look at that board, you're able to, on a day where, I don't know, most of the bread got buttered to the short side, I'm happy to see a few things headed up and strong. The banks, I mean, holding on for, Moderna actually had a couple of good days in a row. Back up above the 120 level. Moderna doing better than Pfizer, in your face, Pfizer. But JP Morgan, it's going to, okay, I always get in this bad habit of saying going to before it gets 20 minutes till the close. It's effectively going to hold a breakout of a lower high on the daily. So the trend up. If we can come to the chart for a second, Ram. No, JP Morgan, so it's very likely going to hold this breakout, and a retest of the 200 makes sense. This Morgan Stanley trade is probably going to have to wait another day because it's way too late in the day. 96 breakout on Morgan Stanley. Typically when this happens, you don't get to trade a 96 break because it'll like gap through overnight or something, and then you're not going to get a clean breakout on Morgan Stanley. But I like this one at 96. It's strange because this morning, when we talked about the banks, I was like, okay, 96, man, we're going to look for a long there. And by the time it gets there, it's like, what, are we going to take a break on the afternoon when there's no volume and there's nothing really that's going to make me like it? Much better if it can consolidate there and then just go tomorrow. Trend's great. Sector's looking good. It's obviously a big level in an upward trend. Just going to have to punch through in the afternoon, or sometime tomorrow, to be sure.
Okay.
Ooh, Frank Jones says Microsoft's falling.
Frank Jones.
No.
Yeah, well, if Microsoft falls, giddy up, man. Giddy up on that one because that means the TQs will finally fall. We do have a reloaded position right now on that one, so we're going to wait for that. Reddit doing nothing, although we did lose on that. Too bad it went up to 52.50 there. That's too bad. We basically didn't get stopped out at the very bottom, but that was close. GameStop, we're still in a bit of this one. We're now back to flat on it. We held 25%, so this has to go to like 17 for us to be up on the stock today. Could still happen, but it's 340. I don't think that's going to happen. Intel, we only have 10%.
Did you see what it did at the end of the day yesterday?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm trying to be somewhat positive and think about holding on to this. So we'll see if that can continue to work. I am not sure. Intel, I might just punch out of Intel. I just don't want it to, I have nothing to do with this. This is 10% left. I would reshort this for sure, but again, not enough time as we battle with right now. There, I just punched out. Oh, you just saw, look, there was nothing happening, then we punched out. Look at this. It was doing nothing there. All right, we're now out there on Intel, so we can cancel our stops now as we're just trying to get regrouped here for the close. We do have, cancel my stop. So only stops I have left is Uber, stop, as we talked about, and then the TQ stop, as we talked about right there, that level of 60. Those are the only two stops we have. The shaking my head, this is, again, something else that we still have a 10% of. We should have got out a lot earlier. That's my bad. We did get out of half of what we had left right there. Definitely left that go the other way around. And then Amazon, still pretty good. I'm going to take a piece out of this one as well right now. Again, so have a little bit more shares left on Amazon, so let's take a piece. We'll bid some 90s there. Maybe we'll get that fill or not. Hopefully we do as it spikes down through. Oh, no. Give us that 90. One more spike. There it is. Okay, so we get the 90 there on another reload. So far, so good. We did lose on Reddit. We lost on Boeing, which probably came back. No, not really. We shorted that, took profit, then got hit out for that.
They like that Nothing Burger news, I guess.
I guess it's not a Nothing Burger.
You know what it is? It was a news report that wasn't bad, and so it decides to go up. And I see you. Look, first of all, I saw that comment in the chat there, trade PE. You got jokes. But no, we're not doing that. Come on, son. It is what it is. You can read the chat if you want, but good one trading PE. I still have just the same two. I got out of Intel. I have no issues. Whoops. Whoa, why did I just get, a firm just hit my bid, and I had the wrong amount. So let me just go over to a firm very quickly. I just punched out of a long that I didn't want on a firm. Sometimes that happens. If I elect to take something out, okay, let's get something out, release some pressure, break even. I still had 2 bids down in there for take profits and then got them both instead of just the one. I just punched right out of the long for 1 cent. So firm gets close enough to the low, that'll end up working out. But remember, we trailed out of Intel, so the reload on Intel was a mixed bag. We ended up losing on the last bit of it. AMD, I'd say first, it's just like a firm, like AMD first short good, second short doing absolutely nothing. I could have scalped like 10, 20 cents out of it and just missed that trade, thinking it would go further. But this is still cresting and trying to go to the upside here. So yeah, nothing really going on with it. No point fighting it right now. And this could be, if we're looking at Boeing from a higher standpoint, you find it grounded up on that news, even if it's just like a small extension. It's put in a bit of a bottom, and it was an on-volume bottom. Like if you look at it, the biggest volume day is it failing 170, and then the next day was a recovery day, and it's been upward trending since. Higher lows, lower highs, an outside chance at holding the 50-period moving average on the daily. That's not bad at all for Boeing. Sometimes you just want to see it make the move first before you try to pick a bottom. If it can close above 185, that'd be good. If they could stop having bad news, that would be fantastic as well. I just really want to, like I said, I just want to see this go a week or two without a bunch of bad news. It seems like every other day you're getting something with it. And if that can stop, and then people can start talking about the business in a different sense, like, okay, well, look at how their defense is going. Look at the growth coming back in. They're able to produce more planes. If you can start focusing on that, then they can be out of the penalty box. Because right now, like, why would anyone want to invest in them? Even that Brazilian Embraer chart looks ridiculously good. And they're trying to come into the game as well and break up that duopoly. Why not? It would be a heck of a lot of fun if it could happen. I'm saying that as a Boeing shareholder. Shopify, for those that are interested, actually did finally move off the bottom. Whoops, if you zoom out too far, you can't tell. But yeah, Shopify, good look. It's going to end up closing near the end of near the afternoon and morning highs. Good bounce, maybe 50, 60 cents. That's the thing about today. Like, you're getting outside of the move Uber had, regardless of the reason why it went up. That was probably the biggest mover in the afternoon. Everything else, like, you're just sort of shooting at straws, trading inside the range, which is fine. You can scalp a little bit more, but I made a fraction of it the morning and this afternoon, like a small fraction. The goal today was make the losers boring and win back what we lost yesterday. So I was able to accomplish that. And also, when that news hit that moved Bitcoin down, I elected to punch out of Mara. Mara didn't care. Kind of just kept on going higher. So that's another positive for Mara here, because there was a move down in Bitcoin. You guys saw it. It's not like Bitcoin did nothing on that news. Mara, I punched out, said forget about it, it's not doing much. It did get back to the high today. So if you held on, congratulations to you. You got a little bit more out of it. I'm still going to be favoring the long as long as we hold the 20 level. I like the fact that we got back up there. If we can hold that one tomorrow, I think it's got room into, I have resistance at 21.15 on Mara. So plenty of room to rally. It's just got to hold 20 like it did this afternoon.
All right, GameStop. All right, ARM. So we'll talk about some ARM. I mean, we have ARM reporting tonight. So again, with ARM coming through, let me see if I don't think I have an exact time for when they're going to report. AMC is also tonight. ARM is expected almost immediately at 4. Ooh, yeah. Immediately at 4 for ARM. Hood 405, Airbnb 405. So yeah, this is going to be exciting. I just went over there and set it all up. With a 14% implied move for ARM, like I said, at the end of the day, you're going to be either at near or around 120 with that kind of a move, right? Add $13 or $14 on that. And then the same thing down here for 90 for ARM. So I think that you're going to be at some really key levels here. This is going to be a really exciting one, as ARM expects an EPS of 29 cents right there. So that's the same EPS they had. Cents. Yeah, it's the same thing they had last time. Okay, so there goes Uber playing with house money.
It's hard to justify.
And yeah, well, we'll see what happens.
Well, valuation is what it is, man.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The valuation doesn't matter. So there it is right there, 66. We just got stopped out there of the last 20%. So again, here goes the market into the close. We had warned about this potentially happening right back up to the highs. So we are getting very, very close to get stopped out of this triple Qs trade right now. Well, now it's pulling back.
I just got out of my last. Just wanted to quickly show
like
you.
You're gonna get stopped.
Yeah, like AMD, I did take some out for like 1 cent in that consolidation because it fell strong, but then the rest just stopped out here. it actually wicked close to VWAP and came right back in, but I'm not putting a new position on at 348 right before the imbalances come out. So 90 seconds until we get some imbalances. We'll see what happens. Sometimes you get numbers. There was a big imbalance on Mara to the buy side yesterday, but that was because it was getting added to the S&P 600. I doubt there's anything on it today, but we'll keep our ear to the ground. Well, I mean, I'll probably have that one up because I'm not in position. On the off chance there's some like residual buy, maybe there's a play over there on Mara. But yeah, individual early looks, there wasn't anything all that spectacular. Visa was there. It's just not really something that ever moves the market. I can't remember the last time Visa actually had an imbalance that moved the market. So 4 million is a lot of shares for that stock. Just not likely to move the needle. Pfizer's there for an 800,000 buy on the early look. Again, probably not going to move the needle. It's only a $28
Oh, yeah,
stock.
that's right. It's coming out right now.
Yeah, imbalances in about 50 seconds. As I said, if I get anything new, it would have to be some kind of a fade play off of an imbalance spike or dump into support level. And even those are pretty rare to set up. I can't remember the last time I got one that was any good. Mara was a punch in when it came out 3 million to buy yesterday, but I'm not expecting that today.
Yeah, oh man, that's too bad. I didn't even realize how exactly how close we were. I do have some more bids here to get out of the TQs. We're only short here at 52. Like if this comes out like a huge sell, then we'll be fine, but it could just come out the other way, and we have no idea where this is going to come. So we'll wait in just a couple of seconds. Adair will put it in the chat, and then we'll be able to figure that out. My stop is at 60s, so it almost got ran there for you guys in the chat. It's going to get run now automatically, I think, anyways. But we're ready for that, and there it goes. Watch. And 56 is, okay, so it doesn't seem like it's that much of a move. We'll wait to see here as it does get bumped up there on some of these imbalances. So it looks like we have Intel with a sell, so we did clear out of that one right there. So it looks like we'll be wrong on that.
TLT's a sell.
Yeah, I was going to say a pretty flat move, it looks like happening.
Tesla's a sell of 800,000. That's
Okay.
probably the notional value. That's probably the biggest one, just in terms of dollar value. Apple's a buy of 750,000.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Sort of reading out the big ones here. Google, I mean, that's nothing. 600,000 Google's not nothing, but yeah, Microsoft a buy of 575,000. So, like, I'd say it's a bit of a mixed bag, but you got some big buys on the big cap tech names. So it's probably, there's a number from Adero. 165 million to buy. I was about to say it might be a few hundred million to buy based on Apple and Microsoft and Google, but 165 to buy is a nothing burger. I don't even see Mara on there, so Mara did nothing. As a matter of fact, Mara actually came to the downside. So no residual buy move there. ARM is going already to the downside.
Is it?
Wow. See, now usually if that happens at 350, if I see a candle like this, I'm like, oh, of course it was a sell imbalance. But I didn't see ARM there as I'm still scrolling.
Oh, I mean, we had talked about it being a short, but
It's
that's
a lot of
obviously
risk.
an earnings play.
Yeah, I mean, obviously earnings aren't out early, although ask a firm about that when they accidentally hit send on their earnings way too early, or somebody accidentally hit send. It was like
ARM doesn't do that much volume.
No, that's a big volume spike, and I just checked. There isn't any imbalance that I can see on ARM. I'm going to search alphabetically, but there was nothing over 250,000, that's for sure, and you would take at least that. But it's dumping anyway, so get down, ARM. Maybe I'll get my stink bid in the 80s.
Yeah, there was like a 20,000. I have it right here. There was like a 20,000 share imbalance only. Sell. That's it.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah, really surprised. But it's just into earnings. I think it's, again, they got word that Katina Capital was thinking about the short there. So I don't know, but we'll wait to see what happens there. We will not be upgrading ARM into earnings. We already talked about that I think it's going to be downside. So let's wait to see here what does happen with ARM. All right, so there it is. The Qs came back downside again. Sort of like, it's not even like a bank error in our favor. It's not moving. I mean, we could have got taken out there. We didn't. I mean, that happens to us. So we'll take it out there at 48s or 49s and then hope that we can get lower and lower on this name here into the close. Yeah, I don't think ARM leaked or anything like that. This is not a very, let's see, why did that go to ACB there? All right, ARM, it's not even that dramatic of a move, man. I mean, we just went from 107.50 to 105.50. I mean, it's 2% down. I guess it was a decent move, but, in the broad concept of it, I mean, you're right there, 105.50. The broader scope of trading. That's not a huge move for ARM.
No, I just thought, I was so sure it had to be an imbalance move because of the timing. Like, yeah, you get a couple bucks on a $100 stock at 350, it's got to be that there's an imbalance. Like, what other reason would it have? Maybe somebody got antsy Maybe somebody was intending on selling on earnings and hit the button at the wrong time, and you've seen that happen before. But never get too wrapped up in, well, it did this before, so this is what it's going to do. Somebody knows something. That kind of thing doesn't always play out in your favor. I think you're going to see some fireworks with this one. Obviously, I thought this was, I mean, valuation doesn't matter. I thought it was overvalued. I sold some at $122, and then just watched it hold that level for like 2 months, I think it was. So you never know rationality-wise. Robinhood doing nothing going into their earnings, actually very flat and hugging the 50 period. I would not suspect you're still at the 50 period at this time. Well, forget about this time tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, when we sit down, I don't think we'll be looking at Robinhood anywhere near the 50 period moving average. It still has a decent enough short float that it can be a bit of a mover. 7%, it's not gigantic, but this is one that has gone a bit range bound on earnings before. Like the only candle that you'll see that's more than 10% to the upside. Well, there was one over here, was the earnings one, but that sustained the move. That last time it did like a couple of dollars, it gave it back instantly. So let's see Robinhood. I think that's going to be the number 2 of interest for earnings, for me at least.
It's too bad there's not more time. Trade idea, Alibaba, 79. I mean, it went right to 79 again and then came right back to where we got out. So nice move there for Alibaba again into the close. Downside this time. We only have a couple more minutes until all of these imbalances kind of flip around. So let's just stay tuned to our TQQ trade. So here we go, 55. All right, nothing again. All right, so again, on such a small number like that, well, that was 165.
Really small.
I mean, that's not going to do much. So we've already taken some outs here at the 50 period. So again, good trade. No outs over the purple ticks. Those are shorts. I mean, we had that one. That was the starter position. Then we explained all of that. So good outs there as we get ready for the close. We can sort of, I didn't realize that we were still doing alphabetical. So the top ones right now, we've got Intel still as a sell, but again, look, see, there's the imbalance hitting, and then just right back up, so not much else. All these bigger tech names are supposed to be sells here, it looks like, but the NASDAQ's not moving, as you can see right here, and by my P&L, I can tell that nothing's happening. So,
good old ZVZ.
yeah, did you just see that there?
Oh, you don't?
No.
I have it. Is it imbalance? There's like a test stock that they use to test stuff.
Comcast, Google, anyways, Tesla. Tesla didn't get back to that 176, and we were going to short that as well.
Also didn't hold 175. Remember I said if it held a bit above 175, I'd have been long Tesla this afternoon, but it didn't go to VWAP. Wow, talk about an inside afternoon. It didn't get to VWAP, and it didn't break out past 175. So just no trade. There's nothing wrong with that. I'd have been bullish on it. It's way too late for that now. Good recovery day for Tesla, no question about it. Holds the 50 period on the daily. Made the bounce. I'm red on it because we took a couple of shorts. At least we got away from it early. And it just consolidated all afternoon with that crest of 175. I got a sinking suspicion that there will not be a 175 breakout long available. Like either you're far away from it that you got to be put to a decision, or it's already gapped through that one tomorrow. But a great look there. Be nice if there was a chance to trade it. That would have been a pretty clean breakout at 175. Now way too late to even think about it. I see Deloff and Havana Woody both mentioning, it was Deloff and Oscarito mentioning Palantir in the chat there. Won't be SSR, but it does have a double bottom today, and it does have an earnings low that it's put in.
Yeah.
Right? So like, as long as you put in an earnings low and then hold it a second day, I like that on Disney tomorrow, which will be the 105. I'll like that on Palantir, which will now be, 2106 is 21 as far as I'm concerned, so consider it the 21 level, even if it didn't actually tag there. So all those day 2 plays are going to be out there. Well, specifically those two. I didn't really look at Datadog, or there was something else that reported yesterday that I'm forgetting. Datadog flew way too far away from its lows to really be thinking about it. Like Datadog's recovery was pretty impressive. Ran like $5 off the low after holding 110, then 112. It's not nearly enough close to support for a day trade. You'd be trying to buy some highs.
Yeah, so as I got to get over to the other desk, we did get out of our TQQs basically for flat. We did pretty good. There's the out right there, 53s. So we got out of there. I'm not averaging back in. It's the end of the day. So that's good. So a positive opportunity there for TQs. SMH came all the way back. We already got out of Intel. We might as well just punch out of SMH. Okay, that was easy right there. And then Amazon at this 21 level. We're just going to get out again. We got some out right there into the close, and then we'll take out flat again for Amazon. So nothing really happening here into the, I still have GameStop into the close right now. We only had 75% of this position, so it wasn't too huge. 90s, we'll see if we can get some out. Can't just punch right out of this one because we don't have, there it is. Okay, we got some mixed prints there. All right, so out of GameStop at 89. So that was a fail today. We did not make any money on GameStop. Made money on the TQs, obviously, at the end of the day.
Oh, that's on my screen. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. We just discussed all the stocks that we got out of. So, all right, 1 minute to the close. I'm going to get over there because ARM is coming through immediately. So I'll see everybody on the flip side.
ARM's coming immediately. Thank you, Adair, for putting in the chat. Airbnb and Robinhood are expected 405, and AMC is expected 415. So you get a nice little staggered thing of earnings. I was just sending a screenshot that I wanted to show somebody on Amazon. That's all you saw there. I'm not trading Amazon or anything like that. Less than 1 minute to go. All the imbalances at this point have more or less paired off. Except for the test stock, there's ZVZZT. As I said, Amazon making moves. We're going to have it on ARM because ARM is the first thing likely to report. I'm not going to want to waste too much time. Well, obviously I would like to give all those shout outs. And with 20 seconds ago, it's been a fun one. I said yesterday, yesterday was a pretty rough day. It wasn't a good day trading because like most of the stocks and strategies didn't work. But hey, stick to the plan, be a little bit more disciplined, and change your approach just a little bit. And worked out today, like a higher percentage, but also much tighter stops and better stops, and able to limit losses. But let's do it, Adara. We got 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. The market is closed. Both ES and the NASDAQ are going to end up just very slightly in the red, 0.1 and 0.04 to the downside. Big shout out, as always, to Fabian and Remain, doing a great job. You know what's up. Making us look and sound good, and making some fresh calls on Apple, apparently, for Remain there. I agree with you. I think Apple's going to get to 200 before Tesla does. But we'll see, and that's going to get proven out at some point in the near future. Big shout out to Sharif and Adara. Learn to trade all week long. It's been absolutely fantastic. Learning about IPOs, SPACs, important in the market. Reddit, a recent one that's been pretty good. And as always, want to give a big shout out and thank you to Brendan dropping that news, and Adara filling in the afternoon and kicking butt on the desk. And guess what? You're about to see her again. Why? Because it's the market recap show. It's Adara, it's Sean, it's ARM, it's ARM, Airbnb, and a couple of other things. But ARM is a big one that we all care about, Robinhood as well. Let's go get them at the desk. Market recap starts now.
Thank you, Neil, for that throw, and we will wait for ARM.
Supposed
to be coming out right at 4 o'clock. Thank you so much for joining us one more time here today. We're excited. Yeah, here we go. The trade desk is out. There's so many names starting to come through right now. We are brought to you by the Benzinga Pro platform. So the minute we have that, a beat of 21 cents right now for TTD, a nice move up to $88, $89. Trying to go right now. Not much happening, though, on this name. There it goes. Now it's starting to go $90 for the trade desk, closing at 86, trying to go higher right now. TTD, there it goes. Nice move. This is a good name. We saw Google have a good report. I could see that happening from the trade desk as well, from a sales side of things. So right now, trade desk is the only big name that we have out right now. Anything else that you're seeing right now, Adara?
Yeah, I just saw Trade Desk. They did beat here both earnings per share and Q1 revenue coming in above expected. Not at all a bad look here for Trade Desk beating top and bottom here. We did get ARM though. We just got ARM out here as well. I'm seeing these numbers here coming from ARM. So their outlook here for Q1, because they're currently in their Q4 2023. Their outlook for the next quarter, so Q1 2024, 32 cents to 36 cents per share versus 31 cents per share expected. So higher than expected EPS guidance here. Their outlook for full year EPS guidance also lower range coming in below expectation, but the higher range coming in above here. Their Q4 revenue beating expectations, $928 million versus $875 million expected. They also beat EPS expectations for the current quarter, 36 cents versus 30 cents expected. So that's a nice look here for ARM. Falling though a little bit. Let's see what other numbers we got because
people are saying for ARM. Let's go over to ARM right now.
That's not actually a bad report here.
I wish someone would have called this move, but right there, let's see where it goes. I have no idea where it's going to go, but there's ARM. It just touched 97, so whether or not you got that or not, we'll wait to see where ARM goes from here, but it is making a move down. We also have Instacart is out now as well. Instacart looking at a nice little high side move right now for Instacart. We are brought to you by the Benzinga Pro platform. Instacart reporting 43 cents. Their expected loss of 2. Apparently, they are coming out with an EPS, positive EPS right now for CART. I know you mentioned the ARM numbers.
Oh.
I don't see them exactly yet, but I know you do have them. ARM right there, nice move downside right now, 101. But I almost feel like that's not the move right now. So I feel like there's more to come.
I think with ARM, the thing is that the thing I'm seeing that could be bringing this one to the downside, because they had really strong revenue and earnings per share. Their net revenue and earnings per share estimates for next quarter are good, but their full year guidance, the lower end of that, is coming below expectations. Higher end is beating expectations, lower end coming below expectations there. So not as strong as necessarily anticipated there for ARM. That could be moving this to the downside. Recovering a bit, though, here, I think.
Yeah, there it is. I see that. Yeah, I mean, I'm just surprised at the move. I mean, we had an expected move there of 14%, and we're not getting that right now. So we'll wait to see on ARM. Right now, down 5.8%, but this is not changing. So I wonder if there's a problem here. I might have to reload our talk here. Let me go over to Instacart just to see if that is changing. No, so I think, okay, there it goes, 23. I don't know if it's changing, but there you go. ARM, nice upside move, and then now coming right back in for CART now. But the big talk again is going to be ARM Holdings, as it's just dancing around now. It looks like maybe the guide is coming in. There goes ARM back up now to the upside. So like I said, there seems to have been something up with this report. We'll figure it out. But for right now, it's right here. It's really not moving. So ARM trying to figure it out. Now only 0.65 as we wait for more information on ARM. We're still waiting for Airbnb and Robinhood. Okay, so let me just check out Airbnb right now. What is the early reaction? Nice upside move to 167. Now we're starting to fall down on Airbnb. What does that look like as far as these look? All right, so the 200 period moving average is right here at 142. Airbnb is down. What do those numbers look like?
So they did beat for Q1 revenue. 2.14 bill versus 2.06 bill expected. That is a beat for Airbnb. We also had, let me see, adjusted EBITDA coming in above expectations here. Their Q2 let's see, Q1 revenue coming in above expectations as well, 2.14 bill. I'm trying to find all these numbers. The one thing they did say that's a bit negative is they see their booking is going to be pretty much flat for Q2 2024 compared to Q1 2024. Not a great look. Basically flat bookings there. What else am I seeing?
We got it.
Yeah, higher profits.
Good. Okay, perfect. Yeah, Airbnb, a good little level there. Robinhood, we hit the bang there. We got breaking news. Bang. It's Robinhood is out right now. It just got to $20, by the way. 1980, good year. Nice move up there for Robinhood, up 5, but now pulling back in. Robinhood is now out. So boom goes the dynamite on Robinhood, but then that dynamite doesn't last too long. That wick of dynamite up there at 1880, we'll see if it can hold that, but now you're back down to 1825 and now moving. Almost got to $20 there was Robinhood. Now the pullback. We also got HubSpot, another name that a lot of traders are looking for right now. HubSpot beats 168 versus 180, but downside there for HubSpot. Does that mean anything for CRM? Yes, it does. There goes a nice little downside move for CRM. Robinhood, ADRs, I see the numbers now.
Report.
Is it? Yeah, I guess so. 18 versus 5 looks good. 618 sales versus 540. I think you're right on that one, Adara. But yeah, for right now, Robinhood flat, and if not going lower right now. You know what? The thing about this is we've seen this over and over again. Do you remember Tesla?
I do.
Right. They were downside.
They were.
Right. They had bad report. Not great, but then they talked about the robo-taxi. We started to hit to the upside on that. So a lot of this is going to be based on guidance, right? Not based on them beating, because I do see Robinhood beating EPS 18 versus 5, beating sales 618 versus 540, but still downside move right now for Robinhood. Let's see if it can hold that. What else do you have? Bumbles out? Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, one thing with Robinhood, too, they had a 65% year-over-year increase in assets under custody. I don't think that's anything to scoff at there. Nice look for HOOD. Still not seeing any guidance from them, though. Let's take a look at BMBL.
That must be everybody getting that gold card.
Oh, yeah, that gold card they announced.
You sign up. Well, that's the thing about Robinhood. They did give some incentives there for opening of new accounts. So the fact that you just mentioned there. What's up, Fabian? the thing is that, as you mentioned it before, more assets under management. So that's going to be huge for Robinhood. So good there. I think we just went over a bunch of names. Let's just review some of the ones that we went over. ARM right now is heading lower again. So ARM right now is losing some of it, but only back down to 100. If this can stay at in and around $100, I mean, you're right here right now. That's in the middle. This will be probably a fade tomorrow for me if we end up here. But again, I'm looking for a break lower. Let's get in and around $90 and see if we can get that 14 cents there for ARM. So that's one move there today. ARM now going lower. Lower, here it goes, 98 and change for ARM. Instacart was a name that a lot of traders could have had. That was well up, now all the way back down on a first EPS beat, 43 cents versus -2. So that was pretty interesting. Another big number that we had on board, Airbnb, bye-bye. That's not very nice, down to 146. We've seen similar things here with Disney, Adara, where we had some downside pressure on Disney. Today we had Upstart downside, we had Rivian downside, and there was one other name that missed earlier today, Intel, down on the guide as well, and then it was Uber. Uber was the one that we're looking for. So maybe weaker numbers in Uber. Potentially we could have seen that with Airbnb. Travel potentially down. There goes Airbnb to the downside as well. So anything else catching your eye right now before we go over the markets?
Yeah, those Bumble numbers here. So they did beat here for Q1 adjusted EBITDA. They had a beat for Q1 net income, 33.9 mil versus 11.8 mil expected. That's a hearty beat there. They did beat Q1 revenue, 268 million versus 265.5 million expected. However, their quarterly average revenue per paying user decreased about $1 per user. So that's not a great look there for Bumble, BNBL. Those are the main numbers I am seeing here. Projecting some revenue, not seeing comparisons there. They also did increase their share repurchase program from by 150 million. So not a bad look, but I think that decrease in ARPU, probably not great for Bumble.
No, we definitely, revenue per user, daily active users, some of those numbers are definitely important. Yeah, there's Bumble though, but a nice move still. Nice upside move for Bumble right now, 5%. I'm always trying to check out ARM, chilling out. Energy Transfer, somewhat of a name there, but just coming out there reporting, not moving around. Occidental, the other day report, look at Occidental, downside there off their report from yesterday. This was the name Uber that we talked about. But here's just to be with us now, let's just do a quick little recap of some of the names that moved around here today. So we had a nice move up in the S&P 500 early, but then we faded out and wound up basically flat on the day. Market, sharp downside move in and around 1 p.m. on the auction, but quickly recovered from that. The big sector for us today is going to be utilities. We talked a little bit about those with Constellation and some of those moves heating up as well. This is it right here. XLU, there it is right there. The number one ETF today, the number one sector goes utilities. Look at this move back up right there, starting to go as we worry about rates and not a cut in rates. Utilities pay a nice sweet dividend. We talk about compounding that interest. Watch out for that. Nice move up there for the Select Spider utilities sector. MSOS, puff, puff, pass, getting lit up a little bit today. Not really. Only 1%. Trying to find that bottom. We're waiting for $8 on that. The KRE, we always get asked about KRE. I think this one, potential breakout long. If we think the financial sector is all better, XLF is breaking higher. Are we getting betterer and betterer as we face out with Roger Federer, who is one of the betterer tennis players of all time? That's a Cardi B line. All right, we'll move on. I'm too old. But anyways, we saw XLF breaking. We did have some problems with the regionals with NYCB. We did have some potentials. First of all, ARM is right now breaking lower, but I just want to check out KRE because I do like that 50 area. I think if we can start going on KRE, the regionals, I think we have a chance. ARM right now is back into day's lows. So we do have a little bit of an issue here with ARM going lower and extending. This isn't a Jared joke. That ARM extending out. lower and lower right now on earnings. And I don't know, maybe if you have the ARM, that's giving me a seizure over there, Fabian. Maybe if you can review those ARM numbers for everybody as ARM continues to go lower. If we drop an anchored VWAP on this baby, I mean, we can drop it. Here's an anchor. If we drop it at last earnings gap, we'll put it right there. We're obviously nowhere near it, up to 123. That was that level that we're talking about. What about ARM at 120? But here's the push down into $94. We'll wait to see if we can get something there. 14% expected move, 13% expected move on ARM brings us into 90. So we'll see if we can get a lower move there for ARM coming through. Palantir off of a rough day yesterday. Battled back a little bit today, but ended flat, bouncing off $21. We'll see if we can hold that. Hey, look, ARK today. We talked about ARK. Downside move over the last couple days. Be careful with this. Rates being high continues to be a problem for ARK as they need protection from lower rates. A lot of the companies there. Uber, is Uber moving right now? There's something about, no, it's not. Okay, so it's a nothing burger there. All right, so I know we want to review ARM. We're going to go up to Chris in a couple seconds. Just quickly, ARM forward revenue, 3.8 to 4.1 versus 3.98. So their guidance is the problem here. But what did their initial numbers look like there, Adara?
Yeah, so the lower range of the full year guidance is the issue. They did have good guidance or above expected guidance for the next quarter. So for ARM as well, just to note, the quarter they're reporting for is Q4 2023. So their guidance is for Q1 and full year 2024. But yeah, for Q4 2023, they did beat with the EPS, adjusted EPS of 36 cents versus 30 cents expected. Q4 revenue, 928 million versus 875.6 million expected. So that's a nice look. Their quarterly outlook here also above expectations for both earnings per share and Q1 revenue. The big issue, as Sean was just noting, is just the lower end of its guidance range for the full year coming in below expectations.
Nice. Okay, perfect. All right, perfect, Brendo. I got you on that one. We do have AMC coming in right now. I got it, Brendan. We have AMC coming in. We do have post-market May 8th. Okay, so that's today, right? So we'll wait to see then for and when AMC earnings. I think you gave me the note that AMC is normally in and around 4:15. So here it is. We're getting close right now to be getting those AMC earnings out. AMC has been an absolute destruction to the downside. So unfortunately, we'll have to wait for that. This has been split again. So I don't even know the dilution, but we are on AMC. $3. I think it was 10 to 1, the most recent play there. So that's kind of like 30 cents. Thank you so much to everybody. I do have this open, man. I can see everything that everybody's talking about right there. And that's why we keep on referencing some of the plays when you do ask. XPI, I really like this, man. Biotech ETF. I think you got to get involved with some of that. Into the IBB is another play as well. A name that Michael's really liked is uranium. That was a mover again today. But as you can see, not too many green sectors, but a lot of red in the markets today. Someone who is always, if we're ready, it's going to be Chris Brecher, and he's going to talk a little bit about something that we talked about yesterday with Brian. Brian went with Ethereum, and I believe Chris wants to do something else. So let's go. It's Trader Talk. Let's bring him on. Hello, Mr. Brecher. How are you doing on this fine Wednesday?
Just recouping from that major knee last Friday. It's really interesting. I had the knee surgery, and you're talking about ARM. So just sort of ironic there. But I'm doing okay, and not on any pain medicine, so I'm not going to be loopy when I'm on the show.
Good. The family taking care of you, I assume.
Yeah, but I'm already pretty active.
Chris, let me give you some advice.
I don't like to sit still with these things.
I was going to say, just say, yeah, the family's taking perfect care of me, because if they're watching, you know, then you get the love on that as well. Were you looking at ARM at all today? That was a nice move down here. I know we're going to talk a little bit about Bitcoin, but there's the move down on ARM. And what we talked about here, Chris, I think you're going to be with me on this. Every time we see earnings, it's not how to trade. Stay with us. There it is, Chris. Okay. Chris, every single time we see earnings, It seems to be about the guidance moving forward, not necessarily the numbers that were just put out. Is there something in the report that scares us, right? We saw Meta get cranked to the downside. And I mean, check out that Meta chart. And I know, again, you were probably away from your desk last week, as you just mentioned, but Meta actually beat all over the place, but then mentioned that, hey, we got to spend some money on AI here. The market didn't like that, took it as a CapEx hit, but as you can see, we're almost all the way back up for Meta. I wonder if the same thing is going to happen for ARM. Were there any trades that you saw for ARM or anything that might have sort of got you interested in this name?
Well, I was looking at some extensions in ARM. No, just kidding. What I'm looking at is going to be whatever conference call and how much insider lockup expiration is left.
Right.
I think that's a big deal. If it's gone down this much, they haven't sold any stock yet, then the stock could go and fill the gap at 75.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that was the big thing as well that we don't know much about was the SoftBank. So good point there. Thanks for bringing that up one more time there, Mr. Brecher. Okay, well, I'm going to take the cat out of the bag right now. It's BTC, right? I mean, here's Bitcoin right now. We did have a story that came out a little bit late in the day that there was going to be a little bit of talk about some of the custodial issues with Bitcoin and that Joe Biden was going to potentially strike down something presented in front of him. I don't know much about that, but for right now, this goes all the way back to May 1st, where we did have that dip down in Bitcoin. You and I have talked about the halvening. We've talked about what that might do to miners. And by the way, we talked about that, and look what happened to Mara. I know Mara had a earnings release and then a share offering, but that also fell down into some nice support there. Love Mara down here at 1485. But Chris, the floor is yours. What do you want to tell the over 3,500 right now that are watching about Bitcoin?
Well, the first thing is, it's nice that you had Brian on yesterday, who I talked to on Twitter, and he had a thing about the anchored VWAP and about that area. And whether it's having Trader Tammy on talking about Fibonacci's or me with price support and resistance, all of these things, when you see it like that, which is what Brian showed, it doesn't mean I'm just going to go buy it, but it means at that level, I'm going to look for reversal candles short term.
Right.
And with Bitcoin, it worked great. So I'm not talking about right there. I'm talking about there. So pretty exciting. If you take this, let me get the annotations off of here. When Brian, this jives with what Brian was showing. So you had that support down here.
Right.
Right here. In fact, you could just buy versus the low, but I look at this. So I look at this trend line right here. Well, there are two. There's one. And I like the more points of contact. So that's why that one right there.
Right.
So the whole key is not to buy on the way down.
Right.
It's to buy at support and when it has the bullish reversal pattern. So that combines with what Brian's doing and what I'm doing.
Yeah, because I was going to say that you didn't really, until you find those support levels, that was a tough one because if you come here and you just showed the daily, but I mean, for me too, I'm a support resistance trader. I feel like we didn't have too much love back here for that 57.58, but then once we saw it kind of bounce off of there, that gave us that indicator. So again, I almost feel like there's even a strong one at 60 as well. We could be trying to bounce off that. I don't mind trying to catch a bid here at 60 and then maybe getting out if we break down below 57. But Bitcoin right now, again, doesn't it feel like if we go back over to a weekly, don't we feel like we're doing this all over again though, Chris? Because there's the top at 62 and a cut in half, right? Down to 30. Then we get all the way back up to 65. We make new highs by about 5%. We make a new high by 5%. Then we get crushed again, down 80% from, or down 70% from that high again. Then we got all the way back up. We make another high by magically about between that 5 to 8% again. And now we're starting to come back down. I don't know. I'm getting a little anxious about all of this. I'm actually looking for longer term support in and around 50,000. What do you think about a longer term chart here? Now that we're talking about support and resistance, I'm getting nervous about this, to be honest with you.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, when we're talking about the anchored VWAP, I'm just talking about an intermediate trade or short term trade because you're dead right. The real support is there. That's exactly what you're talking about. those prior tops and prior bottoms right in that zone. And that's what you're seeing. And I totally agree with you. But for that short-term pop, sure, you could play that. But I totally see what you're talking about longer term, that 50,000 level.
Hi, Chris. I'm Adara. I'm on the Market Recap Show with Sean now. Nice to meet you. I was wondering if there's anything that you're looking at heading into the rest of the week other than this Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm looking at a couple of things. Number one, I agree with Sean about XBI. But there's a problem with that, is the bond market. So these are the three things. In fact, I do a nightly video 3 times a week for premium subscribers. But this is what I'm watching. I'm watching that the stock market seems incredibly tethered lately to the bond market. So when the bond market had that inverse head and shoulders, and here we go again with that inverse head and shoulders, sort of like what Bitcoin had, when bonds rallied, the S&P rallied. But one reason the bonds rallied is because the commodities that have been destroying the bonds stopped going up. In fact, had a nice sell-off. So that sell-off corresponded with the bonds rallying, which took the SPX up.
Right.
So now you have the CPI coming out next week. So I think you're really at the whim of the bond market and the commodities.
Why?
So if I'm sorry.
No. I understand what you're saying. It's just bonds aren't supposed to rally when the equities are rallying. Is that the kind of divergence?
No, I don't really look at that. I look at it that, keep in mind in November, the bonds had a massive rally.
Right.
Massive rally.
And so did equities.
And they kept rallying into January.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're right. It flies in the face of conventional economics. But the thing is that who cares anymore, right? I mean, there's so much different value out there. The bond traders, they actually say are smart money. Like that's supposed to be follow the bond, the actions in the bonds to give you potentially what may be happening in the equity side of things. And you know what? You are the one guest, honestly, Chris, that continues to talk about the bond market. So I appreciate giving us that light into that trade. You ever look at the TLT? Sometimes you get
all the time, but it's really funny. The reason I'm smirking is I started as a clerk on the floor, and there's pits, so you know the pits, but there's things called the book, which I work for the exchange. So I'm behind this sort of wall. And so I'm watching the traders, and they're trading Sears and Dow. That's where I started in 1982 on the floor.
Right.
And all the time they're sitting there like, watch the bonds, watch the bonds. So when the bond market started having the massive rally in August 82, that's when the stock market exploded. But that's why I'm obsessed with the bonds, because still from when I was on the floor, they was great. They were real loud and they talked out their trades. And I learned so much from them. But one of the biggest was watch the bonds.
Watch the bonds.
So it's just funny that you mentioned that. Look at the bonds. I look at the TLT also, and you'll see on there with the TLT that if you put, let's say, an hourly chart on the left, and on the right you put that Dow Jones Commodity Index,
here we go.
They're also going to correlate. So definitely that's a 20-year. I watch the 30-year and the 20-year a lot because they seem to be the tail that wags the dog when it comes to the short-term rates.
Yeah, exactly. So I think hey, look, man, whatever dog wags the tail wags the dog, something like that, they're all connected. And I think that's why the most important thing to me that we keep talking about with all of our traders, and I'm sure you do this with the individuals that you talk to, is understand your style of trade. Like what you see might be something different than what somebody else sees. And then the best part about it is to try to explain it, understand it, then add to your toolbox, right? So I do like some of that talk there. Just real quickly, I don't want to let you go yet in a couple minutes, so I'm going to come back to you with one more thing. Look at AMC right now. So those numbers are out. But right now, this is probably not a name that you're invested in, Chris. AMC only up 3.45%. We've talked about this on a daily chart. It's been an absolute nightmare. But my good friend Adara What do you have for the viewers on AMC right now?
I have some of the strangest wordings from an earnings report I have ever seen.
All right.
And I quote, they continue to be ebullient. That's not even a word I'm comfortable pronouncing. About upcoming film lineup in the second half of 2024 and through 2025.
What does
they said that the
ebullient mean,
Q2
though?
box office will continue to be affected by the 2023 Hollywood strikes. They posted, okay, so drop here year over year for their Q1 2024 revenue. This year, 951.4 million. Last year, 954.4 million. Slightly smaller loss per share than expected.
So do you know what ebullient means?
I believe it's optimistic, excited, and looking forward to. Yeah. Okay. I just couldn't pronounce it.
Cheerful.
Yeah, cheerful.
I Googled it, came up with cheerful. Chris, you heard that word before, ebullient?
Well, I'll tell you I'm from the floor, so I'm used to one syllables. And that's why my wife, I married her, named Beth.
Same.
So I just can't have more than one syllable. That's just too rough on me.
Same.
And,
that's hilarious.
Yeah, I think it means whatever you say it means.
We got it. It means cheerful.
I don't have time to type it into Google.
Yeah, I did. I just highlighted it and right-clicked and said search Google, and it came up cheerful. So we'll have some ebullient movies coming, apparently. They're very, very excited about that. Okay, Chris, I want to talk to you about Robinhood quickly because this is going to be a name that traders are going to talk about tomorrow on the show. So I want to have your opinion on Robinhood. So today, Robinhood, if you come over to my screen, they just came out. They're all the way up here at $19, trying to break out higher. It seems like they are one of the only reports today that is continuing at least upside right now into $19. We did have, I'll just go over the numbers, good beat all over the place, higher than expected net holdings for Robinhood. I like that. Expected move though, 12%, only 6 right now. For me, on a daily chart, I'd like to see us hold this level. I like that we've gotten this garbage out of here. Nice pullback into the 50 period, now taking out 19. I feel like tomorrow, if we can hold in and around 18.50, I'm going to be looking for a Robinhood long. Are we right with that? What is Robinhood telling a trader like you, Chris?
Well, the first thing I'm looking at is look at the correlation between Coinbase and Robinhood.
Wow, that looks amazing.
That's uncanny. If you might have thought I put Robinhood on the right. That's just Coinbase versus Robinhood is amazing. So I agree with you about Robinhood. I'm wondering if there's anything that's going to happen with the integration of Thinkorswim getting absorbed by Schwab this weekend. I don't think so. But I'll tell you, if it's a pain in the rump continuing to use Schwab like I do, then I'm probably going to open an account with Hood.
Right. Okay. I don't know. Why do you think Charles Schwab and Robinhood, just because they're competing together, so now Thinkorswim goes into Charles Schwab? Do you like Charles Schwab the best out of all the names? SCH?
No. There are so many pushback from subscribers that can't stand Schwab.
Got it. Okay.
So
the other way around.
I wonder if they'll go to like the Robinhoods of the world.
Got it. I don't know if you saw that, but they're giving, if you got, I think it was 10 people to sign up for Robinhood accounts, and I think deposit like 25 grand, they were giving $1,000 away, or that little gold card that they were giving away. So maybe there are going to be a little bit of hits there coming forward for Robinhood, but I don't mind Robinhood. Thing is, for me, it's a lot of work to switch your account, isn't it? That's what I feel like. Maybe it's laziness by me to do that, but I feel like there has to be a little bit more than that to get me going for that. But all right, Chris. Thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck on your recovery. And we're going to pay attention to some of those Bitcoin levels there for some support and resistance on that. We're going to continue to look at some bonds there, Chris. So thank you so much for joining us here again today. It's 4:30. Be well. And I hope you have an ebullient evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's Trader Talk, Mr. Chris Brecher. All right, everyone, get ready, get locked, get loaded. We're about to go through another thing that we like to do on this show, and it's called roll call. So right now we have over 2,500 watching. Thank you so much for that. But I'm going to go over just real quick. Rapido fire. Rapido. Here we go. Rapido. We have ARM with a downside push right now. ARM down 9%. Not nice. Instacart right now. Instacart's down 5%. Nice, but not that nice. Average nice?
Mediocre.
Mediocre. I like that. Mediocre right there. AMC. Will the apes go flying?
The apes fell.
Wow, wow, wow. Branch broke.
Yeah, no flying monkeys there. No Wizard of Oz classic
Oh,
flying
I love the
monkeys.
Wizard of
Those
Oz.
monkeys' wings
I love
got
the
cut
Wizard
off
of
to make
Oz.
an appropriate AMC reference.
Yeah, good one there. Okay, I just want to check Reddit here after hours. I know that they reported yesterday. Just want to have a quick check on that. We just discussed Robinhood today not stealing from the poor and giving to the rich, but maybe just making the richer richer because it's a nice upside move there for today. And then the other one that we want to talk about was Airbnb before we go back to it. Another one that has slapped the fail on itself today into or after earnings. So, hey man, we said we'd do the roll call, so let's do it right now. I saw one of my favorites was on here. Where is it? There it is. It's right here. It's Mr. Dan McIsaac. What's up to you, my friend? What's up to DJ Marshall? Another one there. DJ Marshall, a good fan of mine, or fan of the show, friend of mine. Toilet Brush, you know. Not a bad name.
It's a name.
No, it's a name. It's a name. A good one. Mike P is here. Raul is in the building. Chuck of all trades. If you're going to have trades, why not have Chuck of all trades there for you? Royal Dixon is here. Bears vs. Bulls, a great friend of ours. What's up to Piper is here. He says shout out to everybody. Shout out to you as well. Henry, big fan. Henry, always here as well. Zion, Daryl. Look, true traders stay late. That's how I know. When I'm shouting out these guys, that's what I'm saying. I want to recognize all of you that watch the main show and then the best show. It is your recap show right now. What's up to Michelle Muir? I saw you just became a member again today. Shout out to Michelle. Hey, because she became a member, she wants BYND. Let's see what Beyond Meat is doing right now.
Oh.
Too much, maybe not enough sodium in this, as it doesn't seem to want to go anywhere. Potentially too much sodium. But there it is, Beyond Meat. They got to get their stuff figured out. I mean, honestly, I feel like first to market, they should have done better than they did. They really got going during the pandemic, during some of the share issuances there were really heavily shorted. Beyond Meat still continues to be a short float maven at 38% short with 9 days to cover. You may not find a more interesting name than Beyond Meat. So again, post-market today, May 8th, not seeing much on Beyond Meat. Sebastian says Adara is killing it, and I do agree. Go follow all of us at Trader TV Sean, at Trader TV Adara. So thank you so much for joining. Plans for the night?
Sleeping. I mean, maybe I'll do some writing as well, but honestly,
She's always sleeping. No, it's great to be sleeping.
I sleep. I am literally like medically tired, so I sleep.
How many hours? Oh, you've been declared medically tired?
I've been declared pathologically sleepy by a doctor. Yeah.
How do I get that declaration?
It's almost impossible. My doctor was shocked.
So it's what? Really how many hours? See, we're getting deeper. This is not even Q&A with Adara yet. Podcast.
Yeah.
All right, join us on the podcast. No, how many hours do you sleep then a day?
So my brain can sleep up to 15 apparently per day. I try to sleep less than that because I feel like I'm at my most alert when I sleep a little bit less. But on the weekends when I'm uncontrolled, I can do up to 12 hours and it's horrible. I get so tired and I just want more sleep. I'm like a sleep addict.
So what is the right amount for you to be at optimal? Did you say 14 hours or what did you
No. My brain thinks it needs that much. I personally feel the most comfortable when I get about 6 to 7. If we get into that 8 to 9 territory, things start getting bad. But last night I accidentally ended up with like 4 and I feel fine.
Stop sleeping so much. But
it's not a choice.
I know, I get it. Yeah, 6 to 7, you're more in my range. I think I need a little bit more. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to give a big shout out to our good friend Chris Bretcher again for joining us every single week on a Wednesday. Well, actually, he rotates with Tammy every other week, I should say. Thank you so much, Chris, for coming through. More Chris Bretcher, they say in the chat, and we say the same thing. More Trader TV Live hits you tomorrow at 8:30, where we'll be trading all of these earnings and discussing them in much greater detail. So thank you so much for joining us. Adara, Sean, see you in the AM.